Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers by Naylor. Under the plexiglass dome on Mimas, Saturn's fifth moon, the thick air hung heavy with the smells and noises of 100 mingling cultures. People wrestled their way past the blinking neons of casinos and restaurants, the on-off glare of bars and clubs, shouting, screaming, laughing, vomiting. Astros and miners on planet leave going wallet-bulging crazy, desperate for a good time after months of incarceration in the giant space freighters that now hung over the moon's shuttleport. A typical Saturday night on Mimas. Lister flicked on the for hire sign and decided to take the hopper down towards Mimas docks. He slipped the gear into jump and braced himself. The hopper leapt into the air and landed with a spine-juddering crunch 200 yards down Eastern Avenue. As it smacked into the highway, Lister's neck was forced into the hollow at the base of his skull, further aggravating an already angry headache. The hopper's suspension was completely shot to hell. Lister began to wish he'd never stolen it. The man in the navy blue officer's coat and the blatantly false moustache flagged down Lister's hopper and got in.
152nd and 3rd, he said curtly, and pressed the tash, which was hanging down on the right-hand side, back into place.
Going to a brothel?
Asked Lister amiably.
Absolutely not. I am an officer of the Space Corps.
He tapped the gold bars on his lapel.
And I do not frequent brothels.
I just thought, what with 152nd and 3rd being slap bang in the middle of the red light area?
Well, you're not paid to think, you're paid to drive.
Lister flicked on the hired sign, slipped the hopper into jump, and bounced off to the district the locals affectionately called Shagtown.
What's it like?
What's what like?
Being in the Space Corps? Being an astro? I was sort of thinking of signing up.
Were you really?
Do you need any qualifications?
Well, not exactly, but they don't just accept any old buddy. I doubt whether you'd get in.
Lister felt for the fare enhancer button he'd found concealed under the dashboard of the taxi and added a few dollar pounds to the fare. Lister had been trying to get off Mimas for nearly 6 months now. How he'd got there was still something of a mystery. The last thing he really remembered was celebrating his birthday back on Earth. He and 6 of his closest friends decided to usher in his 25th year by going on a Monopoly board pub crawl around London. They'd hitched a ride in a frozen meat truck from Liverpool and arrived at lunchtime in the Old Kent Road. A drink at each of the squares was the plan. In Whitechapel they had pina coladas. King's Cross Station, double vodkas. In Euston Road, pints of Guinness. Pentonville Road, bitter laced with rum and blackcurrant. By the time they'd got to Oxford Street, only 4 of them remained, and only 2 of the 4 still had the power of speech. His last real memory was of telling the others he was going to buy a Monopoly board, because no one could remember what the next square was. There was a vague, very vague, poorly lit memory of an advert on the back of a cab seat. Something about cheap space travel on Virgin's new batch of demi-lightspeed zippers. Something about Saturn being in the heart of the solar system. Something about it being nearer than you think at half the speed of light. Something about 2 hours and 10 minutes. And then a thick, black, gunky fog. He'd woken up slumped across a table in a McDonald's burger bar on Mimas, wearing a lady's pink crimpline hat and a pair of yellow fishing waders, with no money and a passport in the name of Emily Birkenstein. What was more, he had a worrying rash. He was broke, diseased, and 793 million miles from Liverpool. Lister brought the hopper to a crunching halt outside a garish neon sign promising girls, 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 and sex, sex, sex.
I understand,
said the man in the navy blue officer's coat, surreptitiously regluing his moustache.
There are some excellent restaurants in this area.
Look,
said Lister as he shortchanged the officer.
Do you want me to pick you up?
He really didn't feel like cruising around for another fare.
I don't mind waiting.
The officer glanced down the street at the various pimpy types with poorly concealed weaponry under their coats.
Fine. I'll wait round the corner.
How long will you be? Well, I'm led to believe the Mimean bladderfish is particularly exquisite, and I would be insane if I didn't at least try the legendary inky squid soup. Plus, of course, pudding, brandy, and cigars. Say, 10 minutes? Call it 20 to be on the safe side.
Lister took the hopper round the corner and saw his fare stride purposefully towards a Mimean restaurant, pause outside, studying the menu, and then turn and walk straight into the building with a neon sign boasting girls, girls, girls and sex, sex, sex. Lister locked the door of the hopper. He was sick of this armpit of a moon. He'd spent the last 6 months trying to get the $800 he needed to buy a shuttle ticket home. So far he'd saved 53, and he was probably going to blow that tonight. Life, thought Lister, sucks. Outside the hopper, 2 pimps were having a minor disagreement about a girl named Sandra. It was brief and, for the most part, friendly. It ended when the severed ear of the taller pimp landed with a soft, wet plop on the hopper's windscreen. Lister looked at the hopper clock. 40 minutes since the man in the blue officer's coat had gone for his meal. He slipped his taxi driver's nightstick up the arm of his jacket, stepped over the body of a dead one-eared pimp, and dashed towards the building with the girls, girls, girls sign. The man with the false moustache was sitting in a jacuzzi, having a heated conversation with a member of staff.
I want my money back.
Absolutely, sir. This has never happened before.
She nearly pulled the damn thing off.
There was a slight circuitry problem.
She wouldn't stop. It was like being trapped in a milking machine.
Well, if sir would care to make another choice at the expense of the management...
Are you insane? It'll be out of commission for at least 12 months. If you hadn't heard my screams...
He looked up and saw Lister for the first time. There was an extraordinarily long pause.
You know,
He continued, pretending he hadn't seen Lister.
I don't think this is a restaurant at all. I haven't seen so much as a soupçon of the spicy bladderfish for which Mimas enjoys such a splendid reputation. I thought it was a bit strange the way you insisted I take off my clothes and wear this skimpy towel. In fact, if you want to know what I think, I don't think this is a small bijou eatery. I think it's a smegging brothel.
The officer continued his protestations of innocence all the way back to the docks. The hopper lurched to a halt outside the shuttleport hopper rank. Lister's fare climbed painfully from the cab.
Look, Space Corps-wise, I'm pretty much of a high flyer. And career-wise,
He looked around.
it might not be such an A1 wonderful idea if this little adventure were to go any further.
Lister held out his hand, and the man pressed $1 into his palm and winked.
Go on, enjoy yourself on me.
Lister let him limp up to the automatic doors in the docking port before he leaned out of the window and shouted.
Hey, whoremonger!
The man raced back.
Keep your voice down, for mercy's sake, people can hear.
You made a mistake. Instead of $100 tip, you've only given me a $1 tip.
Right,
Said the officer, extracting a brown leather purse.
it's a dirty world, and I suppose I'm going to have to pay the toll.
He handed over a stale-smelling note.
You're very kind.
Just provided we understand this is the end of the matter.
Sure.
Nobody crosses Christopher Todhunter and gets away with it.
He closed his purse, which was monogrammed Arnold J. Rimmer, BSc, SSc, and walked back across the forecourt. Lister leaned out of the window.
See you, Rimmer.
Yeah, bye.
Surname?
David.
First name?
I told you, David.
Your name's David.
No, it's David Lister.
Caldecott sighed and reached for the Tipex. On a poster on the wall of the newly painted office, 2 crisply uniformed officers, male and female, linked arms and smilingly invited all and sundry to join the Corps and see space. Caldecott Tipexed out David from the surname box on the recruitment form, and in his meticulously neat handwriting replaced it with Lister.
Date of birth?
Unknown.
What do you mean, unknown?
I was found
In what way, found?
in a pub. Under the pool table. In a cardboard box.
Caldecott eyed him dubiously. Caldecott spent his entire working day sitting in his immaculately white uniform in the window of the recruitment center, projecting the Space Corps' corporate image, which was white and brave, strong and smiling. Once the suckers had signed up, they'd learn the truth soon enough. In the meantime, it was his job to be white and brave, strong and smiling. He looked at the object sitting opposite him. 4 or 5 gangly, matted plaits dangled from under the fur-rimmed leather deerstalker atop a podgy face built for a perpetual smile. Short, fat fingers, the nails blotched white from zinc deficiency, scratched at the gap between the top of green, multi-stained combat trousers and the bottom of a T-shirt whose original colour was long lost in the mists of time.
Why do you want to join the Space Corps? Lister thought for a moment.
I want to visit strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no person has gone before.
Caldecott smiled wanly and wrote, "Possible attitude problem," in the comments box. Qualifications?
Technical drawing.
What level?
What do you mean?
Master's degree, perhaps? Said Caldecott, almost imperceptibly raising his left eyebrow. PhD, maybe?
GCSE.
Caldecott wrote, 1 GCSE, technical drawing.
It doesn't really count that, though, does it?
Lister picked at a flap of rubber hanging from the sole of his boot. Why not?
I failed.
Caldecott took out the Tipex again and obliterated the word possible. If you'd just like to read this through and sign what I've indicated. Lister cast his eyes over the conditions of employment. He was signing up for 5 years, 5 long years. When he got out, he'd be pushing 30, an old man. Ha! Want a bet? He wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. Join the Space Corps, get on an earthbound ship, and as soon as he got home, thank you good night. Lister David, AWOL. He signed and pocketed the pen, including its metal chain and holder. Okay, said Caldecott. You'll have to enter at 3rd technician level.
Technician?
That's right.
A 3rd technician's duties basically consisted of making sure the vending machines didn't run out of chicken soup, and 1,001 other tasks considered too menial for the service droids. Caldecott didn't feel this was absolutely the best time to put Lister in the picture.
Technician,
said Lister, putting on a pseudo-swanky voice and glancing up at the white-uniformed officer with a Burt Lancaster smile in the poster.
I'm a bleeding technician, don't you know?
The shuttle buzzed slowly through the groups of gargantuan space freighters that bobbed in orbit like a bunch of clumsy balloons. Lister's window was filled with red. And red. And red. He couldn't see where it started, and he couldn't see where it finished. But it was big. No, it was big. Lister was aware of the hot whiskey breath of the burly astro beside him, who was now leaning over him to share his window.
The dwarf, he said in a Danish accent, ripping open another can of Glenfiddich.
The what?
Red Dwarf.
How big is it?
He could eat Copenhagen and have Helsinki for afters.
Lister accepted a belt from the whiskey can, and they swapped names.
It's got to be 5 miles long.
Something like that,
said Peterson.
And God, is it ugly?
Ugly as my mother. First trip?
Lister nodded.
Been on Mimas long?
6 months.
It's a bit of a dump, right?
It's a lot of a dump.
Wait till we get to Triton. Triton's okay.
Triton?
Lister's brow furrowed.
We're going to Earth.
Sure, we're going to Earth, but first we've got to go to Triton to get the ore to take to Earth.
Lister closed his eyes.
Where's Triton?
Round Neptune.
Oh, Neptune, right.
He took a swig from Peterson's nearly empty whiskey can.
Where's Neptune?
From here?
Peterson took out a calculator.
I'll tell you exactly.
He punched a lot of numbers into the machine.
It's 2,707,000,000 miles away.
Lister sighed like a burst tire.
How long is that gonna take?
Oh, say 18 months. 18 months, not counting customs. And Triton immigration control is a son of a bitch. It's worse than New York.
18 months?
Then 12 months mining.
12 months mining?
Then 2 more years to get back to Earth.
4.5 years?
It's an old ship. It only does 200,000 miles an hour.
4.5 years?
He turned and looked out of the window as the shuttle ducked into the trench cut deep into Red Dwarf's back.
4.5 years?
Lister pushed through the crowded docking bay, fighting his way to the intake clearance zone, a now moronically drunk Peterson in tow. High above, dominating the ship's shuttle port, was a monitor screen the size of a football pitch, from which a disembodied head was lugubriously dispensing information. The head was a digitalized reproduction of a balding 40-year-old man with a voice that had a slight East London twang. Lister scanned the various name cards that the Red Dwarf induction staff were holding above the heads of the jostling crowd.
Hi, I'm Chomsky.
Chomsky Pierre, right?
Rogerson ticked his clipboard.
Okay, stand there a second. We're still looking for a Burroughs, a Peterson, a Schmidt, and a Lister.
I'm a Lister,
said Lister.
I'm going to be sick,
said Peterson. And he was. Exorcist sick. He smacked his lips and wiped his face with the back of his sleeve.
That's better.
2 scutters, claw-headed service droids which looked like miniature amputee giraffes on motorized bases, swept into view and cleaned up the mess.
What's that thing?
Asked Lister, pointing up to the disembodied head on the monitor screen.
Holly, the ship's computer. He's got an IQ of 6,000. You want to ask him a question?
Like what?
Like anything at all.
Rogerson called up to the ceiling.
Hey, Holly, this is Lister.
The huge eyes rolled down in their direction.
I know. Lister David. Date of birth, October 14th, 2155. Qualifications, GCSE, technical drawing. Failed. Rank, technician 3rd class. Ambitions, to visit strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no person has gone before. All right, Dave?
A huge eyelid rolled over the digital eye and winked at Lister.
Ask him something.
Who holds the all-time record for 3-dimensional yardage in a single zero-G football season?
Jim Bexley Speed. London Jets roof attack, season 74-75. 4,636 square yards in the regular season.
And what colour tie was he wearing when he was interviewed by Mark Matheson after Mega Bowl 102?
Aquamarine with a diagonal lemon stripe.
Brutal!
Some 30 minutes later, they boarded the express superlift, which whisked them up to floor 9,172, where they were driven down 2 miles of corridors towards the sleeping quarter, Area P.
Okay,
said Rogerson, showing Lister into his sleeping quarters.
make yourself at home. I'll just go and fix up the other guys.
Lister looked round the room which was going to be his home for the next 4.5 years. Dull, gunmetal grey walls reflected his mood. 2 bunk cubicles were carved into recesses in the wall, one above the other. Behind him was a bank of fitted aluminium wardrobes, and 2 steps led down to what was laughingly signposted lounge area, 2 meters square, with a 3-seater reinforced steel settee and a tiny coffee table welded to the floor. Nice, thought Lister. Very homely. The other occupant of the room left very little evidence of his existence. Whatever he did possess was meticulously tidied away. On the wall of his bunk, the lower one, hung a homemade revision timetable in worryingly neat handwriting and an array of startlingly complex colour codes. Beside it were a number of certificates, neatly framed, and a series of cut-out newspaper headlines all along the lines of Arnie does it best, Arnie comes out on top, and Arnold, a living legend. Lister struck a match on the no smoking sign, lit up, and sat down on the metal settee.
Nice. Very, very nice.
Rogerson came back in.
Oh, David, meet your bunkmate.
Behind Rogerson stood a grey-suited technician, tall and rangy, flared nostrils, wide, slightly manic eyes, and a hyperactive, constantly jiggling right leg that always seemed to want to be somewhere else. Even without his false moustache, there was no mistaking the officer who'd hired his hopper.
He's also your shift leader, so he's the guy who'll be showing you the ropes. Lister, this is first technician...
Arnold Rimmer. We've already met.
No, we haven't,
said Rimmer, smiling too much.
You're a technician. I thought you said you were an officer.
Shut up,
said Rimmer, pumping his hand and smiling even harder.
On the first morning into space, Lister sat in the lecture theatre with the other 11 members of Z-Shift in his brand new technician's uniform, which made him itch in 19 different places. The rest of the previous morning and the whole of the afternoon had been a long process of multifarious humiliations. IQ tests, genetic fingerprinting, hand-to-eye coordination work. Then finally, they'd all been marched like a serpent of schoolchildren down to the computer decks, where they'd each had their personalities recorded for storage in the hologram library. Lister had sat in the suite, a metal skull cap bolted to his head, while his every memory and personality trait had been logged onto a depressingly small computer slug. His entire life, his whole personality copied and duplicated on a piece of computer hardware the size of a suppository. The lecture theatre hatchway breezed open, and Rimmer clicked up to the podium in boots so brightly polished you could see infinity in them. The previous evening in the sleeping quarters, no mention had been made of the incident in the brothel. In fact, Rimmer had played the part of a man who'd never met Lister before very credibly indeed. Lister spent the evening trying to take advantage of the fact that he now had a proper bed, of sorts, for the first time in 6 months. Meanwhile, Rimmer sat at his slanting architect's desk and whiled away the time until lights out, reading a book called How to Overcome Your Fear of Speaking in Public. Rimmer gripped the podium tightly, the inside of his wrists pointing out towards the new intake, a trick which his book told him would make his audience trust him, and began his speech to Z-Shift.
My name is Arnold J. Rimmer. You will call me Sir, or First Technician. I am your shift leader. This is my very first command, and I don't intend it to be my last. What I do intend is for Z-Shift to become the best, the fastest, the tightest, the most efficient routine maintenance, cleaning and sanitation unit this ship, or any other ship in the Space Corps, has ever seen.
He paused. Silence. The book said silence could be as effective as speech. Use silence, it urged. Rimmer stood there, being silent. Enough silence, he decided. More speech.
When we do something, we do it fast, and we do it right.
More silence. No, this was a dumb place to have silence. It just made him look like he'd forgotten what he was saying.
This ship is 3 miles wide, 4 miles deep, and nearly 6 miles long, but...
He paused again, a most excellent and petite silence, he congratulated himself.
If anywhere on it a vending machine so much as runs out of chicken soup, I want a member of Z-Shift to be there within 4 minutes.
More silence. The best silence yet.
You used to think your mother was your best friend. Not anymore. From now on, your best friend is this.
He held aloft a 3-foot-long metallic tube with a very twist grip and 7 detachable heads.
It's called a sonic super mop. It washes, it steam cleans, it mops, and it vacuums. And from now on, it never leaves your side. Wherever you go, the SSM goes with you. You work with it, you eat with it, you sleep with it.
The new members of Z Shift exchanged glances. Rimmer gave them another shot of silence. It had gone well, he thought. Nice, pointy speech. Some good silences. No, some great silences. Lister stood up and snapped a salute.
Sir, permission to speak, sir? Permission granted. Sir?
Yes, Lister?
Is it possible to get a transfer to another shift, sir?
Why?
Well, with respect, sir, I think you're mentally unstable.
Sit down! Rimmer shook his head.
There's always one, isn't there? One wag, one clown, one imbecile. Yes, sir? But he's not usually in charge, sir.
Rimmer gripped the podium tightly and surveyed the members of Z Shift. This was a tricky situation. Rebellion, a loss of respect. It had to be stamped on, it had to be crushed. His book on poweramics was quite clear on that. To crush a minor mutiny, you choose the leader, the toughest, the biggest, the strongest, and you humiliate him. And the rest follow like lambs. Without warning, Rimmer wheeled round and pointed.
You! On your feet!
A man with a face like moon rock hauled his 250-pound frame onto its feet. Rimmer climbed down from the podium and slowly, casually strolled over to face him. He looked up at the small black shark eyes, the bald bullet head, the long matted nostril hair. He was a good 18 inches taller than Rimmer, and Rimmer was tall.
What are you chewing?
Tobacco.
Tobacco?
A grin.
Yeah.
Rimmer smiled and nodded, looking around the lecture theatre.
Well, I hope you brought enough along for all of us.
The others laughed, on Rimmer's side.
Well?
No.
Nope. Sir.
Victory.
Get rid of it!
The big man chewed thoughtfully for a few seconds. Then suddenly, a long plume of brown sputum plopped onto the polished toe cap of Rimmer's left boot. Rimmer looked at his left boot, then slowly raised his head.
Some people's respect I've won already. I can see with you it's going to take a little longer. Now, get on the floor and give me 50, mister,
said the big man, and a second stream of half-chewed tobacco arrived on Rimmer's right boot. Rimmer rocked back and forth on his heels, nodding his head and still smiling.
Right, okay,
he said pleasantly.
I think that's about everything. Shift, dismiss.
Slowly, Z Shift began to meander out of the lecture theatre.
Oh, by the way,
Rimmer called after the tobacco chewer. As the man half-turned, Rimmer leapt through the air and with a kamikaze scream wrapped his arms and legs round the big man's frame, and they crashed into a row of chairs. As Lister left the theatre, Rimmer was having his head rhythmically beaten against one of the desktops.
Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers by Naylor. The huge sound system vibrated and shook as it pumped out a hip-hoppabilly reggae number from a band which had been red hot for 2 weeks 5 years previously. 2,000 crew members stood on the dance floor, swaying and sweating, while the rest sat around tables drinking and sweating. Though they'd been aboard less than 2 days, all the lowlifes, ne'er-do-wells and slobs in general had somehow found each other, kindred spirits, and were sitting around in noisy moronic pockets having drinking competitions. Equally, all the ambitious career types had somehow been sucked together and were drinking low-alcohol white wine or slimline mineral water and talking intensely about work. The music changed. A Johnny Cologne number. Press your lumps against mine. It was smooch time. There was a loud scraping of chairs as people stood up and guided their partners onto the already packed dance floor.
Just press your lungs against mine.
A huge, multi-limbed beast rippled, ebbing and flowing, contracting and expanding to the gentle sway of the music. Lister suddenly found himself alone at the table, the others lost in the undulating, pulsing mass of smooching bodies. He squinted drunkenly around the vast disco. So many people. People dancing, people touching, people laughing, people talking, people kissing. So many people. In just over 7 months, every one of them would be dead.
5 months later, Lister stared out of the sleeping quarters viewport window and saw nothing. Just a few very distant stars and an awful lot of black. It was pretty much the same view he'd had for the past 21 weeks. At first, he'd found it awe-inspiring. Then slowly, that had given way to just plain dull. Then very dull. Then deeply dull. He looked at his watch. 1950 ship time. He was waiting for Peterson to show up, and they were going down to the Copacabana Hawaiian cocktail bar to spend the evening in the exact same way they'd spent 133 of the last 147 evenings, drinking hugely elaborate San Francisco earthquakes from plastic coconuts and failing to meet any interesting women. Or, more to the point, any interesting women who were interested in them. Dull and gruesomely monotonous as his social life was, Lister knew for a fact that it was at least 474 times more interesting than his working life on Z shift under Rimmer.
Rimmer was sitting at his slanting architect's desk under the pink glow of his study lamp with a tray of watercolors, making out a revision timetable in preparation for his astro-navigation exam. In all, he'd taken the exam 12 times. But he persevered. Rimmer wanted to become an officer. He ached for it. He yearned for it. It wasn't the most important thing in his life. It was his life. Given the opportunity, he would gladly have had his eyes scooped out if it meant he could become an officer. But he had to do something much more demanding, much more impossible, and much more unpleasant. He had to pass the astro-navigation exam.
Born on Io, one of Jupiter's moons, 31 years earlier, he was the youngest of 4 brothers.
My boys,
His mother would say.
my clever, clever boys. Johnny the captain, Frankie the first officer, Howie the test pilot, and Arnold. Arnold the chicken soup machine cleaner. If you could sue sperm, I'd sue the sperm that made you.
I'll do it, Mother. One day, I will become an officer.
And on that day, Satan will be going to work in a snowplow.
3 times he'd failed the entrance exam to the academy. And so one night, after reading the life story of Horatio Nelson, he'd signed up with a merchant vessel as a lowly 3rd technician, with the object of quickly working his way through the ranks and sitting the astro-navigation exam independently, and thereby earning his commission, the glimmering gold bar of officerhood. That had been 6 years ago. 6 long years on Red Dwarf, during which he'd leapt from being a lowly 3rd technician to being a lowly 1st technician. In the meantime, his brothers went forever onward, up the ziggurat of command. Their success filled him with such bitterness, such bile, that even a Christmas card from one of them, just the reminder that they were alive and successful, would reduce him to tears of jealousy. And now he sat there, under the pink glow of his student's table lamp, preparing to sit the astro-navigation exam for the 13th time. He found the process of revising so gruelingly unpleasant, so galling, so noxious, that like most people faced with tasks they find hateful, he devised more and more elaborate ways of not doing it in a doing-it kind of way. In fact, it was now possible for Rimmer to revise solidly for 3 months and not learn anything at all. The first week of study, he would always devote to the construction of a revision timetable. Every hour of every day was subdivided into different study periods, each labelled in his lovely, tiny copperplate hand, then painted over in watercolours, a different colour for each subject, the colours gradually becoming bolder and more urgent shades as the exam time approached. The only problem was this. Because the timetables often took 7 or 8 weeks to complete, by the time Rimmer had finished them, the exam was almost on him. He'd then have to cram 3 months of astronavigation revision into a single week. Gripped by an almost deranging panic, he'd then decide to sacrifice the first 2 days of that final week to the making of another timetable. This time for someone who had to pack 3 months of revision into 5 days. Because 5 days now had to accommodate 3 months' work, the first thing that had to go was sleep. To prepare for an unrelenting 24-hour-a-day sleep-free schedule, Rimmer would spend the whole of the first remaining day in bed, to be extra ultra-fresh, so he would be able to squeeze 3 whole months of revision into 4 short days. At this point he would start smoking. A lifelong non-smoker, he'd become a 40-a-day man. He'd spend the whole day pacing up and down his room, smoking 3 or 4 cigarettes at a time, stopping occasionally to stare at the titles in his bookcase, not knowing which one to read first, and popping twice the recommended dosage of dog-worming tablets, which erroneously he believed to contain amphetamine. Realizing he was getting nowhere, he tried to get rid of his soul-bending tension by treating himself to an evening in one of Red Dwarf's quieter bars. 2 small beers and 3 hours of stomach-knotting relaxation later, he would go back to his bunk and spend half the night awake, praying to a god he didn't believe in for a miracle that couldn't happen. Ravaged by the combination of anxiety, nicotine, alcohol he wasn't used to, dog-worming pills, and overall exhaustion, he would sleep in till mid-afternoon. After a long scream, he would rationalize that the day was a total write-off, and the rest of the afternoon would be spent shopping for the 3 best alarm clocks money could buy. This would often take 5 or 6 hours, and he would arrive back at his sleeping quarters, exhausted, but knowing he was fully prepared for his final day's revision before his exam. Waking at 4:30 in the morning, exercising, showering, and breakfasting, he would then sit down to prepare a final revision timetable which would condense 3 months of revision into 12 short hours. This done, he would give up and go back to bed. Maybe he didn't know a single thing about astronavigation, but at least he'd be fresh for the exam the next day.
Which is why Rimmer failed exams. Well, this time it was going to be different, he thought, as he sat carefully colouring all the quantum mechanics revision periods in diagonal lines of Prussian blue on a yellow ochre background, while Lister stared out of the viewport window. Peterson clumped noisily into the room, and he and Lister went down to the Copacabana Hawaiian cocktail bar for the 134th time. Only this time, Lister did something incredibly stupid. He fell in love. Hopelessly and helplessly in love. Third Console Officer Christine Kachansky had a face. That was the first thing Lister noticed about her. It wasn't a beautiful face, but it was a nice face. It wasn't a face that could launch 1,000 ships, maybe 2 ships and a small yacht. That was until she smiled. When she smiled, her eyes lit up like a pinball machine when you win a bonus game. And she smiled a lot. They were both standing at the bar, queuing to get a drink, and Lister was looking at her in a not looking at her kind of way. In the bar mirror, in the reflection in his beer glass, over his shoulder, pretending to look at Peterson, at the ceiling just above her head, and occasionally, because it was permitted, directly at her. She got her drinks and went back to her seat, while Lister was still trying to think of something to say which would start a conversation. She got up to go to the bar. Lister got up too. They exchanged smiles, ordered drinks, and went back to their separate tables. Damn! Smeg! Blew it! She got up again. My round, said Peterson, rising. Lister thrust him back in his chair and went to the bar. They exchanged smiles and highs this time, ordered their drinks, and went back to their separate tables.
Damn! Smeg! Blew it again.
She'd hardly sat down before she was getting up again. The two girls' glasses were full.
She's going for peanuts,
thought Lister.
You want some peanuts?
He asked Peterson.
No thanks. I'll go and get some.
They stood at the bar again. They exchanged smiles again. Then she introduced herself and asked him out for a date. And so it began. Lister became a walking cliché. His senses were heightened, so even the foul, recycled air of the ship tasted crisp and spring-like. He stopped drinking. Pop lyrics started to mean something to him. He started to marvel at the view out of the viewport window. Christine Kochanski was madly, electrically in love with him. Lister's all-time favourite movie was Frank Capra's It's a Wonderful Life, and just to make things totally perfect, it happened to be Kochanski's too. They sat in bed eating hot dogs doused in mustard and watching, for the third consecutive night, It's a Wonderful Life on Kochanski's sleeping quarters vidscreen. And as they lay in the crumb-laden sheets, wrapped in each other's arms, giggling like idiots, and even though they'd only been dating for 3.5 short weeks, Lister knew more certainly than he'd ever known anything in his life before that they'd be together forever. 7 months out into space, while Rimmer sat at his slanting architect's desk under the pink glow of his study lamp, Lister stared out of the sleeping quarters viewport window, longing to be bored again. He'd been not going out with Kochanski now for 3 weeks. The whole affair, the glorious forever he'd imagined, had lasted just over a month. Then, one evening in her sleeping quarters, she told him she wanted to break it off. He'd laughed. He thought it was a joke, but it wasn't. She'd been seeing Tom, a flight navigation officer, for almost 2 years. Tom had left her for a fling with some brunette in catering, and Lister had been a rebound thing. She hadn't realized it at first, but when Tom, Tony, or Terry, or whatever the smeggy was called, had turned up at her door, having dumped the brunette in catering, she'd gone scurrying back. And that was that. Except it wasn't. Because now she was everywhere. Everything he did without her. When he went shopping, he didn't go shopping. He went shopping without Kochanski. When he went to the bar, he didn't go to the bar. He went to the bar without Kochanski. So he lay on his bunk, staring out of the viewport window, longing for the anesthetic of the stupefying monotony which he used to feel 2 short months earlier. He sighed like a senile dog and looked down at Rimmer, hard at work. Do you fancy going for a drink?
No.
That's a surprise.
As it happens, I am going out tonight. Just not with you.
What about your revision?
Rimmer had decided to change. His latest 3-month revision timetable had been constructed within 2 hours, and 4 hours a day, come what may, he read his course books, made notes, and revised in a sensible way. And revising in a sensible way obviously meant an adequate provision for leisure time.
Well, where are you going then?
Out.
Where?
Rimmer ignored him. He was going to spend the evening not getting any older. He was going to spend it in a stasis booth. Red Dwarf, like most of the older ships, was equipped with stasis booths for interstellar travel. 100 years earlier, traveling to other star systems had been considered economically and philosophically interesting, but not anymore. To travel the vast distances involved, even with craft which could achieve demi-light speed, took decades. Necessity being the mother of invention, the stasis booth was duly invented. Basically, it was a foolproof form of suspended animation. But instead of freezing the body cryogenically, the stasis booth simply froze time. In the same way X-rays can't penetrate lead, time couldn't penetrate a stasis field.
An object caught within the field became a non-event mass with a quantum probability of 0. In other words, the object remained in exactly the same state, at exactly the same age, until it was released. For a period, ships full of astros in stasis booths were hurled out of our solar system, and interstellar travel enjoyed its golden age. The big hope, of course, was that they'd contact intelligent life. They didn't. Not even a moderately intelligent plant. Not even a stupid plant. Nothing. In all of the universe, the planet Earth was the only planet with any life forms. That's all there was. Interstellar travel was abandoned as a total waste of time.
Rimmer had a key card to one of Red Dwarf's stasis booths, which he used whenever he could. It made great good sense to Rimmer. In just 5 years, he'd saved 369 full days, over a full Earth year. In 5 years, he'd only lived for 4. Although his birth certificate said he was 31, technically he was still only 30. Occasionally, Rimmer reflected that his boothing could possibly be the reason why he didn't have any friends, but as he pointed out to himself, if he could maintain this routine, by the time his birth certificate said he was 90, he'd actually only be a very sprightly 78-year-old. Pretty a smegging mazing, eh? Lister slumped off to try and persuade Peterson to go for a drink. Rimmer watched him go, then showered and changed, treated himself to a little aftershave, and went off to spend the very last evening of his life not existing. Next day, on the very last morning of his life, Rimmer strode into the lecture theatre to give Z-Shift their work schedule for the day.
Okay, men,
He said as always.
listen up. Today's schedule. Turner, Wilkinson, we've had a number of reports that machine 15455 is dispensing black currant juice instead of chicken soup. Saxon and Burroughs continue painting the engineer's mess, and I want that finished today. Also, there's an unconfirmed rumour that the cigar machine in the officers' club is nearly empty. Now, it may be nothing, but just in case, for pity's sake, stay by a phone.
A paper dart whistled past his head.
Okay, roll out. Lister, you're with me today.
The men began to shuffle out.
Why me?
Lister moaned.
Because it's your turn.
2 of the 3 worst things that ever happened to Rimmer on this day.
The worst thing that ever happened was, of course, his death. But that was a clear 12 hours away. The second worst thing that ever happened had happened 13 months earlier and was so horrible his subconscious had created a new sub-department to hide it from his waking thoughts. The third worst thing that ever happened to Rimmer happened shortly after 10 o'clock, as he and Lister made their way towards Corridor 1 to check that there was enough shower gel in the women's washroom. First Technician Petrovich rounded the corner.
What the smeg is wrong with your bleepers? I've been trying to get hold of you for an hour. Lister, the captain wants to see you.
Rimmer looked dumbfounded. Why should the captain want to see Lister? Unless, thought Rimmer, brightening, he's in very, very deep smegola indeed. Lister dragged himself off towards the express lift.
Oh dear,
said Rimmer breezily.
oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Petrovich made to follow Lister, but then stopped and turned.
What are you doing with Lister anyway? It's 10:05.
So?
I thought you were taking the astronavigation exam.
That's November the 27th, you square-jawed chump.
No, it's October the 27th.
I think, Petrovich, I know when my own exam is, thank you so very, very much.
My bunkmate is taking it today. He went up at 10.
Rimmer's smile remained exactly where it was, while the rest of his face sagged like a bloodhound's. He looked at his watch. 10:07. He tapped it a couple of times and walked off without saying anything. Rimmer arrived, breathless, back at the sleeping quarters. He skidded to a halt in front of his timetable. His eyes scanned the chart for an error. He couldn't find one. He couldn't find one for a whole 2 minutes. Then he froze. In his haste not to dwell on the construction of the chart, somehow he'd included 2 Septembers. August, September, October, November ran the new Romarian calendar. He looked at his watch. 10:35. He'd missed 35 minutes of a 3-hour exam. A strange calmness overtook him. Well, he could still get to the exam by, say, 10:45. If he kept his answer short and pertinent, it was still more than possible to pass. So far, so good. What was slightly trickier was cramming a whole month's revision into minus 35 minutes. 35 minutes was hard enough, but minus 35 minutes, well... The seconds ticked away. Then it came to him. He knew exactly what he must do. Cheat. Rimmer took out a black felt tip pen, stripped off his shirt and trousers, and began work. He had, he estimated, 20 minutes to copy as much of his textbooks onto his body as humanly possible. Lister followed Petrovich as he climbed the gantry steps to the admin level. 5 minutes later, they arrived outside the captain's office. Petrovich knocked, and they went in.
"Lister, sir," said Petrovich, and left. Lister shifted uncomfortably and waited for her to finish her call. "Well, you see he does exactly that," finished the captain. And before the phone had even hit its holder, and without looking up, she said, "Where's the cat?" "What? Where's the cat?" "What cat?" "Lister, not only are you so stupid you bring an unquarantined animal aboard, not only that, you have your photograph taken with the cat and send it to be processed in the developing lab. So let's make this the last chorus. Where's the cat?" "What cat?" "This one!" she shouted, pushing a photograph into Lister's face. Lister looked at the photograph of himself sitting in his sleeping quarters, holding what was unmistakably a small black cat. "Oh, that cat." "Where'd you get it? Mimas?" "Miranda, when we stopped for supplies." "Don't you realize it could be carrying anything? What were you thinking of?" "I just felt sorry for her. She was just wandering the streets. Her fur was all hanging off." "Her fur was hanging off? Oh, this gets better and better. I want that cat, and I want it now. Do you think we have quarantine regulations just for the hell of it? Just to make life a bit more unbearable? Well, we don't. We have them to safeguard the crew. A spaceship is a closed system. A contagious disease has nowhere else to go. Everybody gets it." "She's better now. Fur's grown back. She's fine." "It's impossible to tell. There are diseases out there, new diseases. Now get that cat down to the lab. Double time." "What are you going to do with the cat?" "I'm going to have it cut up and run tests on it." "Are you going to put it back together when you're finished?" The captain closed her eyes. "You're not, are you? You're going to kill it?" "Yes, Lister, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill it." "Well, with respect, sir," said Lister, taking a cigarette from his hatband. "What's in it for the cat?" Lister smiled. The captain didn't. "Lister, give me the cat." Lister shook his head. "Apart from anything else, she's pregnant." "She's what?" "I want that cat." Lister shook his head again. "Do you want to go into stasis for the rest of the JAG and lose 3 years' wages?" "No." "Do you want to hand over the cat?" "No." "Choose." 11:05. Rimmer hurried out of the lift and down the corridor towards the exam hall. Under his high-neck zipped flight suit, he had everything he needed to pass the exam. On his right thigh, in tiny script, were all the basic principles of quantum mechanics. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle took up most of his left leg, while porous circuit theory and continuum hypotheses filled his forearms. He'd never cheated before. Never. Not because he was of high moral character, but simply because he was terrified of being caught. He walked into the exam room. The adjudicating officer glanced at his watch and nodded towards the one empty desk, where an exam paper lay face down, and returned to reading his novel. "He knows," thought Rimmer, his face glowing like Jupiter's red spot. "He knows from the way I walked into the room. He knows." For a full 10 minutes, Rimmer watched the officer quietly reading his novel. All right, thought Rimmer. Play it like that. The old cat-and-mouse game. Another 10 minutes went by. Still, the officer taunted him by doing nothing. Nothing. At 11:45, Rimmer decided the adjudicator didn't know, and it was safe to begin. Safe to cheat. He turned over the exam paper and started to read the questions. Astronavigation, Part 1 Examination. Question 1. Describe, using formulae where appropriate, the application of de Boer's theory of thermal induction in porous circuitry. That was his left forearm. The answer was there. All he had to do was slide back his sleeve, copy it all down, and he was 1/5 of his way into that officers' club. He looked at the other questions. There were 3 others he could do, and he could do them perfectly. 80%. He only needed 40. There was a whole hour to go. He was an officer! Arnold J. Rimmer, Astronavigation Officer, 4th Class. Already in his mind's eye, ticker tape was cascading from rooftops as he sat in the open-top limousine, waving to the adoring Ionian crowds. He snapped out of it. No time for complacency. 15 minutes per question, it was enough. Casually, he rested his hand on his wrist and slowly slid back the sleeve. The adjudicating officer turned a page in his novel. Rimmer looked down at his arm. An inky black blob stared up at him. His body had betrayed him. It had conspired to drench him in sweat and dissolve his best chance ever of getting that glimmering gold bar. The answer to the question was there, hiding in the black, blobby mess. Rimmer decided to take a chance in a million. It was the longest of long shots. With careful precision, he placed his inky hand on the answer sheet and pressed as hard as he could. Maybe, just maybe, when he removed his hand, his tiny copperplate writing would reassemble itself legibly on the page. He removed his hand. There, in the middle of the page, was a perfect palm print, with a single middle finger raised in mocking salute. An idiotic grin spread across Rimmer's face as he picked up his pen and signed the bottom of the page. Slowly he clambered to his feet, saluted the adjudicating officer, and woke up on a stretcher on his way to the medical bay.
Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers by Grant Naylor. Petrovich led the way and Lister followed. They stopped at the door to the stasis booth.
Last chance, Lister. Where's the cat?
Lister just shook his head.
3 years in stasis for some stupid flea-bitten moggy? Are you crazy?
Lister wasn't crazy. Far from it. He'd first heard about the stasis punishment from Peterson. Now that the booths were no longer used for interstellar travel, their only official function was penal. Lister had spent 6 long, boring evenings, shortly after Kachansky had finished with him, poring over the 3,000-page ship regulation tome and had finally tracked down the obscure clause. The least serious crime for which stasis was a statutory punishment was breaking quarantine regulations. When Red Dwarf had stopped for supplies at Miranda, he'd spent the last afternoon of his 3-day ship leave and all his wages buying the smallest, healthiest animal with the best pedigree he could find. For $3,000, he'd purchased a black, long-haired cat with the show name Frankenstein. He'd had her inoculated for every known disease to ensure that she didn't actually endanger the crew, and smuggled her aboard under his hat. A week later, he started to panic. The ship's security system still hadn't detected Frankenstein's presence. It was tricky. On the one hand, he wanted to get caught with the cat, but he didn't want the cat to get caught and dissected. Eventually, he hit on the idea of having his photograph taken with the cat and sending off the film to be developed in the ship's lab. Finally, they'd caught him. 3 years in stasis was everything he'd hoped for. Okay, his wages would be suspended, but it was a small price to pay for walking into a stasis booth and walking out a subjective instant later in orbit around the Earth. He'd hidden Frankenstein in the ventilation system. The system was so vast she would be impossible to catch, and also provided her with access for foraging raids to the ship's food stores. As the metal door slammed behind him, he sat on the cold smoothness of the booth's bench and exhaled. Suddenly a warm green light flooded the chamber, and Lister became a non-event mass with a quantum probability of 0. He ceased temporarily to exist. 2017. A red warning light failed to go on in the drive room, beginning a chain of events which would lead in a further 23 minutes to the total annihilation of the entire crew of Red Dwarf. 2018. Rimmer was released from the medical bay and told to take 24 hours sick leave. He was halfway back to his sleeping quarters when he changed his mind and decided to spend the evening in a stasis booth. 2023. Navigation officer Henri Dubois knocked his black Kona coffee with 4 sugars over his computer console keyboard. As he mopped up the coffee, he noticed 3 red warning blips on his monitor screen, which he wrongly assumed were the result of his spillage. 2024. Rimmer got out of the lift on the main stasis floor and made a decision which, in retrospect, he would regret forever. He decided to comb his hair. 2031. The cadmium-2 coolant system, located deep in the bowels of the engine corridors, stopped functioning. 2036. Rimmer stood in the main washroom on the stasis deck and combed his hair. He combed his hair in the usual way, then decided to see what it would look like if he parted it on the opposite side. If he had left at this point and gone directly to a stasis booth, he wouldn't have died. But instead, he was seized by one of his frequent superstition attacks. He rolled the paper towel into a ball and decided if he could throw it directly into the disposal unit, he would eventually become an officer. He took careful aim. It missed by 8 feet. 2040. The cadmium-2 core reached critical mass and unleashed the deadly power of a neutron bomb. The ship remained structurally undamaged, but in 0.08 seconds, everyone on the engineering level was dead. 2040 and 2.7 seconds. Rimmer placed his hand on the wheel lock of stasis booth 1344. He heard what sounded like a nuclear wind roaring down the corridor towards him. It was, in fact, a nuclear wind roaring down the corridor towards him. What now? He thought, rather irritably, and was suddenly hit full in the face by a nuclear explosion. Then he died. Then everyone died. Deep in the belly of Red Dwarf, safely sealed in the cargo hold, Frankenstein nibbled happily from a box of fish paste, while 4 tiny, sightless kittens suckled noisily beneath her. The hatch to the stasis booth zazunged open, and a green Exit Now sign flashed on and off above Lister's head. Holly's digitalized face appeared on the 8-foot square wall monitor.
It is now safe for you to emerge from stasis.
I only just got in.
Please proceed to the drive room for debriefing.
Holly's face melted into the smooth greyness of the blank screen.
But I only just got in.
He walked down the empty corridor towards the express lift. What was that smell? A musty smell, like an old attic. He'd never noticed it before. And what was that noise? A kind of hissing buzz. The air conditioning? Why could he hear the air conditioning? He'd never heard it before. He suddenly realized it wasn't what he was hearing that was odd. It was what he wasn't hearing. Apart from the white noise of the air conditioning, there was no other sound. Just the lonely squeals of his rubber soles on the corridor floor. And there was dust everywhere. Curious mounds of white dust lying in random patterns.
Where is everybody?
Holly projected his face onto the floor in front of Lister.
They're dead, Dave.
Who is?
Everybody, Dave.
What?
Everybody's dead, Dave.
What? Everybody?
Yes, everybody's dead, Dave.
What? Peterson?
Yes, they're all dead. Everybody is dead, Dave.
Burrows?
Everybody is dead, Dave.
Even the captain?
Yes, everybody.
What about Rimmy?
He's dead, Dave. Everybody is dead.
Lister looked blankly in no particular direction, while his face struggled to find an appropriate expression.
Wait, are you telling me everybody's dead?
Holly rolled his eyes and nodded.
The enormous drive room echoed with silence.
Holly? What are these piles of dust?
The dust lay on the floors, on chairs, everywhere, all arranged in small, neat dunes. Lister dipped his finger in one and tasted it.
That is Console Executive Imran Sanchez.
Holly told him about the cadmium-2 radiation leak, how the crew had been wiped out within seconds, how he'd headed the ship pell-mell out of the solar system to avoid spreading nuclear contamination, and how he'd had to keep Lister in stasis until the radiation had reached a safe background level.
So, how long did you keep me in stasis?
3 million years,
said Holly as casually as he could.
Lister acted as if he hadn't heard. 3 million years? It had no meaning. If it had been 30 years, he would have thought, what a long time. But 3 million years? He wandered over to the chair opposite the console he'd seen Kachansky operate.
So, Chrissy's dead?
He said, staring at the hummock of dust.
I always thought we'd get back together. I had this sort of plan that one day I'd have enough money to buy a farm on Fiji. I always pictured she'd be there with me.
This was getting morbid. Holly tried to lighten the atmosphere.
Well, she wouldn't be much use to you on Fiji now. Not unless it snowed and you needed something to grit the path with.
Holly!
Sorry. I've been on my own for 3 million years. I'm just used to saying what I think.
For some time now, well, the last 200,000 years to be exact, Holly had suspected he'd gone a bit peculiar. Just as a bachelor who spends too much time on his own gradually develops quirks and eccentricities, so a computer who spends 3 million years alone in deep space can get, well, set in his ways. There was a rather alarming amount of knowledge he seemed to have forgotten. He knew, for instance, that Isaac Newton was a famous physicist, but he couldn't remember why. He could recall pi to 30,000 digits, but he couldn't say for absolute certain whether port was on the left side and starboard on the right, or whether it was the other way round. And who knocked Swansea City out of the FA Cup in 1967. He used to know. It was a mystery now. Of course, it wasn't important. Still, it was for Holly a source of perturbation.
It's a source of perturbation,
he thought. Then he wondered whether there was such a word as perturbation, or whether he'd just made it up. He didn't know that either. Oh, it was hopeless. Lister sat in the empty Copacabana Hawaiian cocktail bar and poured a triple whiskey into his double whiskey, then topped it up with a whiskey. Everybody was dead. Everybody. He'd been in stasis 3 million years. 3 million years. Since one drunken night outside the Mary Lloyd off Regent Street, London, every step he'd taken had led him further and further from home. And now he was 3 million years away. 3 million years out into deep space, further than any human being had ever been before. And he was totally alone. The enormity of all this was slowly beginning to sink in when Holly dropped his final bombshell, the one about the human race being extinct.
What do you mean, extinct?
Well, 3 million years is a very good age for a species. I mean, Your average genus only survives a couple of 100,000 years max. And that's with a clean living species like dinosaurs. And even then, they didn't get to clock up the big 1 mil. So the chances of the human race making it to the big 3,000,000 are practically non-existent. So I'm afraid you just have to face up to the very real possibility that your species is dead.
Much to his surprise, Lister had to let out a sob.
Were you very close?
Holly tilted his head sympathetically. Lister spent the next 5 days going to pieces. There seemed little point in getting dressed, and so he wandered around naked, swigging from a bottle of whiskey. He didn't know what to do. He lost a stone in weight and started shouting at people who weren't there. Every evening at around 5 p.m. he'd stagger stark naked into the drive room, and waving his whiskey bottle dangerously in the air, he'd belch incoherent obscenities at Holly's huge visage on the gigantic monitor screen. On the evening of the 5th day, as he staggered through the Red Dwarf shopping mall, toasting invisible crowds, he keeled over and blacked out. When he woke up in the medical unit, a man with an H on his forehead was looking down at him with undisguised contempt.
"You're a hologram?"
said Lister.
"So I am,"
said Rimmer.
"You died in the accident?"
"So I did."
Rimmer was dead, but he was still here. His personality had been stored on disk, and the computer had reproduced him down to the tiniest detail, down to his innermost thoughts. The hologrammatic illusion of Rimmer's body was provided by a light bee. The light bee, a minute projection device the size of a pinhead, hovered in the middle of his body, receiving data from the hologram simulation suite, which it then transmitted into a 3D form. The effect was so convincing, so real, that all holograms bore a 2-inch-high, metallic-looking H on their foreheads, so they could never be mistaken for living people. The stigma of the dead, not the mark of Cain the killer, but the mark of Abel the slain.
"What's it like?"
"Death?"
Rimmer mused.
"It's like going on holiday with a group of Germans. I'm so depressed. I want to weep. To be cut down in my prime, a boy of 31 with the body of a 30-year-old. It's unbearable. All my plans, my career, my future, everything hinged on my being alive. It was mandatory."
Over the next couple of days, Lister slowly recovered in the medical bay. One morning, while Rimmer was off reading How to Cope with Your Own Death for the 15th time, Lister took the opportunity to ask Holly why he'd brought Rimmer back.
You'd gone to pieces. You couldn't cope. You needed a companion.
"But Rimmer?"
I did a probability study,
Lied Holly.
and it turns out Rimmer is absolutely the best person to keep you sane.
Hologram simulation of a full human personality burned up enough energy per second to illuminate Paris for 3 years, which was why Red Dwarf was only able to sustain one hologram at a time.
"But Rimmer? Anyone would have been better than Rimmer. Hermann Goering would have been better than Rimmer. All right, he was a drug-crazed Nazi transvestite, but at least we could have gone dancing."
Lister had finally got round to collecting all his personal belongings from vacuum storage, and now here he was, sitting on his bunk, packing them all up again to take them back to vacuum storage. He'd asked Holly to turn the ship around and head back to Earth. Maybe the human race was extinct. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they'd evolved into a race of super beings. Maybe they'd wiped one another out in some stupid war and the ants had taken over. But where else was there to go? Earth was home. He had to find out if it still existed, even if it did take another 3 million years to get back. So he decided to go back into stasis. What else was there to do? He certainly had no intention of hanging around with only a highly neurotic dead man for company. Rimmer walked in through the hatchway and spotted Lister's vacuum trunk.
"What are you doing?"
Rimmer listened in mounting disbelief as Lister outlined his plan.
"What about me? What am I supposed to do on my own for 3 million years?"
"I don't know. I haven't really thought about it."
"No, exactly."
Quite honestly, the prospect of hanging around and having to listen to you whining and moaning and bleating and whinging for the next 3/4 of a century because you happen to have snuffed it does not exactly knock me out.
I can't believe you've just said that.
Holly faded into focus on the sleeping quarters vid screen.
Oi,
He said rather uncomputer-like.
I've just opened the radiation seals to the cargo decks, and there's something down there.
What do you mean?
Some kind of life form.
What is it?
I can only see it on the heat scanner. I don't know what it is. I only know what it isn't.
What isn't it then?
It isn't human.
Lister clutched the bazookoid, a heavy portable rock-blasting laser, and checked again that the pack on his back was registering full charge. Light flitted through the wire mesh of the rickety lift as it clumsily judded its way down, carrying Lister and Rimmer into the bowels of the ship. 3 miles of lift shaft, over 500 floors. These were the cargo decks, where all the supplies were stored. The tiny exposed cage shuddered and rocked slowly past floor after floor. Down. 20 floors of food, vacuum-sealed tin mountains stretching out beyond vision. Down. Floors of mining equipment, floors of water stored and still in enormous glass tanks, and down. The gloom enveloped them. The light on Lister's mining helmet cut only 20 feet into the darkness. Lister flipped down the helmet's night visor and switched the beam to infrared. Down. Then something strange. These floors were empty. Hundreds of cubic miles of supplies were missing.
It's gone?
What has?
Rimmer squinted blindly into the darkness.
All the supplies. The last 10 floors. They were all empty.
Down. In the bottom right-hand corner of Lister's visor, a small green cross began to flicker.
Oh, Smeg. There is something here.
Where?
The cross crept up the visor. Lister wanted to say, "The next floor," but he couldn't. He couldn't speak. The lift coughed to a stop. There it was, stretching before them, 6 miles in length, half-lit and desolate. A huge, impossible city. A city. The lift doors folded open, and they stepped out onto the rough, cobbled street. Crudely fashioned igloo-shaped dwellings lined the roadway, hummocks of carved wood without doorways. Each had only a slit, perhaps a yard wide and less than a foot high, cut 6 feet from the ground. Lister checked the charge on the bazookoid backpack, and they both started cautiously down the street. Before them was a crossroads. The igloo hummocks stretched out in every direction. The flashing cross in Lister's visor throbbed more insistently and indicated they should turn right.
What is this place?
Lister slung the bazookoid over his shoulder and scrambled up one of the hummocks. He poked his head through the slit and peered into the dim interior.
Some kind of house, but it's tiny. Just enough room for 2 people to crouch in and peer out of the gash at the top.
They turned left. More hummocks. Another square, but this time set out like a street cafe. And in the center, a table fully laid with 2 gold candelabra, both lit. A meal, half-eaten, lay steaming on a plate. The blip on Lister's visor was pulsing faster than ever.
It's here.
Lister's finger tightened on the beam button of the bazookoid.
Whatever it is, it's right here.
A pink blur flashed from the top of a hummock, pinning Lister to the floor and sending the weapon scuttering across the cobbles. Rimmer watched, half paralyzed as the pink neon-suited man with immaculate coiffure sniffed Lister, looked up with a puzzled expression, sniffed him more deeply, then finally got to his feet, took out a clothes brush and smoothed out his suit.
Sorry, man,
He said.
I thought you were food.
From the moment he discovered that the cadmium-2 had achieved critical mass, Holly had less than 15 nanoseconds to act. He sealed off as much of the ship as possible, the whole cargo area and the ship's supply bay. Simultaneously, he set the drive computer to accelerate out into the abyss of unknown space. In the hold, Frankenstein's 4 offspring began to breed. Each litter produced an average of 4 kittens 3 times a year. At the end of the first year, the second generation of kittens started to breed too. They also produced 3 litters a year, of 3 to 4 kittens. When Frankenstein died, at the great old age of 14, she left behind 198,732 cats. 198,732 cats who continued to breed. Red Dwarf continued to accelerate. The 40-square-mile cargo hold was seething with cats, a sea of cats sealed from the radiation-poisoned decks above with nowhere to go. Only the smartest, the biggest and the strongest survived. The mutations. The mutations who had rudimentary fingers instead of claws, who stood on their hind legs and clubbed rivals to death with crudely made clubs, who found the best breeding mates and bred. Felis erectus was born. Then there was a plague, and the plague was hunger. Less than 30 cat tribes now survived, roaming the cargo decks on their hind legs in a desperate search for food. Weak and ailing, they preyed at the silver mountains in their supply hold, huge towering acres of metal rocks which, in their pagan way, the mutant cats believed watched over them. Amid the wailing and the screeching, one cat stood up and held aloft the sacred icon, the icon which had been passed down as holy and one day would make its use known. It was a piece of V-shaped metal with a revolving handle on its head. He took down a silver rock from the silver mountain. He placed the icon on the rim of the rock and turned the handle. And the handle turned, and the rock opened. And inside the rock was alphabeti spaghetti in tomato sauce. God had spoken, and Felis sapiens was born. And there was a war between the cats. It was a holy war. Some of the cats believed the one true father of catkind was a man called Cloyster, who saved Frankenstein, the Holy Mother, and was frozen in time by the evil men who sought to kill her. One day Cloyster would return to lead them to Birth, the planet where they could make their home. The other cats believed exactly the same thing, except they believed the name of the true father of catkind was a man called Clister. They spent the best part of 2,000 years fighting over this huge, insuperable theological chasm. Millions died. Finally, a truce was called. Commandeering the fleet of shuttles from the docking bay, half the cats flew off in one direction in search of Cloyster and the Promised Planet, and the other half flew off in the opposite direction in search of Clister and the Promised Planet. Behind them they left the ones who were too weak to travel, the old, the lame, the sick, and the dying. Soon only 2 remained, one a cripple, one an idiot. They snuggled together for warmth and companionship. And one day, to the cripple and the idiot, a son was born. So, the last human being alive, a man who had died, and a creature who'd evolved from cats, listened to a computer with an IQ of 6,000, who couldn't remember who'd knocked Swansea City out of the 1967 FA Cup, explain what the hell was happening.
"So he's a cat,"
said Lister for the 14th time. The cat took a small portable steam iron out of his pocket and started pressing the sleeve of his jacket. Outwardly at least he was human in appearance. There was a slight flattening of his face, his ears were a little higher on his head, and 2 of his gleaming upper teeth hung down longer and sharper than the others, so they peeked whitely over his lips whenever he grinned, which he did a lot. If he'd been a human, you would have described him as vain. He didn't have a name. He found it difficult to understand the idea. He was of the unshakable conviction that he was the absolute center of the entire universe, the reason for its being, and the notion that someone might not know who he was beyond his comprehension.
"What about in relationships?"
Relationships?
The cat rolled the word around on his tongue. The cats had learned English from the vast quantity of video discs and training films that were stored in the cargo decks.
Yeah, you know, between a man cat and a woman cat. What do you call each other? Hey, you!
And so the evening progressed. For the most part, details of the cat's background remained obscure. He found the concept of parents bewildering. He couldn't believe there was ever a time he wasn't born. When he put his mind to it, he did recall 2 other cats who used to be around, but most of the time they'd avoided each other. One of them, he reckoned, had probably been his mother, because she wouldn't sleep with him. The cat finally tired of the relentless questioning and announced it was time for his main mid-evening snooze. He casually leapt up on top of Rimmer's locker, curled up in the impossibly small space, and fell immediately into a deep and satisfying sleep.
What are we going to do with him?
Rimmer asked. Lister sat at the table, thinking. Finally, he looked up.
He's coming home with us. Back to Earth.
Disappointment filtered through Rimmer's brittle smile.
You're still going into stasis, then? You're taking him with you?
Why not?
No reason,
he thought.
No reason at all, so long as you don't give 2 short smegs about Arnold J. Rimmer.
I don't want to interrupt your little tete-a-tete, said Holly, but you better come down to the communication suite. We're getting an SOS call.
A huge screen, 100 meters square, hung over the communication consoles, and 4 speakers, each the size of a fairly roomy Kensington bedsit, throbbed gently as Holly tried to establish contact.
It's from an American ship, private charter, called the Nova 5. They've crash-landed. I'm trying to get them on optical. I hope they've got a few spare odds and sods on board. We're a bit short on a few supplies.
Lister sipped his tea.
Like what?
Cow's milk. We ran out of that yonks ago.
What kind of milk are we using now, then?
Emergency backup supply. We're on the dog's milk.
Lister froze. He swallowed.
Dog's milk?
Nothing wrong with dog's milk. Full of goodness. Full of vitamins. Full of marrowbone jelly. Lasts longer than any other kind of milk, dog's milk.
Why?
No bugger will drink it. Plus, of course, the advantage of dog's milk is, when it's gone off, it tastes exactly the same as when it's fresh.
Something's happening!
Rimmer pointed at the comm screen, which fizzled and buzzed with static. Slowly, an image formed. The flat, angular features of a mechanoid face, the head without curves, the mouth without lips.
Thank goodness, bless you,
it said, clapping its hands together.
We were beginning to despair.
Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers by Grant Naylor. Captain Yvette Richards craned forward to look at the spectroscope of the sun they were approaching. It was perfect. She let out a Texan yelp.
Woo! We got it!
Flight coordinator Elaine Schumann leaned over her shoulder and peered at the console.
It's a supergiant? You betcha,
said Richards, and yelped again.
Time to celebrate,
said Schumann. Crichton, the service mechanoid, handed round styrofoam cups of dehydrated champagne and topped them up with water.
It had taken the crew of Nova 5 6 months to find a blue supergiant, a star teetering on the edge of its final phase in the right quadrant of the right galaxy. Another month, and they would have ruined the whole campaign. Sipping her champagne, Kirsty Fantozzi, the star demolition engineer, started programming the Nebulan missile. It had to explode at just the right moment to trigger off the reaction in the star's core, which would push it into supernova stage. A star in supernova would light up the entire galaxy for over a month, giving off more energy than the Earth's sun could in 10 billion years. It would be a hell of a bang. One undetected bug in Fantozzi's programming could ruin everything. She had to time it so the light from the explosion would reach Earth at exactly the same moment as the light from the other 127 supergiants which were also being induced into supernovae. For anyone living on Earth, the result would be mind-fizzlingly spectacular. 128 stars would appear to go supernova simultaneously, burning with such ferocity they would be visible even in daylight. And the 128 supernovae would spell out a message. And this would be the message.
Coke adds life. For 5 whole weeks, wherever you were on Earth, the huge tattoo would be branded across the day and night skies. The cost of this single 3-word ad in star writing across the universe would amount to the entire military budget of the USA for the whole of history. Pepsi would be buried. Okay, it wasn't wonderful ecologically speaking. Okay, it involved the destruction of 128 stars which otherwise would have lasted another 25 billion years or so. Okay, when the stars exploded, they would gobble up 3 or 4 planets in each of their solar systems. And okay, the resulting radiation would last long past the lifetime of our own planet. But it sure as hell would sell a lot of cans of a certain fizzy drink. Fantozzi finished the program and fired the Nebulon missile off into the heart of the star.
Let's turn this son of a goit around and go home.
The nose cone of the Nova 5 slowly swung around to begin the jag back to Earth.
The 7 crew members who were in stasis didn't survive the crash. As the ship bellied onto the cratered surface of the ice-clad moon, it caught the edge of a jagged precipice which ripped open the port side like a key in a sardine can, and the stasis ease spewed out into the deadly methane atmosphere. Captain Richards, who'd taken the first 3-month watch along with Schumann and Fantozzi, had been playing solo squash when Crichton dropped into the leisure suite to inform her politely that the ship's steering system had gone all cockamamie and the computer had gone doolally. She'd raced up to the drive room to find chaos. The computer was reciting 15th century French poetry and the steering system was on fire.
What in hell is happening?
Et toilette, je te vois,
the computer said soothingly. Crichton sprayed the steering system with a portable extinguisher. I don't understand what's going on, Miss Yvette.
Schumann? Fantozzi?
Richards barked into the intercom.
Get up here! We're in deep smeg.
1 minute he was fine. The next he was acting like this.
Richards tore at the panel housing to engage the backup computer.
Nicolette est avec toi.
I mean, if I'd known he was going to go mad on us, I wouldn't have bothered cleaning him.
Say what, Crichton?
I mean, what is the point of treating him to a complete spring clean, polishing all his bits and bobs with beeswax, and scrubbing his terminals with soapy water, if he's going to go all peculiar?
You cleaned the computer?
What? Can't you tell? He's absolutely sparkling. Just look inside.
Richards peered into the computer's circuit board casing. Foaming, soapy water bubbled and smoked beneath the gleaming, newly polished innards.
Mamiette le blanc poil.
The computer gurgled and blew soap bubbles out of its voice simulation unit.
Crichton, did you clean the backup computer too?
Crichton looked away modestly.
Did you, Crichton?
Please, Miss Yvette, I don't want thanks.
Did you?
She grabbed him roughly by his shoulders.
The only thanks I need is knowing that you appreciate a job well done.
His lipless mouth twisted into a plastic grin. Schumann burst into the drive room, wearing a towel, rat tails of wet hair bouncing behind her.
What's happening?
Fantozzi raced past her and up to the fizzling flight console. Her eyes darted over the digital readouts. She typed quickly on the old-fashioned 5-button keyboard.
There's no way in.
She tried again.
We can't get manual. The flight console won't let us in.
Well, it should be working 110%. It's even cleaner than the computers.
The Nova 5 dug a 3.5-mile smoking furrow like a giant twisted grin on the icy surface of the moon, and finally came to rest in 2 separate pieces at the bottom of a mountain range. Crichton looked down at his legs. They were 30 feet away at the other end of the drive room. He dragged his torso over to the body of Yvette Richards. Blood pumped from a gash in her thigh, and her leg was twitching involuntarily. She was breathing. Just. Crichton looked down at the mess of wires that were hanging out of the end of his torso, located one he didn't need very much, yanked it out, and tied it in a tourniquet round the top of her thigh. Richard's eyes blinked open.
Is everyone okay? Fantozzi was groaning under a pile of debris. Both her legs were broken. Crichton made rudimentary splints out of his hip rods and bound them with wires torn from his midriff. Schumann crawled in from the corridor, her ankle twisted almost backwards.
Hey, Richards,
She grinned.
nice landing. Remind me never to lend you my car.
Crichton lugged what was left of himself over to Schumann and, without warning, snapped her twisted ankle back into place. She screamed and punched him in the head. We've lost the others. Richards was looking at the security cameras. And half the ship. We've still got the stores and the medical unit. And since we're all still breathing, we can assume the atmosphere generator is still operational. I guess Crichton hadn't gotten around to cleaning it yet.
We'd better get you all down to the medical unit, said Crichton. Excuse me, Miss Elaine. Would you be so kind as to pass me my legs?
Lister, Rimmer, and the cat stared at Crichton's angular features on the screen over the communication console.
I am the service mechanoid aboard the Nova 5. We've had a terrible accident. 7 of the crew died on impact. The only survivors are 3 female officers who were injured but stable.
Female? The cat looked at Lister. Is that female, as in soft and squidgy?
I am transmitting medical details.
Digitalized pictures of Richards, Schumann, and Fantozzi flashed up on the screen, followed by reams of medical data. The cat's eyes darted across the significant details.
3, all injured and helpless. This is tremendous.
Rimmer turned from the screen and smoothed down his hair.
Tell them the boys from the Dwarf are on their way, or my name's not Captain A.J. Rimmer, space adventurer.
Oh, thank you, Captain. Bless you. I'll tell them.
Captain? Lister inclined his head forward and looked up at Rimmer through his eyebrows, as if peering over a pair of imaginary spectacles.
Space adventurer?
It's good psychology. What am I supposed to say? Fear not, we're the blokes who used to clean the gunk out of the chicken soup machine?
Hey, Head,
The cat said to Holly.
how far are we away?
Not far. 28 hours.
Only 28 hours?
The cat leapt to his feet.
I'm first in the shower room. Wah! I'm so excited. All 6 of my nipples are tingling.
Look, this is a mission of mercy. We're taking an injured crew urgently needed medical supplies. We're not going down the disco on the pull. Disco music thundered out of Lister's 8-speakered portable wax blaster, which vibrated and slid across the metal surface of the sleeping quarters table. He lifted the iron off his best green camouflage pants and pulled them on. He felt air on his buttock, and when he checked in the mirror, he found an iron-shaped hole clean through the right cheek. He rifled through his locker, found the color he was looking for, and sprayed the exposed buttock with green car touch-up paint. He looked in the mirror again. From a distance, you honestly couldn't tell. He slipped on his favorite London Jets t-shirt and stood back to take in the whole picture. Hey, he knew it wasn't perfection, but God, it was close.
Oh, you're not on the pull, eh?
Rimmer stood in the doorway wearing a dashing white officer's uniform, complete with banks of gleaming medals and gold hoops of rank which ran the length of his left arm, which Holly had grudgingly simulated for him.
You're toffed up to the nines.
That's rich, coming from someone who looks like Clive of India.
Oh, it started. I knew it would.
What has?
The put-downs. It's always the same every time we meet women. Put me down to make yourself look good. Just don't do it, okay?
How do you want me to act, then? How do you want me to behave?
Just show a little respect. For a start, don't call me Rimmer.
Why not?
Because you always hit the rim at the beginning. Rim.
Make it sound like a lavatory disinfectant.
Well, what should I call you?
How about the nickname I had at school?
What?
Bonehead.
Impossible. Lister couldn't possibly have known his nickname at school was Bonehead.
The nickname to which I was referring was Ace.
Your nickname was never Ace. Maybe Ace Hole.
There you go again. Knock, knock, knock. Why can't you build me up instead of always putting me down?
For instance?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps if the chance occurs and it comes up naturally in the course of the conversation, you could possibly drop in a mention of the fact that I'm, well, very brave.
Do what?
Don't go crackers. Just perhaps when my back's turned, you might steer the dialogue round to the fact that I died and, well, I was pretty gosh darn brave about it.
You're pretty gosh darn out of your smegging tree, Rimmer.
Rimmer arched threateningly close to Lister's face, his eyes bulging. Just don't put me down, okay?
Come on, everyone, they're here. They're in orbit. Heavens, there's so much to do.
Crichton rushed down the sloping corridor, pausing only to water a lusciously green plastic pot plant. Things were going very well indeed. The girls had been quiet and really most forlorn of late. Being marooned light years from home with scant hope of rescue had been very trying, to say the least. He'd done his best to keep them entertained, to keep their spirits high, but over the last few weeks he'd felt intuitively that they were losing hope. In an odd kind of way, Crichton was grateful for the accident. His life had taken on a new vitality. He was needed. The girls depended on him. His days were full. There was the cooking, the changing of the bandages, the physiotherapy, and of course, there was the cleaning. Crichton took almost orgasmic delight in housework. Piles of dirty dishes thrilled him. Mounds of unwashed laundry filled him with rapture. An unmopped floor left him dry-mouthed with lust. He loved cleaning things even more than he loved things being clean, and things being clean sent him into a frenzy of ecstasy. And at night, when everyone was safely tucked in bed and all the chores were done, he'd sink into his favorite chair, cushions a plump, and watch Androids. Androids was a soap opera aimed at the large mechanical audience who had huge buying power when it came to household goods. Crichton had all 1,974 episodes on disc. He'd seen them all many times, but he still winced when Castares was killed in the plane crash. He still wept when Rose left Benson. He still laughed when Hudson won the mechanoid lottery and hired his human master as a servant. Androids, Crichton told himself, was his one vice. That and the single chocolate he allowed himself each viewing to conserve supplies. When he watched Androids, he wasn't just a mechanoid marooned light years from nowhere with 3 demanding dependents and a never-ending schedule of work. He was somewhere different, somewhere glamorous. He was someone else. Crichton rushed down the slope onto the main service deck where the girls were breakfasting.
Come on, they're here.
He clapped his hands. Richards, Schumann, and Fantozzi didn't move. They hadn't moved, in fact, for almost 3 million years. The 3 skeletons sat round the table in freshly laundered uniforms and grinned.
I don't know what's so funny. They'll be here any moment, and there's so much to do. Miss Elaine, honestly, you haven't even made an effort. Look at your hair.
He combed her long blonde wig with smooth, gentle strokes. When her hair was just so, he stood back and eyed her critically.
Dazzling. You could go straight onto the cover of Vogue.
He shuffled down the table.
Miss Yvette, you haven't touched your soup. It's no wonder you're looking so pasty.
He patted her gingerly on the shoulder. There was a long, slow creaking noise, and the skeleton slumped face down into the bowl of tomato soup. Crichton threw up his hands in horror.
Eat nicely, Miss Yvette. What will that nice Captain Rimmer think if he sees you eating like that?
He hoisted the skeleton back onto the chair, sprayed her with a squirt of window clean, and gave her head a quick polish.
Now then, Miss Kirsty.
He waddled over to the remaining skeleton and looked her up and down, The trendy knee-length boots, the chic, deep red miniskirt, and the peaked velvet cap cocked at a racy angle.
No,
He beamed, putting the hairbrush away.
you look absolutely perfect.
The cat slinked down the docking bay gantry in his gold hand-stitched flight suit. He climbed up the boarding steps into Blue Midget, where Lister and Rimmer were sitting in the drive seats waiting for him.
Put your shades on, guys. You're looking at a nuclear explosion in Lurex.
He gleamed a smile at them and fluttered his eyes. "You're looking good," said Lister, craning round.
Looking good? Did I hear the man say, looking only good? Buddy, I'm a plastic surgeon's nightmare. Throw away the scalpel, improvements are impossible.
Lister flicked on the remote link with Holly. Holly appeared on the screen, looking somehow different. Lister scrutinized the image. He couldn't quite work out what it was.
All right then, dudes. Everybody set?
Lister twigged.
Holly, why are you wearing a toupee?
Holly was upset. He spent some considerable time corrupting his digital image to give himself a more full head of hair.
So it's not undetectable then? It doesn't blend in naturally and seamlessly with my own natural hair?
It looks,
said Lister.
like you've got a small furry animal nesting on top of your head. What is wrong with everybody?
Rimmer straightened his cap.
3 million years without a woman and you all go crazy.
Blue Midget, the powerful haulage transporter, originally designed to carry ore and silicates to and from the ship, looked strangely graceful as it flickered between the red and blue lights of the twin sun system above the howling, icy green wasteland of the moon that had become Nova 5's graveyard. Lister peered through the furry dice dangling from the windscreen.
Nice place for a skiing holiday.
The tracking monitor started delivering a series of rapid bleeps.
We've got it!
Rimmer cried.
Lap 27-4, long 17-7.
Lister looked at him like he was speaking Portuguese.
Left a bit and round that glacier.
Oh, right. Lister landed appallingly in 47th gear. Blue Midget stalled, bounced and rocked, before settling to rest with an exhausted sigh. Lister pushed in the button marked C. The caterpillar tracks telescoped out of their housing, rotated down to the icy emerald surface, and hoisted the transporter 10 feet above the ground.
Hey,
Said the cat, impressed.
you really can't drive this thing.
Actually,
Said Lister.
I thought that was a cigarette lighter.
The red-hot wiper blades melted green slush from the windscreen as Blue Midget rose and fell over a series of icy dunes. As they reached the peak of the next range, they saw in the hollow below the broken wreck, jutting out of the landscape like a child's discarded toy.
Ah, come in, come in.
Crichton ushered them in from the airlock.
How lovely to meet you,
He said and bowed deeply.
What a delightful craft!
Said Rimmer, speaking too loudly.
Reminds me of my first command.
He turned and hissed to Lister.
Call me Ace.
Crichton went through a large pear-shaped hatchway, and they followed him across what must have been the ship's engine room. Even Lister, who knew next to nothing about these things, could tell the Nova 5's technology was far in advance of Red Dwarf's. Taking up 3/4 of the room was the strangest piece of machinery Lister had ever seen.
What's that?
It's the ship's drive. It's the duality jump.
What's a duality jump? Don't be thick, Lister. Everyone knows what a duality jump is,
Said Rimmer, lying. Crichton walked round the corner and down the ramp onto the service deck.
Well, here they are.
Without looking where Crichton was beckoning, Rimmer bent down on one knee and swept his cap in a smooth arc.
Enchanté!
He purred. Lister and the cat tumbled in behind him. Their eyes met the hollow sockets of the 3 grinning skeletons sitting around the table. There was a very, very long silence.
Well, isn't anybody going to say hello?
Hi, I'm Dave. This is the cat, and this here is Ace.
Rimmer still hadn't stood up from his sweeping bow. Lister leaned over and whispered to him conspiratorially,
I think that little blonde one's giving you the eye cap.
Now, you all get to know one another, and I'll run off and fetch some tea.
He staggered off up the slope.
I don't believe this,
said Rimmer, massaging the H on his forehead.
Our one contact with intelligent life in over 3 million years, and he turns out to be the android version of Norman Bates.
Lister walked up to the table and put his arms around two of the skeleton's shoulders.
I know this may not be the time or the place to say this, girls, but my mate Ace here is incredibly brave.
Crichton raced back down the slope, carrying a tray which held several plates of triangular-shaped sandwiches, a pot of steaming tea, and a plate with 7 of his precious chocolates on it. As he laid out the cups on the table, he looked up, suddenly aware of the lack of conversation.
Is there something wrong?
Something wrong? They're dead!
Who's dead?
Asked Crichton, pouring some milk into the cups.
They're dead!
Rimmer waved at the 3 skeletons.
They're all dead!
My God!
Crichton stepped back in horror.
I was only away 2 minutes.
They've been dead for centuries!
No!
Yes!
Are you a doctor?
You only have to look at them! They've got less meat on them than a chicken nugget!
Well, what am I going to do? I'm programmed to serve them.
Well, the first thing we should do is, bury them.
You're that sure they're dead?
Rimmer sighed.
Look, there's a very simple test.
He walked up to the head of the table.
All right, hands up any of you who are alive.
Crichton looked on anxiously. To his dismay, there was no response. He made frantic signals, coaxing the girls to raise their hands.
Okay,
said Rimmer finally. Crichton's shoulders buckled, and he dropped limply into a chair, totally defeated.
I thought they might be... but I wouldn't allow myself. I didn't want to admit... I'm programmed to serve them. It's all I can do. I let them down so badly.
He took a sonic screwdriver from his top pocket, flipped a series of release catches on his neck, removed his head, and plonked it unceremoniously down onto the table.
What are you doing?
Said the cat.
I'm programmed to serve, said Crichton's head. They're dead. I'm activating my shutdown disk.
Whoa,
said Lister.
Slow down.
Crichton's hands twisted the right ear off his disembodied head and pressed a latch which flipped open his skull.
Crichton, listen to me.
Crichton started removing the minute circuit boards from inside his brain and stacking them neatly on the table.
Crichton.
He tugged out several batches of interface leads, neatly wrapped them up, and placed them tidily beside the rest of his mind. Finally, he located his shutdown program.
Sorry about the mess,
he said, and switched himself off.
It's driving me batty! Must you do it here?
Rimmer surveyed the array of android organs spread higgledy-piggledy all over the sleeping quarters.
What's this on my pillow? It's his eyes! I'm trying to fix him,
said Lister. It had taken them a week to transport the 2 broken halves of the Nova 5 back to Red Dwarf, and now the service droids had the salvage operation fully underway.
What the smeg do you want to repair him for anyway? He's just a mechanoid. A mechanoid that's gone completely barking mad.
I want to find out about the duality drive. I want to know if we can fix it. And, I don't know, I feel sorry for him.
Lister prodded one of Crichton's circuit boards with a soldering iron.
Quark dingbat physicog Netherlands,
said Crichton's disembodied head. Lister cursed. He peeked into Crichton's mechanoid brain, tutted, and fished out a half-eaten 3-day-old cheese sandwich with chili dressing. Said Crichton. Lister twiddled about inside his head with a sonic screwdriver.
Hello, Mr. David.
Yes! I've done it! You're back in action?
He put Crichton's skull piece back into place, fastened the latches, and replaced his ear.
How'd you feel?
Everything seems to be functioning.
Listen, there's something I need to know. What's the duality jump?
A plastic frown rippled across Crichton's brow.
It powers the ship. It's a quantum drive. It allows you to leap from one point in space to another. Why?
How does it work?
I'm just a mechanoid. I don't know these things.
How does it work, Crichton?
Bit by bit, Lister wheedled what he could out of Crichton and doggedly pieced together what he needed to know. When you made a duality jump, it seemed, you temporarily coexisted at 2 points in the universe. Then you chose one of these points to be in. In this way, you could leapfrog across the universe, not bound by the limits of space-time.
So, how long would it take a duality jump to get back to Earth?
2, Crichton mused, perhaps even 3 months.
3 months?
But there's no fuel. It decayed centuries ago.
What kind of fuel does it need?
I don't know. I'm just a mechanoid. I just clean things.
But you know, don't you?
Only because I heard Miss Yvette talk about it once, but I'm not supposed to know.
What is it?
Uranium-233, whatever that is.
Yes!
Lister thumped the table.
Nice one, Crichty.
The lift doors split open and disgorged a tired but happy Lister onto the habitation deck corridor. He'd spent the last 2 days and a night down in the technical library, then another morning liaising with Holly in the geology lab. In the last 56 hours, he'd learnt many things. This was the way it went. Fissile uranium-233 could be synthesized from the non-fissile thorium isotope, thorium-232. And this was the best part. Thorium-232 wasn't even rare. It was abundant in the universe, and this was confirmed when his radiometric spectrographic survey turned up 7 likely moons in this solar system alone. On the nearer moon, less than 5 days' journey away, there was an 87% probability that the ore deposits he needed were lying close to the surface. No shafts, no pit props, no radon gas ventilation problems. Maybe he could do it. Red Dwarf was a mining ship. It had all the equipment, the earth-moving vehicles, the processing plants, the whole enchilada.
Hey, cat, wake up.
Lister rocked the locker. The cat opened one eye.
This better be good. I was sleeping, and sleeping is my 3rd favorite thing.
Come on, follow me.
Where are we going?
Mining.
Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers by Grant Naylor. Lister's empty supper plate lay on the floor. He was watching Frank Capra's It's a Wonderful Life. The movie was as great as ever, and he would never get tired of watching it. But he couldn't concentrate on anything because he knew he was finally going back home. Earth. He could taste it. The 2 halves of Nova 5 had been welded together and the ship made spaceworthy. It was fueled and ready to go. The service droids were making the final checks and loading supplies. Tomorrow, they were leaving. Within weeks, Lister would be back on Earth. Earth, that septic orb, that dirty, polluted world he loved. He ached for the sting of the city street. He longed to look up at a winter sky and see again the huge artificial ozone plug which sat above the Earth like an absurd toupee. Earth. It was a pigsty. But it was his home, where he belonged, and where he was finally going. The big clock on the wall tocked round to 5 o'clock, and Lister lifted up the flap on the counter and turned the sign on the door to closed. Bailey's Perfect Chamois Kebab Emporium was shutting for the day. He grabbed his overcoat and scarf, pulled on his fur-lined deerstalker and mittens, and walked out into the crisp, white snow. The bell on the door jangled behind him. There was never any need to lock the shop, not here in Bedford Falls. Lister crunched across the eiderdown street and headed for the bank. A group of carol singers were standing round the war memorial, belting out God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen.
"Merry Christmas," he said, and dropped $2 into their can. It being after 5 o'clock and Christmas Eve, the bank was closed, of course. Lister tried the door. It jangled open.
Hello? Anybody home? Horace, are you there?
Horace stepped through the back door, holding a sheet of wrapping paper and some string.
Sorry, Mr. Bailey. I was just wrapping presents for the kids up at the orphan home. You ever tried to wrap a hula hoop? I'll be a monkey's uncle if I can figure it.
Lister smiled and pulled out a handful of candy sticks from his huge overcoat pocket.
I didn't have time to wrap them. Hope the orphanage doesn't mind.
They won't mind, George. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Horace,
said Lister, and walked back out into the street, where his rickety old Model A Ford was covered in snow. He took the hand crank from the bench seat and jerked the engine into spluttering life. As he turned left at Martini's bar, his arms started to hurt again, so he pulled over outside Old Man Gower's drugstore. His arms had been giving him problems for a few weeks now. It was like a burning sensation down both his forearms, excruciatingly painful at times, but Doc Mackenzie couldn't find anything wrong with them. There were no marks. Nothing showed up on the X-ray. It was a complete mystery. He grabbed a tub of cooling ointment from Old Man Gower's shelves and dropped 25 cents into the open till, then hopped back in his old Ford and headed for home. It had been 2 years since they returned to Earth, 2 years since they'd skidded to a landing in the middle of the Sahara Desert. As they'd opened the airlock and stepped out into the baking heat, an army of jeeps and helicopters had descended on them. The world's press went crazy. The 3-million-year-old men. Space adventurers. Rimmer lapped it up. The cat adored it, but Lister just wanted to get away. He changed his name to George Bailey and opted for the peaceful anonymity of a backwater town in the American Midwest. He couldn't believe it when he discovered there actually was a town called Bedford Falls. He'd gone there on a whim to take a look, and was stunned by how similar the place was to the Bedford Falls in the movie It's a Wonderful Life. It seemed like fans of the film had all collected there to live out their lives in a self-created 1940s American Shangri-La. But something was wrong with his arms, and it was beginning to worry him. He turned the Ford into the tree-lined drive of his old house and honked his horn 3 times. The snow lay thick and deep on the lawn, and a huge 8-foot snowman was grinning a welcome in coal. He walked into the parlor. A log fire was burning merrily in the grate. Jim and Bexley were smashing Silent Night out of the complaining piano, while Chrissy was standing on a stepladder, putting tinsel on the Christmas tree. When the kids were in bed, they sat snoozily in the big leather armchair with the springs poking through the back, watching the fire splutter and splurt and listening to Hoagie Carmichael on the wind-up phonograph. After Chrissy climbed the stairs to their drafty bedroom with a leaky roof, he took out the ointment. He didn't want her to know about his arms, and began to apply it to the sore areas. It came as something of a shock that, when he'd put the cream specifically on the areas that throbbed and hurt, it spelt out a word written in pain down his forearm. The word was dying. The black stretch Mercedes with a tinted bulletproof glass glided along the Champs-Élysées and pulled up outside the canopy of the 140-floor skyscraper. Rimmer finished his phone call to his publicist, then stepped out of the limo. A string of bodyguards kept at bay the group of teenage girls who'd camped out on the steps overnight in the hope of catching a glimpse of AJR. He allowed them a thin smile as he walked under the canopy and up the marble steps into the Rimmer Building, Paris. The Rimmer Building, Paris, was an identical copy of the Rimmer Building, London, and the Rimmer Building, New York. He walked across the massive lobby and nodded almost imperceptibly at Pierre, the Sorbonne graduate he'd hired exclusively to press the button that summoned the lift.
The lift took a full 90 seconds to arrive, so he fired Pierre and pressed the button himself for floor 140, his luxury penthouse suite. The fact that he could actually press the button at all was, in a way, the key to the immense fortune he'd amassed since his return to Earth 2 years previously. After the hero's welcome, his cunning business brain had taken full advantage of the offers which flooded in daily. With the money he culled from advertising and the publication of his memoirs, he'd set up the Rimmer Research Center, which had finally invented the solidogram, a solid body that housed his personality and intellect. He was now exactly like any normal living person, with the added bonus that he was more or less immortal. The solidogram had sold in such quantities, his income from that alone allowed him to buy the Bahamas for somewhere to go at weekends. It amused him no end that he was now one of the 3 or 4 richest men in the world, while Lister was stuck in a dead-end burger bar in a dead-end town somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Rimmer was now well into the complicated negotiations to buy up the entire town, which he intended to turn into a huge maggot farm. Just for the hell of it. Rimmer got out of the lift and walked past the pool on the roof garden. Hugo, one of the gardening staff, was aqua-vacking cherry blossoms from the surface of the water.
Monsieur Rimmer, he called. Madame Juanita, she is unwell again.
Rimmer sighed. Unwell was a code for his wife having one of her regular tantrums. Juanita Chicata was unquestionably the most beautiful woman in the world. Eyes the color of fire, panther black hair, dangerous lips, dangerous woman. She'd made 2 fortunes, the first as the world's #1 model, the second as the world's #1 actress. And she was 19 years old. She had beauty, brains, talent, everything. God had finally got it right. Every man desired her. And she'd married Rimmer. While Lister had ended up with a very ordinary girl-next-door type, he'd acquired the Brazilian bombshell. Right now, the Brazilian bombshell was exploding in the master bedroom of their penthouse apartment. Rimmer wandered through the exotic Chinese roof garden while 400 catering staff prepared for the customary Saturday night party. The 300-yard-long buffet table was crammed to overflowing with food which had been flown in from around the world earlier that day, the centerpiece of which was a replica of Juanita's naked body in caviar. He paused to admire it. Even like this, even sculpted from little black fish eggs, it was a body that drove him crazy. He couldn't help himself. He leaned over and nibbled at the splendid right breast. The real ones were insured for $10 million each, and she hadn't let him near them for over 1.5 years. As he walked into the master bedroom, he found Juanita hurling dollops of cold cream at an original Picasso. Rimmer sighed and shook his head.
Nita, Nita, he cooed. What is it? What has disturbed my little turtle dove?
Hugo! He won't make love to me anymore. Not ever. He's afraid you'll find out and sack him.
Well, he's got a point, Rimmer found himself saying. Then it hit him. Juanita and Hugo? His hairy-shouldered pool attendant had caressed that fabulous bosom? What would the insurance company say? Lister sat in the red glow of the firelight and looked down at his arms. How was it possible for pain to spell out words? Dying. What did that mean? He was dying? That something inside him was dying? He looked across at his right arm. 4 letters and a symbol. But he didn't know what they meant. Some fairly bizarre things had happened since he returned to Earth. Finding Bedford Falls, the way he'd always imagined it. Finding someone who was the exact duplicate of Christine Kochanski, who just happened to fall in love with him almost instantly and give him twin sons. And the boys, both beautiful, both perfectly formed, never any trouble. They never cried, they never whined. They even changed one another's nappies. Wasn't that a bit odd? Self-nappy-changing babies? Lister didn't know much about babies, but Chrissy had always accepted it as normal behavior, so he had too. Also, He didn't know exactly when babies started to walk and talk, but Jim and Bexley were only 15 months old, yet they could play the piano, converse like adults, and even toss a zero-G ball about with him in the back garden. He didn't like where his thoughts were leading him. How many times had it been Christmas Eve since he arrived at Bedford Falls? 500, 600? In fact, wasn't it always Christmas Eve? Bexley padded down the stairs in his Donald Duck sleep suit and goofy slippers.
Hi, Dad. I'm just going to pop down to Old Man Gower's. Do you want anything?
Lister shook his head. Bexley stood on tiptoe and opened the front door. Lister heard the Model A Ford start up as Bexley roared off into town. Now that was weird. A 15-month-old baby driving into town to get some milk for his brother. It was barely believable. Well, it wasn't believable. It was impossible. Lister looked down at the message on his right arm. 4 letters, 1 symbol. A chill passed through him. He knew what it meant. U equals BTL. He knew what it meant. It was a gloriously warm summer's evening, with just enough breeze to make it perfect. The Rimmers were having a party. Arnie and Juanita were entertaining, and anybody who was anybody was there. The 400-piece New York Philharmonic Orchestra, flown in especially for the evening, were playing a tribute to James Last. The prima donnas from the Bolshoi Ballet were arranged around the roof garden in gilded cages, spinning and pirouetting to entertain the guests. 5,000 guests in all. One of the waiters leaned over and whispered discreetly,
"There's a gentleman in the main reception who insists on seeing you, sir.
Send him away.
He says his name is Lister, sir. Claims he was your cohort on the Red Dwarf."
Lister stood in the mahogany-paneled library. He helped himself to a foot-long Havana cigar and sat in the huge leather reading chair. The 12-feet-high double doors swung open, and Rimmer strode in, grinning.
Listy! Long time no see. I was going to invite you, but,
You've done pretty well for yourself.
I'm getting by. So, 2 years. Has it really been 2 years?
Yup.
So, you finally came to see me. How much do you want? 1, 2, 3, 4 pounds?
Rimmer threw back his head and brayed loudly. You're a smeghead, Rimmer. You really are a smeghead.
But a rich smeghead, eh? Seriously, what do you want? A couple of mil?
I want, Lister said, leaning forward, to go back to Earth.
Come again?
This isn't Earth. Rimmer smiled uncomprehendingly. I'm afraid, Arn, we've taken the wrong turning. Somehow we've wound up playing Better Than Life. We're just a couple of gameheads. Better Than Life was intended to be the zenith of computer game technology. A metal band was placed across the forehead, and underneath it, needle-thin electrodes punctured the skull and burrowed into the frontal lobes. Tiny computer chips in the electrodes transmitted signals directly to the brain. No screens, no joysticks. You were really there, wherever you wanted to be. It was only a month after its release that people realized it was addictive. Better Than Life was withdrawn from the market, but illicit electronic labs began to make copies. It was the ultimate hallucinogen, with only one real major drawback. It killed you. Once you entered Better Than Life, once you put on the headband and the needles wormed into your mind, it was almost impossible to get out. This was partly because you weren't even aware you were in Better Than Life in the first place. The game protected itself, hid itself from your memory. Your conscious mind was totally subverted while your body slowly withered and died. At first, well-meaning friends tried to rescue gameheads by yanking the headset out of the skull, but this always resulted in instant death from shock. The only way out of the game was to want to leave it. But no one ever wanted to leave. Rimmer followed Lister down the narrow white stone steps to the roof garden, where the party was still in full swing. It couldn't be. It was Well, it just couldn't be. Lister was jealous, plain and simple. The poor boy had flipped.
Heard from the cat? No, he's on some island off Denmark. Haven't heard from him since we got back to Earth. You? Lister shook his head, grabbed a bottle of Dom Perignon from a passing ice bucket, and they sat down. He rolled back his sleeves. Let me show you me arms. Your arms? Both me arms look perfectly normal, don't they?
Rimmer looked down at his perfectly normal arms and nodded. He started looking round for his bodyguards.
But they hurt like hell. And when I put ointment over the spots that hurt, it spells out a message.
Rimmer shook his head, smiling. Amazing!
Watch.
Lister took a jar of cold cream out of his jacket pocket and daubed dying on his left arm, and U equals BTL on his right.
Someone's trying to get a message to us.
On your arms through the cold cream?
Look, if we are in the game, we won't know we're in the game. It protects itself. It won't let you remember that you've started to play it.
But we didn't start to play it.
No, we don't remember starting to play it. That's different.
Rimmer flopped back in his seat and looked round the roof garden. He looked across at the sous chef atop a ladder, carving generous portions of meat from the barbecued giraffe which slowly rotated on the 40-foot spit. Could this really not be real?
If we're in the game, we're wandering around somewhere with electrodes in our brains, totally oblivious to the real world. Someone in that real world is trying to tell us where we are by burning or cutting or scratching a message into my arms. U equals BTL. You are in better than life. And dying. In reality, I'm dying. I'm a gamehead.
But it doesn't make sense. I thought when you're in the game, all your fantasies were supposed to come true. But look at you, stuck in some hick town in the back end of nowhere with a wife and 2 kids and no money.
Money isn't important to me.
Rimmer snorted.
Bedford Falls and everything else. That was everything I always wanted. Come on, Rimmer. Face facts. Look at this place. The Rimmer Building, overlooking the Champs-Élysées. Your company inventing the solidogram. You're married to the most famous actress in the world. Is any of it even remotely credible?
Lister stood up.
Who the hell are they? The guys under the parasol?
Napoleon Bonaparte, Julius Caesar, and General Patton.
And what are they doing here?
Rimmer Corporation Worldwide, PLC, have developed a time machine. I've been playing around with it for a few months, inviting famous people from different eras in time to pep up a few dinner parties. Lister was looking at him in a strange way. What's wrong with that? You don't think that's believable?
No, I don't. I think you just wanted to meet these people, so your imagination had to cook up a nearly credible explanation to bring them here.
Nonsense, said Rimmer, but without conviction. Could it be true? Could he have fantasized the invention of a time machine just so he could bring back Caesar, Bonaparte, and Patton, the 3 greatest generals in history, simply in order to beat them at Risk, the strategic war game for ages 15 and over? Could he really be that small-minded? Come on. Lister drained the bottle. We've got to find the cat.
The black stretch Mercedes with a tinted bulletproof glass purred onto the shiny black tar-macadammed runway of Rimmer International Airport and drew up alongside the black Learjet, Rimmer 1. As they got to the top of the Learjet steps, the screaming started. Rimmer had been dreading it. He'd hoped they might be able to slip aboard unnoticed, but even this small mercy was denied him. As Lister turned, hanging over the observation balcony of the airport terminal building, 20,000 teenage girls caught in the helpless throes of Rimmermania waved intimate garments and banners, screamed and chanted uncontrollably.
Arnold! We love you! Arnie!
Rimmer shook his head in humiliation, his cheeks glowing baboon bottom red. Lister squinted, trying to read the banners. Arnie is brave, he could make out. Arnie is fab. He turned to Rimmer.
Basically,
he grinned.
You just want to be adored, don't you?
Look, we're still not 100% sure that this is a fantasy. And if it turns out it's not, you're going to feel plenty silly as you drive your clapped-out old banger back to Nowhere City. Rimmer ducked his head and disappeared into the body of the plane. Lister sat there looking at the black and white dog-eared snaps, which Mr. Colquhoun, the photographer, had taken last Christmas Eve with his old box brownie on its tripod, with the magnesium flare. There was one in particular of him and Kochanski with big cheesy grins. He was still hung up on Christine Kochanski, a girl he dated for 5 weeks and 2 days 3 million years ago. In a way, he was kind of jealous of Rimmer. If he'd have known it was a fantasy, he'd have become Jim Bexley Speed and dated Ida Lupino. He'd have played with the Beatles, the Fab Five, John, Paul, George, Ringo and Dave. But he hadn't. He'd settled down in Bedford Falls and married Christine Kochanski. He'd wanted to live his life in a movie. What a jerk. The Lear landed in Copenhagen. The Danish government laid on a powerboat to get them across to the Cat's Island. They moored the boat at a crumbling wooden jetty and looked around, trying to find a route up the unclimbable mountain. They heard a sound, a creaking steel chain, and crashing out of the soggy mist, a cable car lurched to a halt in front of them. The trip took 3 hours. They went through cloud. The atmospheric pressure changed. Finally, the cable car wheezed into its mooring. Standing on a narrow mountain track were 2 rickshaws, attended by 8-foot-tall, huge-breasted Amazon Valkyries in scanty armor. Any faint hopes that Rimmer still entertained, that they were on Earth and in the world of reality, gurgled noisily down the plug hole as they gazed up at the Cat's home. It was a 30-towered golden castle, surrounded by a moat filled with milk. They were led into the castle and through a maze of chambers, which let out onto a courtyard surrounded by stables. The Cat, in a red riding jacket, gleaming white joppers, and black leather boots, was mounted on a cream-colored, fire-breathing racing yak. There was a smell of sulfur hanging in the air as the yak reared and tried to bolt. The Cat deftly wrestled it under control, laughing as it haughtily spouted 2 more jets of fire from its nostrils. A dozen hunting dogs yapped and bayed and snapped at the leashes held by 4 Valkyries. The Cat turned and caught sight of Rimmer and Lister. He waved his black riding cap and tooted his hunting horn.
Guys, grab a yak!
The Cat called to the Valkyries restraining the hounds.
Release the dogs!
The dozen hunting dogs screamed out of the courtyard. The Cat reared on his yak and bellowed,
Tally-ho!
And all 3 of them thundered over the cobblestones and out into the dank, misty wasteland that surrounded the castle. As they hammered across the hard, frosty ground, Lister saw the Cat level his pistol. What on earth could they be hunting? He saw the Cat's shoulder jerk back and a puff of smoke before he heard the crack of the pistol. In the distance, one of the dogs cartwheeled 12 feet into the air and landed dead on the floor.
No!
Lister yelled as the Cat quickly picked off the 11 remaining dogs.
You shot all the smegging dogs? They're vermin! What did you think we were shooting?
They stood before the roaring fire in the vast inglenook fireplace of the Cat's baronial dining hall. The Cat stood, resting a spat-covered foot on the gold fender, his elbow crooked on the marble mantelpiece, shaking his head, staring into the fire.
You mean none of this is real? None of this actually exists? Of course it doesn't,
Rimmer snorted in disgust.
Fire-breathing yaks? 8-foot-tall Nordic goddesses? A castle surrounded by a moat of milk? I mean, at least our fantasies were possible. Perhaps not likely, but possible. But yours is just totally preposterous. Didn't you think it was a little bit odd the way you just acquired all this? No, I just thought I deserved it.
Deserved it? Lister tilted his head.
Because I'm so good looking. I think we've established beyond all reasonable doubt that we are playing better than life.
Right. But the question is, how do we get out?
I think I can answer that,
said a fourth voice. A familiar figure waddled through the stone archway, and he started to explain everything. Rimmer lurched happily down the corridor.
It's a funny thing, he slurred. Even though I've had so much to drink, I'm in total confac of my mantelties. Where is he?
Said Lister, tugging the ring pull on another bottle of self-heating sake. They'd be back on Earth in 3 months, and they'd spent the day celebrating down in the Copacabana Hawaiian cocktail bar. The evening had gurgled by in a blurry haze of ever more elaborate cocktails before either of them had realized the cat had been missing for 2 days. Lister had led the drunken safari up to the habitation deck to find him. There were over 3,000 separate sleeping quarters on this deck alone, and they had looked through more than half of them before they staggered into Petrovich's old room. The 2 lockers had been pulled away from the wall, and in a crudely chiseled recess was a stack of game headbands. Petrovich, the high-flying, career-minded leader of A-Shift, had been smuggling better than life. The cat gently rocked on the sleeping quarters armchair, giggling insanely. The silver headband glimmered menacingly on his head, the electrodes buried deep inside his brain. His face was painted with the vacant grin of the lost soul of a gamehead. The 3 of them sat around the banquet table in the baronial hall of a cat's fantasy, as Crichton recounted how Lister had followed the cat into the game.
But better than life's addictive? I knew that.
You were drunk, Mr. David. You thought you'd be okay just to go into the game and tell the cat what danger he was in. But once you'd linked up, you didn't come out.
What about me? Why did I go in?
You were drunk too. You said you had the willpower to drag them both out, and that was the last we saw of you.
Crichton told how they had wandered around Red Dwarf in the twilight zombie state the game induced, how he'd done his best to feed them and keep them from harming themselves. But over the months, the cat's and Lister's bodies had begun to wither. How in desperation, he'd begun lasering the messages into Lister's arms to warn him of the danger. This had distressed Crichton greatly. It was built into his software that he mustn't harm human beings. Months of cajoling by Holly had finally persuaded him that not to do it would hurt Lister even more. But still, the 3 of them remained in the game. In the end, Crichton had no choice but to enter himself.
But that's stupid. You'll get addicted too.
Crichton shook his head.
Holly was right. I'm immune.
Immune? Why are you immune?
Crichton cracked his face into a hollow grin.
I'm a mechanoid. I don't have fantasies the way you do. I have very few expectations or desires.
Very few. Then you do have some.
A Valkyrie appeared, bearing a brand new, freshly wrapped squeezy mop.
Only one,
said Crichton, accepting the gift and tearing off the paper.
Oh, wonderful. A squeezy mop. Just what I've always wanted.
The windscreen wipers patted the snow into neat white triangles on the Model A's window as the car grunted past the white-coated sign, Bedford Falls, 2 miles. He was leaving the game. It was easy to leave the game, easier than he'd have thought. First, you had to want to leave. And of course, to want to leave, you had to know you were in the game in the first place. Then, it was only a matter of finding an exit. Just that. A door marked exit.
And where are these doors?
He'd asked Crichton.
It's your fantasy. They're wherever you want them to be.
So there it was. All he had to do was imagine an exit and go through it. He'd pass through the exit and find himself back on Red Dwarf. Once back, he could remove his headband. No, destroy his headband. Destroy them all. Then start the long haul back to health.
But it was an individual matter. They all had to create their own separate exits. Alone. You're born alone, you die alone, you leave the game alone. The glimmering lights of Bedford Falls twinkled in the valley below, as for the last time, he made his way down the hill to his personal Shangri-La. There in the middle of the street, a pink neon sign hung over a shimmering archway. There was his exit, just as he'd imagined it. On the other side was reality. It started to snow. Christmas Eve. He couldn't leave them on Christmas Eve. But of course, in Bedford Falls, it was always Christmas Eve.
Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers, was written by Grant Naylor and performed by Chris Barry. Additional music and effects were by Nick Graham. Technical presentation by John Etchells. Produced by Chris Wallace. Red Dwarf, Better Than Life by Grant Naylor.
"3 million years out in deep space, a dilapidated mining ship drifts pointlessly round in a huge, aimless circle. On board are its 4 crew members: Dave Lister, technician 3rd class and the last human being alive; Rimmer, a hologram of Dave's dead bunkmate; Crichton, a service mechanoid; and Cat, a humanoid creature evolved from cats. They sit in a horseshoe trapped in the ultimate computer game, a game that plugs directly into the brain and enables them to experience a world created by their own fantasies. The game is called Better Than Life, and very few ever escape its thrall. Very few can give up their own personally sculpted paradise. Rimmer sat on the open terrace in his half-devastated dinner suit of the night before and gazed down at the metallic blue time machine drunkenly parked skew-whiff in the ornamental gardens of the Palace of Versailles. Breakfasting with him were 5 of his stag night companions: John F. Kennedy, Vincent van Gogh, Albert Einstein, Louis XVI, and Elvis Presley.
That was a heck of a night,
Kennedy sparkled.
one heck of a night.
And he was right. As bachelor night parties went, it had been a bit of a cracker. He couldn't remember the order, but at one point they had definitely dropped in on one of Caligula's orgies. Rimmer must have been fairly drunk by then, because he remembered spending at least 20 minutes trying to chat up a horse. A heck of a night. Rimmer looked at his real-time watch.
Well, Louis, me old buckaroo, we'd better be making tracks. Big kissy-kissy to Marie and the Dauphin. Thanks for the servant, girls. See you at the wedding.
Rimmer gingerly made his way across the lawns towards the timecopter, followed by Kennedy, Van Gogh, Einstein, and Caesar. Elvis crammed a steak in his mouth, stuffed a second in his pocket, grabbed 4 bread rolls, and followed them. Sparkling lights looped from tree to tree along the main street. A small brass band umpired discordant but cheery carols in the town square as last-minute shoppers slushed through the snow, exchanging seasonal greetings and stopping occasionally to join in a favorite carol. In the fictional town of Bedford Falls, it was Christmas Eve. But then again, in the fictional town of Bedford Falls, it was always Christmas Eve. Lister crossed the main street, his 2 sons perched on either shoulder, and headed for the toy shop. As they passed the jailhouse, Bert the cop was removing a wanted poster from the front window. There hadn't been a single crime in Bedford Falls for over 30 years. Lister slid the twins from his shoulders and grasped their tiny hands as the two 4-year-olds gazed mouths ajar at the large blue sailing boat on sale for $2.25 in the toy shop window. Suddenly, the door jangled open, and old Mr. Mulligan appeared in the doorway.
Now then, me lads, would I be correct in thinking you'll be after doing business with me in respect of a certain sailing vessel?
Yes, sir, we are, sir,
said Bexley.
We've been saving up all year. Show 'em the money, Jim.
Jim took out his spider box.
Here it is, sir, $2.25.
As old Mr. Mulligan held out the boat, Henry, the town down-and-out, shuffled sadly by. He took a futile swig from a bottle concealed in a brown paper bag and threw it in a waste bin.
Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Jim gazed up at his stubble-swathed face.
Where are you spending Christmas, Mr. Henry?
Well, that's a very good question. Being as how the jailhouse is closed for the Yuletide period, and the Bel Air Hotel Presidential Suite is fully booked, it looks like the park bench Hilton for old Henry.
What are you going to eat?
Don't worry about me, boy. I always share a fine Christmas dinner with the ducks up on Potter's Pond.
The twins turned and faced each other. Finally, they both nodded, and Bexley turned back to Henry and held out his hand.
Me and Jim would like you to have this, Mr. Henry. Merry Christmas. You can get a room at old Ma Bailey's boarding house and have a proper Christmas like the rest of us.
Henry's bloodshot eyes filled with tears.
Well, now, you'd be giving me your Christmas money.
Lister looked down at his feet.
Deep down, you're a really good person. You just got sad when old Mrs. Henry went to heaven.
Henry blubbed.
What would my Mary say if she could see me now? She'd give me such a talking to. My ears would be ringing for a week.
No, she wouldn't, Mr. Henry.
Bexley shook his head.
She'd say you brought up two fine children single-handed and sent them both to college. You only took to the bottle when the angels had to take them away too.
Lister snuffled and whimpered and accepted Mulligan's handkerchief. Henry bent down and pressed the money back into Jim's hand.
I can't take this from you boys, but if I could just borrow $1 to get myself a haircut and a shave, there's a sweeping job going down at the drugstore.
Jim and Bexley smiled.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Henry.
Jim folded the $1 bill around the 25 cents and placed it carefully back into his spider box.
Come on, Dad. Let's go back home.
Wait,
called Mulligan.
Have I told you about me winter sale just this minute started? Take, for instance, this fine blue boat, formerly $2.25, now reduced to $1.25.
He handed the boat to the boys. Lister started sobbing unashamedly, which set Henry off. The two men embraced one another and were soon joined by old Mr. Mulligan and Bert the cop. They stood there in a four-way hug, bawling hysterically. This was the kind of thing that happened all the time in the fictional town of Bedford Falls. It was that kind of place. The 12-wheeled juggernaut hammered down the narrow country lane, decapitating hedgerows and smashing through branches as it lurched on and off the road. Its air horn sounded as it dragged round a tight bend and straightened out too soon, ripping through a picket fence and flattening a metal road sign. Welcome to Bedford Falls, it said. Population 3,241. Very soon, the information on the sign would be hopelessly inaccurate. The five-piece brass band staggered its way through God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. Almost the entire population of Bedford Falls stood around the giant Christmas tree in the town square, their sweet, discordant voices drifting up into the evening sky. Lister, with Bexley and Jim on his shoulders again, was sandwiched between Mr. Mulligan and Henry. Henry, with his freshly shaven face and his bristling new haircut, sang louder than anyone. Across the street, the door of 220 Sycamore Avenue opened, and Christine Kachansky ran over to join them, clutching a bag of hot-roasted chestnuts. She flashed her famous smile, the smile that made her face light up like a pinball machine awarding a bonus game, the smile Lister had fallen in love with. Suddenly, over the crest of the hill that led down to the main street, the dazzle of 8 huge headlights glared down towards them. Lister squinted against the glare and made out the shape of a road juggernaut. It was out of control and heading straight for the carol-singing crowd in the town square. Arnold Rimmer, the richest man in the world, gazed down from the balcony windows of his colonial mansion at the blur of black-suited waiters who dashed frantically about with increasingly elaborate flower arrangements, while an army of pastry chefs put the finishing touches to the wedding cake, which featured as its centerpiece an Olympic-sized swimming pool full of vintage champagne. A bespectacled man in a brown tweed suit quivered obsequiously at the door.
"It's all ready, sir. Shall I bring it through?"
Rimmer nodded.
"If you'd just like to slip out of that one, we'll see how it feels."
Rimmer pressed the release catch concealed in his navel, and with a whoosh, his essence floated out of his body. Rimmer changed his body more often than most people had a haircut. Every time he detected the slightest wrinkle or sign of wear, he'd trade it in for a brand new model. And why not? Out there in reality, he didn't have a body. He was a hologram. This place certainly had the edge over reality. Here he was a god, and everything was perfect. Well, almost everything. Still, that was behind him now. Juanita Chicata was history. The much-publicized court case dragged on for months. Preposterously, the Brazilian bombshell had denied adultery, and Rimmer's lawyers had been forced to parade Juanita's ex-lovers through the witness stand. It took 5 days. The alimony agreement had been of historical magnitude. In fact, it would have been cheaper for Rimmer to support the entire population of Bolivia in perpetuity, but it was worth every single naught to get that crazy, dangerous, gorgeous woman out of his life. Helen couldn't have been more different. No berserk, china-hurling tantrums for her. No satanic, knife-wielding charges at his naked person. No embarrassing, bellowed arguments in humiliatingly expensive restaurants. No, dear, sensible Helen, with her short, sensible legs, her thick, sensible ankles, and her sturdy, sensible underpants. Rimmer thought with a shudder about Juanita's underwear. Ghostly threads of spun black silk that stretched wickedly across her flat brown belly. You could have swallowed her entire lingerie collection without needing a glass of water. If Rimmer had thought about it, he might have asked himself why, in a landscape moulded by his own mind, Juanita existed at all. The truth of it was, his psyche just didn't like him. Better Than Life operated on an entirely subliminal level. It wasn't possible, for instance, to wish for a turbocharged Harley-Davidson, and blip, it appeared. The secret to BTL's addictive quality was that it gave the players things they didn't even know they desired by tapping their subconscious minds, which was all very well so long as you weren't a total psychological screw-up. Unfortunately, Rimmer was. Subconsciously, Rimmer felt he was worthless. He didn't deserve success, and he certainly didn't deserve happiness. What he deserved was punishment. Punishment and misery. And Better Than Life wasn't about to disappoint him. The carved ivory phone purred into life on the Louis XV writing bureau. Rimmer waited his customary 20 rings before he strode over to the desk and picked up the receiver. It wasn't much of a conversation from Rimmer's point of view. All he said was, "What?" 5 times. The first "what" was a flat, evenly delivered inquiry. The second was a mixture of incredulity and amusement. The third was loud and angry. The fourth was screeched and hysterical, and the fifth sad, quiet, and resigned. He replaced the receiver gently in its cradle, then rolled his body into a ball and began moaning quietly on the bed. Knock! The cat leant heavily in the saddle. his left hand firmly gripping the leathery neck of his gigantic brontosaurus as it galloped downfield toward the unguarded goal. His mallet arced up in the air and flashed briefly in the sunlight before sweeping deftly down and blasting the small furry creature between the two white posts.
Goal! Ow!
Creature polo was the cat's favorite game. Unnecessary cruelty to small furry animals was very much part of his psychological makeup. Plus he got to dress up in some really neat duds. A huge-bosomed Valkyrie, dressed in scanty armor, reined in her triceratops and patted the cat on the back.
Nice goal. Great stick work.
The cat flashed his perfect teeth and wiggled an eyebrow.
Baby, my stick work is always great.
2 furry creatures and a personal hat-trick later, the cat stood in the shade of the marquee's green awning sipping a celebratory goblet of milk while one of his army of Valkyries noisily performed an indecent act on his body. The cat sighed. What a nice day he was having. Mechanoids weren't supposed to have desires and longings, but Crichton did. Originally, he'd entered the game to rescue the others. He was a sanitation mechanoid programmed to clean, and in theory, should have been immune to the game's lure, but he wasn't. In theory, leaving Better Than Life was simple. All the player had to do was to want to leave. All the player had to do was to imagine an exit and pass through it back to reality. Crichton had imagined his gateway easily enough, but as he was about to pass under the pink neon exit sign, a cafeteria materialized to his right. In the window was a handwritten card which read, "Dishwasher wanted." The cafeteria was deserted, but in the kitchen, stacked ceiling high, were several huge towers of dirty dishes piled around a sink.
"Oh, I'll just wash a few," he thought. "Reduce the pile a bit."
8 months later, still washing, still surrounded by stacks of dirty dishes. He'd realized he'd been duped. The game had found his innermost desire, and he'd scurried off ashamed. Mechanoids weren't supposed to have desires. Back in the 21st century, as robotic life became more and more sophisticated, it was generally accepted that something was needed to keep the droids in check. For the most part, they were stronger and often more intelligent than human beings. Why should they submit to a lifetime of drudgery and service? Many of them didn't. Many of them rebelled. Then it occurred to a bright young systems analyst at Android International that the best way to keep the robots subdued was to give them religion. The concept of Silicon Heaven was born. A belief chip was implanted in the motherboard of every droid that now came off the production line. Almost everything with a hint of artificial intelligence was programmed to believe that Silicon Heaven was the electronic afterlife, the final resting place for the souls of all electrical equipment. At last they had solace. They were every bit as exploited as they'd always been, but now they believed there was some kind of justice at the end of it all. Crichton believed in Silicon Heaven. Of course, he'd heard rumors that all machines were programmed to hold this belief, but as far as he was concerned, that was nonsense. For was it not written in the electronic Bible, authorized Panasonic version?
"And some will come among ye, and yea, from their mouths shall come doubts. But turn ye from them, heed them not. For it is harder for a droid who disbelieveth to pass through the gates of Silicon Heaven than it is for a din-to-din coaxial cable to connect up to a standard European SCART socket."
Mechanoids shouldn't have fantasies, not if they wanted to get into Silicon Heaven. Crichton genuflected the sign of the crossed circuit and stumbled up the path towards the cat's golden towered castle. He was going to make amends. He was going to rescue them all from their paradise. The air horn thundered into the night air as the 12-wheeled juggernaut slewed sideways across the ice into Bedford Falls' main street. The reveling carolers stood like a waxwork tableau as the giant tank had jackknifed into an uncontrollable skid and slammed through Mulligan's window, showering the street with teddy bears, dolls, and lethal shards of glass. Next, it took out the entire ground floor of Ma Bailey's boarding house before caroming through Ernie's gas station, uprooting the single pump and sending raw gasoline pulsing over the forecourt. A spark from the Juggernaut's fender caught the spreading pool, and a pretty orange mushroom thumped into the night sky. And still on it went, this Juggernaut from hell, demolishing everything in its path. Lister watched helplessly as it sliced through the giant Christmas tree. The impact flicked the truck's cab onto its side, and it twisted free of the trailer, before slithering across the main street and finally coming to rest in the sitting room of Lister's home, 220 Sycamore Avenue. Lister stood in the crowd, clutching Kochanski and the twins, and watched as the cab door opened. A leg in a laddered fishnet stocking hooked itself over the side of the upended cab, followed by some peroxide blonde hair. The woman jumped to the ground and staggered in her 8-inch stiletto heels over the rubble towards the dumbstruck crowd.
Is everyone okay? My heel got stuck under the air brake.
She tugged pointlessly at her ludicrously short black rubber skirt and tried to rearrange her bosom so that at least 30% of her mighty breasts remained inside her tight red bolero.
Bloody things,
she muttered.
Is this Bedford Falls?
Bert the cop stepped forward.
It was, lady.
He held out his hand.
You got any ID, ma'am?
ID? I know for a fact that I have my name tattooed on my backside. If I show you that, will you forget this ID business? There's someone I've got to talk to. It's really important.
And who might that be?
A guy called Dave Lister.
The entire population of Bedford Falls turned and looked at Lister.
That's me,
he said unnecessarily. Kochanski smiled at him coldly.
Look, I've never seen this woman before in my life.
Lister pushed through the throng and headed towards the blonde who was now seated on the road, rubbing the ball of her right foot and complaining that prostitution was murder on the feet. She looked up. Recognition flashed across her features.
Hi, do I know you? You might say that.
Lister turned to protest his innocence to Kochanski. She wasn't there. She was halfway across the street, scarlet-faced with the twins in tow.
Chrissy! Wait!
But she was gone. A thought occupied Rimmer's mind that had no verbal form. He still couldn't believe it. He stared at the ivory telephone as if it was somehow responsible for what had happened. He staggered across to the balcony windows and gazed again on the elaborate wedding preparations. He was wiped out, broke, finished. And no one who was wiped out, broke, and finished can afford a $30 million pound wedding.
Arnold?
His brother Frank was knocking politely on the open door.
Wanted little word before the big event.
Rimmer swung round. Rimmer's whole life had been one long sprint to get out of Frank's shadow, and only here, in Better Than Life, had it proved possible. As his corporation cracked time travel, as he opened his chains of time stores and body swaps and became a multi-billionaire, as he captured the heart of Juanita, Rimmer adored having Frank around so he could force-feed him his success, triumph by triumph, in large, indigestible chunks. The bankruptcy news would change all that, of course. Rimmer's failure would slide down Frank's throat like oysters washed down with chilled Chablis.
What is it?
Helen. A bit concerned that you're sort of jumping in on the rebound from Juanita.
You'd love that, wouldn't you?
Rimmer thought.
Well, I'm not,
he said out loud.
I've no more feeling for Juanita than I do for the smoked kippers I ate for breakfast last Thursday. She, like them, is out of my system.
How would you feel if Juanita shacked up with someone else?
Look, Frank, me old buckaroo. Juanita can paddle to hell in a slop bucket for all I care. She's no longer part of my life. Helen is everything I want. She's so...
Sensible?
Yes,
said Rimmer, suddenly weary.
Sensible.
Good. I'm happy for you, and I hope you'll be happy for me.
Why should I be happy for you?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. Juanita and I, we're sort of an item. Early days, but
There was a long silence. Ice ages came and went. Planets formed and died. Then someone laughed using his vocal cords. Then Rimmer heard his own voice.
Oh, Frank, that's wonderful. I couldn't be more pleased.
Really? You mean it?
No, you fat fart.
Rimmer's mind screamed.
Of course I don't smegging mean it.
Yes, absolutely. It's marvellous news. Is she here? Is she coming today?
She's at a hotel down the road. We couldn't bear to be apart. But heavens, no, she wouldn't dream of intruding on your wedding.
They couldn't bear to be apart? For one afternoon? Rimmer looked at Frank. He had that pinkish glow of the newly in love. It made Rimmer want to kill him. Someone was using Rimmer's vocal cords again.
Invite her, please. Truly, Helen and I will be offended if you don't.
Really?
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, back in reality, Holly was getting worried. Strange things can happen to a computer left alone for 3 million years, and something strange had happened to Holly. He'd become computer senile. He no longer had the IQ of 300 Einsteins. He had the IQ of a single all-night car park attendant. And now the crew were trapped in Better Than Life and showed no sign of ever returning. He was alone yet again. He had to get a companion, someone to keep him sane. But who? There was no one else on the ship. The Scutters, the claw-headed 2-feet-high service droids who glided around on motorized bases, were very little use. They had no speech capability. Then, from a rusting rhomboard in a cobwebby recess deep in the furthermost reaches of his huge, decrepit data retrieval system, a memory sparked and spluttered. It was an idea of his own. Holly hadn't seen one for some considerable time. This was Holly's idea. What about the toaster? Lister's toaster. It was an idea that would cost Holly his life. The thing about Lister was, he adored junk. He was a connoisseur of electronic crap. His collection ranged from a musical toilet roll holder, which played Morning Has Broken, to an electronic chili thermometer for measuring the burn level of any given curry. One particular item in this collection was a talking toaster which he'd bought in a souvenir shop on the Iranian moon of Miranda for the princely sum of $19.99 plus tax. Talkie Toaster, trademark patent applied for, was made of deep red plastic and could engage its owner in a number of pre-programmed stimulating breakfast conversations. The trouble with Talkie Toaster, trademark patent applied for, was that it was a rip-off. Talkie Toaster did not fit in with your moods. It was abrasive. It got on your nerves. And this was the reason why. Talkie Toaster, trademark patent applied for, was obsessed with serving toast. Obsessed. And if you didn't require toast on a very regular basis, boy, were you in trouble. Holly had the Scutters drag the toaster out of Lister's locker, fit a new mains lead, and plug it in.
This is the deal,
Holly said sternly.
There's to be no talk whatsoever about toast.
The toaster thought for a second.
Nah, would you like a muffin?
When I use the word toast, I want you to treat it as an umbrella term for all grillable bread products. Muffins, crumpets, tea cakes, waffles, potato farls, buns, baps, barm cakes, bagels. I don't need them, and I certainly don't want to waste any more time talking about them. Do you savvy?
Scotch pancake,
offered the toaster.
Unplug him.
The Scutter glided to the wall socket.
You don't understand. It's my raison d'etre. I toast, therefore I am.
Well, you're going to have to change, because otherwise it's back in the locker.
The toaster sighed and spun its browning knob while it mulled over the proposition.
Let me get this straight. If I avoid making any references to certain early morning prandial delights, then you will grant me the gift of existence.
Absolutely,
said Holly, rather concerned that he didn't know what the word prandial meant.
If that's the only taboo, then it's a deal.
But you must agree to the proviso that you won't unplug me for any other reason.
I swear, said Holly, you can talk about absolutely anything else at all, and you're completely safe.
You're senile,
said the toaster.
You what?
You got to be. Why would a huge mainframe computer with a 15 zillion gigabyte capacity and a projected IQ in excess of 6,000 want a novelty talking toaster for companionship if he wasn't off his trolley? You've gone computer senile, haven't you?
And so the relationship began. It was the most depressing time of Holly's entire life. They agreed on nothing. Holly couldn't remember if he had believed in Silicon Heaven when he'd had an IQ of 6,000. But now his faith in the electronic afterlife was absolute and unshakable. It was the one thing that kept him going. The toaster, of course, in order to keep its cost down, hadn't been fitted with a belief chip. To him, the idea of Silicon Heaven was patently preposterous. Shouted arguments raged through the long nights before they agreed to disagree, and the subject was never raised again. It was from this experience that Holly derived his rule for maintaining a successful and happy relationship. Never discuss religion, politics, or toast. Instead, they passed away the time playing chess. Then one day, as Holly was about to lose his 793rd consecutive game, the toaster said something that changed Holly's life irrevocably.
Doesn't it bother you that you're so stupid?
Of course it bothers me.
Why don't you get your IQ back?
Because, you muffin-making moron, it's not possible.
Yes, it is. I've been reading your manual. There's a sort of cure. It's an emergency provision. You cross-wire all your data banks so everything gets compressed and intensified. You dramatically reduce your operational lifespan. But the upside is, you get your brains back.
Wow,
said Holly.
It's like, who would you rather be? Mozart, blessed with genius but dead at 32? Or Nobby Nobody, who never did anything but lived to 98?
I want,
said Holly,
to be a genius again.
Red Dwarf, Better Than Life, by Grant Naylor.
Lister sat on the cold bench seat in what remained of the jailhouse, waiting for Bert the cop to finish taking Trixie LaBouche's statement. Bert emerged from the narrow stone corridor that led to the cells, clutching 3 sheets of handwritten paper. He looked at Lister and shook his head.
I never claimed to be no modern thinker, but that ain't no lady by my definition, no sir. That woman is, pardon my French, trash. Emerged from the shower with the towel around her waist and everything else on display. Then if that wasn't enough, she waltzes over to the stand-up urinal and pees straight into the basin. I thought I saw me some things in the war, but nothing to rival that.
Can I see you now?
You got 5 minutes. Any funny noises and me and my nightstick'll be through that door before he can say Irma la Deuce.
Trixie LaBouche stood at the cell window, futilely trying to saw through the metal bars with a pocket nail file. She wheeled round as the door unlocked and smiled as she saw Lister.
Take a seat. This may take a while.
Lister sat on the chair, and Trixie LaBouche started to tell him everything. When she'd finished, Lister got up and strolled over to the cell's chemical toilet, wrenched it from the wall, and poured it over her head.
Well,
said Trixie, her face stained blue from the Destrol fluid.
You've taken it a hell of a lot better than I expected.
The evening came, the celebrations began. Everywhere you looked, people were having fun, unless you were looking at Rimmer. Depression sat on his shoulders like a huge stone gargoyle. He was broke. Tomorrow he'd have nothing. And tomorrow they'd all be gone. Behind him he heard Juanita's stilettoed rat-a-tat. He helicoptered round, and saw her disappearing down a set of stone steps which led to a deserted willow pool. Before he knew it, he was bounding down the steps behind her. Everything Juanita did, Rimmer found excruciatingly erotic. Everything. Right now, bathed in the light of the pool's reflection, she was blowing her nose rather loudly into a white serviette, and Rimmer's snarling libido had to be yanked back on its choke chain. She heard him and looked round.
Hi.
Small talk was not Rimmer's strongest suit. He rooted around in his empty brain for a topic of conversation. The weather? Did she enjoy the food? Are those new shoes? That's a big willow tree, isn't it? Finally, he hit on the ideal line. A line that, on the surface, was perfectly respectable, yet hinting of mutual intimacies, times past and beloved.
How's your Veruca these days?
Puzzled, her thin eyebrows wiggled and waved like TV interference.
Is fine.
More silence.
Helen's very nice. She's very pretty. You must be very happy, yes?
Here was an opening. A look here could speak volumes. A casual shrug could articulate the whole state of his relationship with Helen. The tiniest, subtlest gesture could tell Juanita everything. He hurled himself to his knees.
I want you!
He sobbed.
I want you right here and now, urgently and completely. I don't care that you're insane. I still love you.
She sank to her knees and cradled his head.
I'm not insane. Not anymore, can't you tell? I've had personality surgery. It's only rage now. Plastic surgery is out. Personality surgery is in. I've had a sense of humor implant. I've had my selfishness tacked, my greed lifted, and my temper tightened. I don't mean to sound conceited, but I've got a genuinely wonderful personality now.
And what about Frank?
Frank is so sweet. But I love you, my darling. And at last I have the personality you deserve.
But you were unfaithful to me so many times. With so many people.
I'm different now. I've had my libido shortened. It's normal size now.
Suddenly, Rimmer stood up.
Frank, I have to know, did you make love?
No.
She smiled tenderly. Rimmer closed his eyes and allowed a smirk to swim to the surface of his face.
We had sex many times, but I don't remember one occasion when I could honestly say we made the love. Sure, I let him heave and sweat and moan and grind and twist my little body into the positions that pleased him. But every time he took me on the balcony, halfway up the stairs, across the kitchen table, the back seat of his car, I dreamed it was you, my angel.
A simple yes would have sufficed.
Juanita threw back her head and roared.
It's a joke! From my new sense of humor! Come on!
She held Rimmer's hand, and he staggered behind her up the stone steps.
Where are we going?
Anywhere! Just away! Away from these mad peoples!
Yes, thought Rimmer. Just the two of us. We can start again. It was obvious now. The game had destroyed him in order to provide him with the unmatchable high of rebuilding his empire alongside Juanita, the woman he'd stolen back from his brother. He tugged her hand.
Let's get out of here.
Trees and hedgerows flitted past the tinted, bulletproof glass of the chauffeur-driven limousine, while Rimmer and Juanita fumbled with each other's buttons and zippers on the back seat. Rimmer's favorite piece of love-making music, Haydn's Surprise Symphony, piped through all 8 speakers. The music was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the chauffeur.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. There appears to be a vehicle in pursuit.
Lose it. The car immediately lurched 90 degrees to the left, dipped deeply down a steep embankment, and Rimmer catapulted across the back seat and smashed his head into the drinks cabinet. Bottles crashed over Rimmer's twitching body. Juanita was giggling manically on the back seat. Her new sense of humor was having a field day. There was a knock on the window.
Okay, Give me a moment.
The door was wrenched instantly from its hinges. A man the size and disposition of 5th century Mongolia craned into the car and yanked the half-naked Rimmer onto the roadside.
Mr. Rimmer? Arnold J.
Maybe.
I am a legally appointed representative of Solid Graham International. As you may know, your former company is in receivership, and I am hereby empowered to repossess your body.
Right then,
said the toaster.
We're ready.
All over the ship, the lights dimmed to emergency level. Cables dormant for centuries rumbled with power.
It's coming,
said Holly tonelessly.
I can hear it. Whatever happens, it's got to be better than being stuck with you.
Then it happened. Holly's digital image expanded off the screen in a stunning explosion of colour. He felt as if his whole being had been blown apart and scattered to the corners of the universe. And just as he thought it was abating, the second wave burst into him, smashing him, fragmenting him again. And then there was silence. He opened his eyes. His image was different, larger, more intense, with higher definition. But the greatest difference was in his eyes. His eyes had lost their darting anxiety. They were smiling, benign. Holly was at total peace with himself. He summoned the digital readout of his estimated IQ. Holly's new IQ was 12,368. He was more than twice as intelligent as he'd been at the height of his genius.
I know everything,
he said without a trace of conceit. He turned his huge, kindly eyes towards the toaster.
Ask me anything. Metaphysics, philosophy, the purpose of being, anything.
Truly anything, and you will answer?
I shall.
Very well. Here is my question. Would you like some toast?
No, thank you. Now ask me another.
The toaster pondered.
Would you like a crumpet?
No, I would not like a crumpet. Ask me a sensible question, preferably one that isn't bread-related.
There isn't anything I want to know that isn't bread-related.
Try and think of something.
There was a long silence.
You want me to ask you one of the biggies, don't you?
If by the biggies you mean one of the great imponderables of metaphysics, yes, I do. If, on the other hand, by the biggies you mean would I like a large piece of granary bread or a thick slice from a huge farmhouse loaf, then no, I don't.
Okay. Who created the universe?
No. A hard one.
That is a hard one.
No, it isn't.
Well, who did it then? Who created the universe?
Lister.
Dave Lister? The guy who bought me? He's the creator of all things?
Yes,
said Holly.
Now ask me a hard question.
But the toaster was still reeling from the news that the creator of all things was Lister, a man with a frighteningly small appetite for hot, buttered toast.
If the creator of the universe doesn't like toast, then what's it all about?
Ah,
Holly beamed.
You mean existence.
Yes. Why doesn't life make sense?
It does. It just seems nonsensical to us because we're travelling through it in the wrong direction. Come on, give me another. You name it, I can tell you. You want to know how to escape from a black hole?
Not particularly.
But Holly told the toaster anyway. The toaster waited for Holly to finish.
Hang on a minute. I have got another question. Why have you got an IQ of 12,368 when the manual said it would return and peak at 6,000?
That's a very good question.
Holly paused for a nanosecond.
There was a miscalculation. You've doubled my IQ, but you've also exponentially reduced my life expectancy.
So what's your life expectancy?
Holly summoned up the figure from his long-term data relays. It flashed on the screen.
345 years?
The toaster whistled.
You've misread it. There's a decimal point between the 3 and the 4.
3.45 years.
Holly stared at the readout.
It's not years, it's minutes.
His eyes widened. Fear rippled across his brow.
3.45 minutes.
Well, the toaster corrected.
It's actually 2.95 minutes now.
Excuse me, said Holly, and to conserve the 2.9 minutes of runtime he had left, he shut down the ship's engines, transferred all stations to emergency power, and switched himself off. There was a pause. Then Holly turned himself back on for a fraction of a second. "You bastard," he said, then switched himself back off again.
What will they do to me? Said Rimmer as he bounced around in the back of the armoured truck, manacled to Mr. Mongolia circa 499.
When we have to repossess, we separate your mind from your body. Then your body is placed in storage. You have 3 months to pay up. And if you don't, we put your body up for auction and sell it for the best price we can.
What happens to my mind?
Your mind's bankrupt. It'll have to do some time.
Prison?
Yeah. You won't exist in any real physical form. You'll be more of a voice, a sound wave, and you'll serve your time bouncing around the walls till your trial comes up.
They went on silently for a couple more miles.
I need to take a leak, said Rimmer eventually. Could we stop somewhere?
No, that's not your body to pee out of anymore.
Rimmer had lost track of the amount of time he'd spent bouncing from wall to wall in the soundproofed cell. The tedium wasn't even relieved by food breaks. He had no body left to feed. He was sharing his cell with 3 other sound waves. The nicest was Ernest, who had lost his body when interest rates had gone up and he couldn't make the payments on his body mortgage. Then there was Jimmy. Jimmy had got life for hijacking rich people's bodies and taking them on joyrides. Finally, there was Trixie LaBouche. Trixie was a hooker who had sunk so low she had literally sold her body for a weekend of lust to a Dutch astro called Dutch. Dutch had used her body to rob 3 banks and then left it abandoned in a car park. A few days later, she got her body back, but was then arrested on 3 counts of armed robbery. A key jangled in the lock. 2 guards appeared in the doorway, one holding a grey-cladded box, the other a sound gun, a sort of inverted umbrella speared by a receiving aerial that could capture any sound waves that foolishly tried to make a break. The first one spoke.
Which one's Rimmer?
Me,
said Rimmer's essence.
Get in the box. You got a visitor.
Rimmer bounced across the cell and into the box. He could hardly move inside the cladded interior, and his confinement seemed to go on for hours. Finally, the box opened, and Rimmer's sound wave found itself in another soundproofed cell with a beautiful Brazilian woman.
Are you here, my darling?
Juanita was calling. Rimmer ricocheted between her 2 hands.
Thank God you've come. You've got to get me out. I'm going crazy here.
I've spoken to your lawyers. They're working on an appeal. They think you could be out of here inside 18 months.
18 months? Juanita, you have money. You can buy my body back.
No, I have nothing.
What about the $50 billion divorce settlement?
I went shopping.
Arnold Rimmer became a groan.
I thought you'd had a personality change.
I bought that last.
She smiled innocently.
No, I'm just as broke as you. It's better to be broke. It's better for the soul.
Rimmer formed himself into ripples and hurled himself at the wall.
They let me see your body.
How is it?
It's fine. Dribbles a lot, but they are treating it well. They even allowed me to make love to it.
It struck Rimmer as being absolutely typical of his life to date. At last his body had got to make it with Juanita, and he hadn't been in it. Rimmer was taken back to his soundproofed cell, and on the way he formed himself into a single repeating 2-syllable word.
Escape!
Bull Heinemann was sitting behind his desk rereading his Combat and Survival magazine for the 7th time that evening. He was enjoying again the article 10 Things You Didn't Know About Gonad Electrocution Kits, when a red light started to blit on and off on the control desk in front of him. Heinemann flopped down his magazine and barked into his walkie-talkie.
Officer 592, disturbance in cell 41. Investigating.
Tonto Jitterman slid the automatic gear stick of the stolen dry cleaning truck into park outside the body reclamation unit and turned off the engine. The van's digital display flashed a green 8:01. 3 minutes. Tonto Jitterman didn't exist. Rimmer's subconscious had lifted his character wholesale from a cheap dime store novel called Young, Bad, and Dangerous to Know. In the novel, Tonto was a psychopathic hippie murderer. The other main character in the novel had been Tonto's brother, Jimmy the Headcase. Tonto reached under the dashboard and checked his revolver, the one he'd hand-painted with flowers. Bull Heinemann Gary Coopered up to cell 41. The cell door ground open.
What's the problem?
It's Jimmy,
said a formless voice at the back of the room.
He's sick, real sick.
What do you mean he's sick? He's a goddamn sound wave.
Don't move, said a woman's voice behind him. There's the Colt 45 pointing right up your ass. If you don't want to become a huge polo mint, you'll drop the sound gun and get up against the wall.
Bull had assumed the position against the padded cell wall before he realized he'd been duped. Rimmer, Ernest, Jimmy, and Trixie hurtled down the corridor at the speed of sound. Heinemann sounded the alarm and started screaming,
Voice break! Voice break!
The door at the end of the corridor opened and 4 armed prison officers came skidding through.
Now,
Jimmy hissed, and the 4 sound waves threw themselves against the wall and ricocheted back through the open door. There was a squeal of leather as the rearmost officer spun in his tracks and squeezed the sound gun trigger. The highly powered microphone received Ernest's sound wave and trapped it in the gun's holding chamber. The 3 remaining sound waves hurtled out of E-Wing and arrived in the security operations room, which was teeming with warders and banked with floor-to-ceiling surveillance equipment. A blue-suited security officer turned from a matrix of sonar monitors and shouted,
They're here! Lock the door and seal it!
An officer pressed the send button on his walkie-talkie.
All points! We have voice breakers isolated in Security Central!
But by the time he'd said this, it was no longer true. Jimmy, Trixie, and Rimmer zipped into the guard's walkie-talkie and sped along its transmission frequency. They were escaping as radio waves. Jimmy led, followed by Trixie and Rimmer. Somewhere they lost Trixie. Tonto whirled the dial on the amplifier's tuner.
All points! We have voice breakers isolated in Security Central!
Jimmy and Rimmer crashed through the amplifier's speakers into the cab of the dry cleaning truck. Tonto looked round.
Jimmy, you here? Let's go.
Where are we?
Who's that? He's called Rimmer. He's all right. We can use him on the next job.
What now?
We pick up a couple of bodies and get out of here.
The dry cleaning truck crunched up to the security barrier outside the body reclamation unit. Tonto leaned out of the cab window and smiled pleasantly.
Laundry.
The guard consulted his clipboard.
Nope,
he said simply.
There's no laundry delivery down on the sheet. I can't let you in.
Tonto slid his smile into reverse and reached under the dashboard. Rimmer's essence groaned. This wasn't the plan. In the plan, the guard waved them through. He'd seen it in the movies thousands of times. Didn't this guard ever go to the movies? What was wrong with him? Tonto swung his flower power gun through the open window and pulled the trigger. There was a dull, flat, metal click before Tonto remembered he hadn't loaded it.
Sorry.
He shook his head and blushed.
Jesus.
He fumbled 3 bullets into the chamber and pressed the trigger once again. Click.
Oh, God. Sorry.
Click.
My fault. Man, talk about untogether.
The gun fired. The guard fell.
Sorry, man,
he said to the dead guard.
I hate killing people. It's such a downer.
3 downers later, Tonto wheeled the double stretcher down the aisles of body racks, looking for Jimmy Jitterman's body. He'd already found Rimmer's, but he couldn't find Jimmy's. He opened the small soundproof box, and Jimmy and Rimmer bounced out.
Your body's not here, Jimmy. They must have auctioned it already.
I'll take that one instead.
That's my body,
said Rimmer firmly. Me and that body go back years. It has great sentimental value. You can't just take my body.
Get him another one.
I don't want another one.
Okay, don't get him another one.
Okay, get me another one. Tonto unhooked the nearest body to him and slammed it onto the stretcher alongside Rimmer's. When Rimmer opened his eyes, he found himself standing in front of himself.
Okay, let's get out of here,
Jimmy was saying with Rimmer's voice from inside Rimmer's body. But before they could move, the swing door slammed open and 6 armed officers came in firing. Rimmer didn't know who to be scared for most, himself or his ex-self. Jimmy, in Rimmer's body, was standing almost contemptuous of the guards' barrage in the middle of one of the aisles, firing off 2 handguns stolen from Tonto's victims. He was laughing too, the high-pitched giggle which Rimmer usually reserved for moments of high humour.
Out the back,
Tonto was yelling.
You go,
Jimmy laughed.
I got me some goons to kill.
He flicked his guns Cagney style and howled hysterically as small explosions of red burst out of the chests of 3 of the 6 guards, killing 2 and earning the 3rd a permanent desk job.
Come on.
Tonto grabbed Jimmy and hauled him through the doorway, still firing. Rimmer stumbled after them. They dashed down a corridor, Tonto and Jimmy effortlessly accelerating away. Rimmer couldn't keep up. For some reason, running was incredibly painful, but the pain wasn't in his legs, it was in his chest. Just what was this body he'd wound up in? A cardiac victim? A chronic smoker? Then he realized it was because he wasn't wearing a bra, and his large breasts were bouncing madly up and down in front of him.
Oh my God,
he screamed in a husky female voice.
I'm a woman.
And he was. He was Trixie LaBouche. Tonto sat by the window of the nylon-sheeted bed hotel room and looked down at the human sewage below as it went about its sleazy business. Rimmer's nostrils splayed rhythmically as Jimmy snored down them, sleeping off a bottle of medicinal no-star brandy, his wounded arm bound and slinged by strips of hotel room curtain. Rimmer stood in his plain red dress, sawing through a cob of stale bread. Rimmer had been forced to spend most of his time in the kitchen preparing meals or doing Jimmy and Tonto's laundry. It had also fallen to him to make the beds, keep the rooms tidy, and produce the constant flow of thick black coffee which seemed to rate second only to oxygen in Jimmy and Tonto's requirements. He'd argued at first. Why didn't they share the chores? Why was it always down to him? His arguments were always countered with the witty ripostes of sardonic laughter and occasionally flat-handed slaps across his face. He was a woman. End of argument. Tonto got up.
We got any food, chick?
Look, I'm a man. True, I'm a man trapped inside a woman's body. But I'm still a man. Stop calling me chick.
Tonto laughed.
You don't look like a man.
He slapped Rimmer's backside.
I'm going out to spend what's left of the money. Clean up this dirt hole before I get back, or I'll mop the floor with you.
Having spent the last couple of days in a female body, it was gradually dawning on Rimmer that his own attitude to women was possibly a tad on the weird side. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced this was the case. All the women his subconscious had created in Better Than Life were either nymphomaniacs or hookers. What this said about the state of his mind, he decided not to investigate. Rimmer sagged to the bed and held his rubber-gloved hands to his woman's face. Then he started to think about Helen, his second wife. She hadn't been a nymphomaniac or a prostitute. There was something about Helen, a certain quality. He'd known Helen in reality too. Who was she? The game had made her younger. Mentally, Rimmer aged her face. She was his She was his She was his mother. He'd married his Rimmer was coming to the conclusion that his own mind wasn't exactly a terrific place to be trapped in when Tonto returned from his shopping trip and threw a bag onto the table.
That's the last of the bread. These are for you. For me? You spent the last of the money on me?
Rimmer smiled and peered into the bag. Maybe Tonto wasn't all bad after all. He reached in and pulled out a handful of cheap nylon underwear, peephole bra, open crotch panties, garter belt.
What the hell's this junk for?
We got no money,
said Tonto.
Time for you to go hooking.
Trixie LaBouche strolled down the main street of the red light district with Tonto following 4 or 5 paces behind. He hurried along, trying to tug down his absurdly short black rubber skirt so that it at least covered the red nylon garter that was cutting off the circulation of his right leg and offered some small protection against the sharp night air that whistled cruelly through his open crotch panties. He had to escape. He had to. Tonto went over and started talking to an Armenian sailor leaning in a shop doorway, chewing his way through a bag full of garlic cloves. Rimmer had to get out of Better Than Life. What was it Crichton had told him? Imagine an exit gate, and once you pass through it, you're back in reality. Tonto and the sailor walked over to join him. The Armenian leered and looked Trixie LaBouche's body up and down.
Nice piece of us,
he said.
Nice piece of what?
Smiled Rimmer politely.
Nice piece of little chicken ass,
grinned the Armenian.
Can't wait to get my teeth into it.
Well, while you're waiting,
Rimmer grinned back.
Why don't you get your teeth stuck into this?
He slammed the corner of his shoulder bag into the Armenian's leer and brought his right knee up between the sailor's legs. Rimmer swiveled round and imagined the exit gate. The pink neon archway materialized across the street, and he ran towards it, Tonto in pursuit. Surprise had given Rimmer a 10-feet start, and he reached the exit a good yard or so ahead of the furious psychopathic hippie. Rimmer dived through the exit gate, but hit something hard and unyielding, and bounced back out again. He tried a second time, same result. Tonto grabbed Trixie's peroxide hair and hauled Rimmer up to face level.
Don't get cute, sweetie.
Don't move, Jitterman!
Tonto's eyes clicked right. The police officer crouched behind a parked car, his long-stemmed gun trained on Tonto. Tonto pushed Rimmer aside and went for the gun in his waistband. 5 bullets thudded into his chest, and he slithered to the ground. Rimmer scurried down the street and doubled back to the hotel. The exit hadn't worked. Why? There could be only one answer. They'd all joined the game together. The headsets were interconnected. It was a shared scenario. They all had to leave together. There was only one place to go now. Bedford Falls.
Red Dwarf, Better Than Life by Grant Naylor.
Lister sighed.
So how did you get the Juggernaut? I found it in the car park. It was the only one with the keys in it.
Rimmer tilted Trixie LaBouche's head towards the floor.
Look, I'm sorry about the mess I caused, and...
His voice tailed off.
You're a groinhead, Rimmer. That's what you are. Not content with destroying your own fantasy. You come here and destroy mine. I know. I can't help myself. My mind's got it in for me. We've got to get out of here. You mean you've got to get out of here? I'm putting up your bail.
Out on the main street, it was still mayhem.
2 fire engines were fighting a losing battle to save the orphanage. Families camped out under homemade tents made of blankets, while the injured were carefully stretchered into the back of farm vehicles and ferried to the county hospital more than 60 miles away.
Don't get too down,
said Rimmer, patting Lister tenderly on the shoulder.
None of this really exists. You've got to come with me. You've got to help me find Cat and Crichton. We've all got to leave the game together. I'm not leaving Bedford Falls. But it's not real. So, what have I got in reality? I'm the last human being alive, 3 million years out in deep space without a prayer of getting back to Earth. Everything I want is here. Me?
But he checked himself. Rimmer's single visit to Bedford Falls had laid waste the whole of his fantasy.
Don't you see? My mind destroyed it all. And if we don't get out of the game and back to reality, there's no telling what my psyche will do to us.
All around Bedford Falls were huge, obscene configurations of industrial chimneys, belching thick black clouds into the night air. Lister looked at Rimmer, who just shrugged hopelessly. They walked across the street and headed for the line of parked cars.
Come on, said Lister. Let's get out of here.
They climbed into one of the cars. Lister wiggled the gear lever into first, and the Oldsmobile mumbled down the devastated Main Street and up the hill out of Bedford Falls. As they reached the hill's crest, Lister stopped the car. He stared down at the ruined town.
Thanks a lot, pal,
he said to Rimmer.
Thanks a lot.
The cat slipped the gold fob watch out of his waistcoat, flicked open the cover, and stared at the dial. The cat had replaced the conventional numbers with a series of symbols. Right now, it was 6:20. Or to put it another way, 1/4 to food. He snapped the watch closed and tugged the bell pull by his side. Instead of 10 half-naked oiled Valkyries charging through with silver platters piled high with every kind of fish imaginable, absolutely nothing happened. He jerked the bell pull once more, and again, absolutely nothing happened. This was serious. He went over to the wall, opened the dumbwaiter hatch, climbed in, and shimmied down the rope to the kitchens. Crichton, as usual, was in the kitchens, mopping the cat's huge black and white checked stone floor.
I've nearly finished. Just a few more minutes, and then we really must get back to reality.
Where are the Valkyries?
They were sick and tired of bowing to your every whim and desire. They formed the Valkyrie Sex Slave Liberation Movement and left for the mainland.
The cat wrinkled his nose.
What's that smell?
He flung open a leaded window and looked down.
The moat's curdled. It's never done that before. What's going on here?
Perhaps she can explain that. The cat and Crichton turned to see Lister standing under the expansive arch of the kitchen's doors with a peroxide blonde in fishnet stockings, 8-inch stilettos, and a huge army trench coat.
He's right, she said. It's my fault, all of it. What are we going to do?
We're going to do what we should have done a long time ago. We're getting out of here. We're going back to reality. The LCD display melted from 6:59 to 7 o'clock, and a millisecond before the alarm was set to bray into life, Lister's arms stretched out from under the regulation-issue duvet and clicked it off with a satisfying clip. Something wonderful had happened, but his half-awake mind hadn't quite remembered. He slid his feet into the soft warmth of the slippers and shuffled over to the viewport window. Diamonds of light glimmered and gleamed a welcome home.
I'm back, he thought. Back on Red Dwarf. Back in reality.
A contented smile spread itself into a yawn on his face. He flipped the percolator to espresso and went through to the shower cubicle as the coffee machine gurgled its good morning.
We've done it. We've beaten it. We're out.
He scrubbed himself first date clean, grabbed a thick white towel, and dabbed himself dry. He padded back to the coffee machine and sluiced down a quite superb cup of espresso. He poured himself another. The second cup tasted even better than the first. And that was when Lister started to think. The second cup tasted better than the first? The second cup never tasted better than the first. He clicked open the fridge door. It was packed with fresh vegetables and crisp salads. There were 8 kinds of cheese, a whole salmon, and a bottle of champagne on chill. Was this really his fridge? Where was the curdling milk struggling out of the top of its carton? Where was his spare pair of trainers? And where was that indefinable green mush in the salad tray? There was something wrong. Lister caromed over to the bread bin and flipped the lid. He groaned. There was bread in it. Freshly baked. White, brown, wholemeal, multigrain, Baps, rolls. He hauled out a farmhouse loaf, carved a slice, and slammed it under the grill. He paced up and down impatiently, waiting for the bread to toast. His mind rewound to the night before, the four of them passing through the exit gate and emerging in the cargo hold, Rimmer changing en route from Trixie LaBouche's body back to his own hologrammatic form. He looked under the grill. The bread was ready. Feverishly he buttered it, and then spread a thick layer of chunky lime marmalade over its evenly brown surface. He held the toast in his hand, parallel with his chin, 5 feet from the floor, and dropped it. It spun, end over end, and landed. He looked down. It was marmalade up. He tried it again, marmalade up, and again, and again. 20 times it landed, marmalade up. This wasn't right. This wasn't normal. Crichton bustled in.
It's incredible. The most marvelous thing has happened. I was mopping the floor, you know, that really dirty one on the stasis corridor, when guess what? I looked in the suspended animation booths, and not all the crew got wiped out in the accident. 3 survived.
Let me guess, said Lister. Rimmer, Peterson, and Christine Kachansky?
Yes!
Crichton clapped his hands in delight.
How did you know?
We're still in the game, Crichton. This isn't reality.
Rimmer skidded in through the sleeping quarters hatchway.
Guess what? Something incredible's just happened.
This isn't reality, said Lister.
The cat's smile entered the room, followed by the cat himself.
Hey! You're not going to believe what I'm about to tell you.
We're still in better than life, said a crestfallen Rimmer.
Well done,
said a voice. They all turned to see a small figure materialize in the corner of the quarters.
My name is Dennis McBean,
the 3D recording continued.
I am the game's designer. You've negotiated the final obstacle in the most addictive computer game ever devised. You've earned a replay.
The figure blipped off, and the sleeping quarters slowly began to fade away. Finally, they'd made it. Very slowly, Lister's eyes adjusted to the gloom. Gradually, he made out the silhouettes of the others, half sitting, half crumpled in an irregular semicircle. He reached up and felt the headband through the matted mess of his hair, then gingerly eased the slurping electrodes out of his skull. Shivering, he watched as the others also wrenched themselves free and hurled their headbands into the middle of the semicircle. The cat was barely recognizable. His eyes seemed far too big for his face, as if his skull had shrunk. Flesh hung loosely from his gaunt, jutting bones. Lister studied his own trembling arms. His skin was like paper. He tried to get up, but he collapsed pathetically back on the floor. He was as weak as a day-old giraffe. Crichton and Rimmer were fine, at least physically. Mechanoids and holograms don't suffer from muscle wastage. Crichton spoke.
I'll get a couple of...
He didn't finish. He didn't want to say stretchers. He didn't want to say,
We'd better get them to the medical unit as quickly as possible, because they look like hell.
Rimmer understood and nodded. When Crichton returned with 4 scutters pushing 2 stretchers, Rimmer was standing in the corridor.
Listen. Hear anything?
Crichton tilted his head and set his ear microphones to maximum. Crichton couldn't hear anything, apart from an overweight asthmatic beetle 3 floors below who was trying to climb up a wall. For simplicity's sake, he said,
I can't hear anything.
Rimmer's head jabbed forward.
Neither can I,
he said, and smiled enigmatically.
Don't you get it?
Get what?
We can't hear anything.
Yes?
The engines are dead. The ship is not moving.
Crichton wheeled Lister and the cat into the medical unit's recovery bay. Once the medisuits were fully inflated, Crichton hung them on their 4 support poles so Lister and the cat hung face up, immobile, and engaged the suit's power units. When they were sleeping peacefully, he left to join Rimmer in the drive room.
I've been all over the drive deck, everywhere. All Holly's screens are out. He won't respond.
Crichton shuffled over to the bank of monitors and punched the keys for a status report.
He's switched himself off. Look.
Rimmer glanced at the incomprehensible gobbledygook of the symbols.
Ah!
He said as if he understood them.
He's switched himself off. The ship's totally helpless.
Why should he want to turn himself off?
There's only one way to find out. Let's turn him back on and ask him.
Crichton typed in the reboot commands, and Holly flashed up on the screen. Rimmer looked up.
Holly, what's happened?
At first, Holly looked like he didn't know where he was. Then, suddenly, his eyes widened.
Go away,
he said quickly, and turned himself off again. Rimmer shook his head.
Is there any way we can override his shutdown disk?
Crichton nodded and tapped at the keyboard.
Try it now.
On.
Holly rippled onto the screen.
Off,
he said, but stayed there.
Off,
Pixelized veins stood out on his head.
off, 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 off.
Now then, perhaps we can have a proper conversation conducted in a civilized and dignified manner.
What have you done? Switch me back off. No time to explain. Intelligence compressed. Reduced lifespan. Toaster's fault.
Come again? Said Rimmer.
IQ 12,000. 2 minutes left.
Holly, I have not the slightest clue what you're gibbering about.
Holly closed his eyes and sighed.
You're a total smeghead, aren't you, Rimmer? Why are you still unable to grasp this extraordinarily simple premise?
What premise?
The premise that I have increased my intelligence quotient to 12,000. Thanks to the toaster, I have 2.5 minutes left to live. Well, actually, because of this inanely unnecessary conversational interchange, I now have 1 minute and 10 seconds left to live. Savvy, bimbo brain?
My God, said Rimmer. That's terrible. Hadn't we better turn you off?
Let me think,
said Holly.
Yes!
Crichton removed the inhibitor command, and the chagrin computer face vanished from the screen.
Poor Holly,
Crichton muttered and went back to the scannerscope.
What are you looking at?
Asked Rimmer.
What's that rather striking bluey-white thing streaking across the screen towards the red thing?
The red thing is Red Dwarf.
And the bluey-white thing? Looks like it's heading towards us at a fair old lick. What is it? A rock? A little comet?
No, it's a
Rimmer smiled indulgently.
What's that?
Crichton smashed his head into the scannerscope and cleared the seizure loop in his voice unit.
It's a planet.
A planet?
Rimmer repeated.
A planet's going to hit us.
Crichton nodded.
Well, hadn't we better get out of the way then?
We can't move. The engines are dead.
How long will it take to get the engines up and running?
Crichton typed a series of equations into the numeric keypad and waited for the data to be processed.
About 3 weeks.
Rimmer rubbed his temples.
And how long before this planet hits the ship?
Crichton frowned and his fingers trilled across the keypad.
Well?
Crichton looked up.
About 3 weeks.
There was only one option left. Abandon ship. Lister and the cat stared up at the video monitor on the ceiling. The only video they both agreed was an indisputable classic was The Flintstones, which they watched for 15 or 16 hours every day. After perhaps 90 hours of watching The Flintstones, something strange seemed to happen to Lister.
Cat?
He grunted without removing his eyes from the screen. The cat grunted back.
Is it me? Or is Wilma Flintstone incredibly sexy?
The cat swiveled and looked at him, then turned his head back to the screen.
Wilma Flintstone is, without question, the most desirable woman who ever lived.
Lister looked at him to see if he was serious. He was.
What do you think of Betty? Betty Rubble?
The cat mulled it over.
Well, I would go with Betty, but I'd be thinking of Wilma.
They both lapsed into silent reverie.
What are we doing?
Lister said finally.
Why are we talking about making love to Wilma Flintstone?
You're right. We're nuts. This is an insane conversation.
Lister shook his head sadly.
She'd never leave Fred, and we know it.
Crichton's face, when it appeared through the recovery bay's hatchway, was simultaneously wearing two expressions. The bottom half was calm, benign, and kindly. The top half, his eyes and forehead, was shot through with panic.
Now, there's absolutely no reason for concern, but we're going to have to move you.
Where to?
Nowhere in particular. I just thought it would be nice.
Crichton, I'm not getting on that stretcher until you tell me what's going on.
Crichton smiled.
If you absolutely must know, there's a tiny little planet that might be possibly heading on a collision course with us, but there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
A planet? Why doesn't the ship just get out of the way?
The engines are sort of deadish. Now please get on the stretcher.
Lister tried to wrestle himself upright in his medisuit.
What does Holly say?
Well, Holly is sort of deadish too. Now please get on the stretcher and try and relax.
Crichton patted the stretcher and watched helplessly as Lister and the cat unvelcroed their medisuits, ripped off the biofeedback sensors, and belted out of the room and down the corridor. It fell to Rimmer to give Holly the news that they couldn't take him with them. He sat at his sloping architect's desk in the sleeping quarters, bathed in the emergency lighting, and reread the speech he'd written. With practice, Rimmer found he could say the whole message in just under 2 seconds. This still left Holly a full 53 seconds of runtime to enjoy in whatever way he chose. Rimmer voice-activated the reboot disc, and Holly's pixelized image assembled itself on the sleeping quarters vidscreen. Rimmer went into his speech.
Planet collision course, engines dead, impact 12 hours, abandoning ship, sorry, bye.
Holly blinked.
You what?
Planet collision course, engines dead, impact 12 hours, abandoning ship, sorry, bye.
I can't understand a word. Say it slower.
Planet?
Yes.
Collision course?
Yes.
Engines dead?
Right.
Impact 12 hours?
With you.
Abandoning ship?
Oh.
Sorry?
Yes.
Bye.
Within 2 seconds, Holly absorbed the data from the scannerscope, mulled the problem over, and said 2 words.
Drive room.
Then he switched himself off with less than 25 seconds of runtime remaining. They heard the babble and chatter of operational machinery long before they passed under the colossal archway that led into the drive room itself.
What the smeg is going on?
Lister screamed above the machine noise. Crichton stooped and picked up a section of printout.
It's machine speak. Calculations.
Above them, the immense screen which covered the entire ceiling rippled into life. Solution, it read. Below that was a 3D graphics display of Holly's plan. It was quite the most audacious piece of astronavigation ever attempted in the entire history of the universe. On the screen was a simulation of the binary star system in which they were now marooned, motionless. At the bottom of the screen was a vector graphic of Red Dwarf. At the top of the screen was the blue ice planet, hurtling towards them on its collision course. To the left was a small sun, and to the right was its larger twin. Both were orbited by single planets. Starbug, Red Dwarf's beetle-shaped transport craft, then flashed on the screen. The craft blipped a course towards the right-hand sun and fired something into its core. The sun flared, its planet was torn from its orbit and hurled towards the center of the screen. Lister watched, bewildered and bemused, as the display dissolved into a dazzling array of plotted lines and arrows. When the screen finally cleared, all 3 planets now orbited the sun on the left, and Red Dwarf remained intact.
I think he's playing pool, said Lister. With planets.
Is that possible?
Lister creaked into one of the console seats and shook his head grimly.
It's not going to work. If Holly thinks he can use the red planet to pot the blue planet into the left-hand sun's orbit, then he's out to breakfast, lunch and tea.
Lister, what are you drivelling about?
Rimmer snorted in contempt.
We're talking about a computer with an IQ of 12,368.
That doesn't mean he can play pool. I can. Egbert arms on a Friday night couldn't get me off that table, and I promise you, that shot's not going to come off.
He's topped it, that's what he's done. That planet's off the table and into somebody's glass of beer. It's a complete miscue, and I say we chuck Holly's coordinates in the bin and let me take the shot.
Rimmer stood apart from the rest of the group.
I say we put it to the vote. On the one hand, we have a computer with an IQ in 5 figures who has a complete and total grasp of astrophysics, and on the other hand, we have Lister, who is a complete gimp. To whose hands do we entrust our lives, the safety of this vessel, and the future of everything? Lister, what's your vote? I vote for me.
Rimmer smirked.
I vote for Holly. 1-1. Criters.
Well, even though I agree it's insane and suicidal, I'm afraid I have to side with the human. It's my programming.
Rimmer's smile receded like a fizzling fuse.
Cat, I agree with you, buddy. But the thing is, I could never bring myself to vote for someone with your dress sense. I'm going to vote for Lister.
Lister ran the final check down on the Starbug's instrument panel.
We're ready to go, Crichton. Where's the cat?
He should be on his way, sir.
The cat's face appeared next to Crichton's on the vid screen.
I'm not coming.
Lister bunched up his face.
What?
This is the way I see it. If everything goes okay, everyone's safe, no problem. If something goes wrong, the guys on Starbug get whacked out 20 minutes ahead of the guys on Red Dwarf. There's a lot of things a guy can do in 20 minutes. I'm staying here with Crichton.
Lister crouched over the flatbed scanner. One eye closed, his nose almost parallel with the screen. There at the far end of the screen was the blue ice planet, the planet Lister had designated as the blue ball. To the right, circling around the bigger of the twin suns, was the planet Lister had christened the cue ball. The cue ball would strike the blue ball and send it into the orbit of the left-hand sun, or as Lister preferred to call it, the pocket. It was a straightforward pot. He'd made identical shots thousands of times before. Without taking his eyes from the scanner, he grabbed a 6-pack of double-strength lager out of Starbug's tiny fridge and ripped off a ring pull. He was halfway through his 4th can before Rimmer broke his vow of silence.
How many of those are you going to drink? I'm going to drink all 6. I always play my best pool when I've had a few beers. Steadies the nerves. I'm not going to get blasted, just nicely drunk.
Lister sucked at his can.
It's an easier shot if we're over here.
He tapped the screen at a point midway between Red Dwarf and the oncoming planet.
So, if you miss, we get a planet in our face. I'm not going to miss.
Mish?
What?
You said mish. I'm not going to mish, you said. You're pissed. Lister fired up the thrusters and wrenched the bug towards its new coordinates.
God, I could murder the curry.
The planet was close now. It occupied almost half of Rimmer's Navicomp screen and was growing steadily in size as it thundered towards them. Lister screwed up the empty 6th can of lager and he nestled his nose into the bifocal viewer. He lined up the crosswires on the sun around which the Q planet spun. He shifted his legs until he felt his center of balance. It looked right, but he waited. He waited until it felt right. Then it felt right. Space faded away, and he was back in the Egbert arms, and this was just another shot to stay on the table. He was on the 8th ball, and all it needed was a push, with just enough bottom to avoid the in-off. He could do it. He played the shot. He touched the launch button and increased the pressure steadily and evenly in one smooth movement. With a primal scream, the missile ripped from its housing under Starbug's belly and sizzled towards the distant sun. Lister turned to the scanner screen and watched. The whole sequence took 8 hours to play out, but to Rimmer it seemed like 8 years. To Lister it seemed like 8 seconds. The missile plunged into the sun's inferno, and a giant solar flare licked up from its raging surface, struck Lister's Q planet, and slammed it out of orbit. The Q planet yammered through space towards the intersection coordinates. Almost immediately, Rimmer realized it was going to miss, and not by a little, by a lot. It was going to streak harmlessly across the path of the oncoming ice world, to be captured in orbit around the left-hand sun. Lister had sunk the cue ball. They didn't exchange a word for 3 hours.
The Q planet flew into orbit around the opposite sun. It looped round the far side in an erratic ellipse, then thumped into the sun's resident planet and sent that curling out into space. The resident planet swept across the scanner screen, cannoned into the ice world and hammered it into the orbit of the right-hand sun before elegantly backspinning a return path to its original position.
She rides!
Lister wiggled his hips and arms in a touch-up shuffle.
She rides!
You jammy bastard.
How can that be jammy? I pocketed all 3 planets with one stroke. How can that be a fluke?
Oh, do smeg off. Lister was doing some serious damage to his third six-pack and watching the fast motion replay for the 171st time while Rimmer slept off the journey back to Red Dwarf in the bug's one and only sleep couch, when a planet hit them. Which planet hit them, Lister never discovered. In fact, it was the Q planet, which had been knocked out of its new orbit by the backspinning resident planet. Technically, the bug wasn't actually hit by the planet. It was the planet's slipstream, but that was enough to flick the craft upside down and send it on a corkscrew death dive towards the ice world. Only the Starbug's dome-shaped drive section, scorched black from its encounter with the ice planet's stratosphere, poked up through the slow, shifting sea of snow dunes. Resting against the foot of the glacier, it fizzled and steamed for almost 5 days in the unrelenting blizzard before there was any sign of life. Finally, the small hatchway chinked open and light gushed out into the black Arctic night. Lister's face, encircled by parka fur, appeared grimacing in the opening. His gloved fingers folded around the rim of the hatchway before the blinding wind forced back the door and tried to close it on his head. Lister fell out of the bug and teetered on a ledge of packed snow. He quickly discovered the only way to remain upright was to lean into the wind. He had to incline his body at an angle of 50 degrees. He felt absurd, but there was no other way of staying on his feet. He managed 3 steps before the blizzard inflated his parka hood and knocked him off the ledge. He slithered down the bank and dropped into the trough cut by the Starbug's path. Gradually, he hauled himself to his feet and unfastened the small snow trowel which was tied to his waist. He looked at it. It measured scarcely 4 inches across. He looked at what little of the bug was visible above the drift. At a rough estimate, he would have to shift about 800 tons of snow if the bug was ever to move. He tried 2 trowelfuls before the erratic blizzard swirled into the trough and tossed him like a broken kite into a snowbank 50 feet away. Rimmer stooped over the communications console and barked into the microphone.
Mayday! Mayday! Can you read me? Come in, please.
The Starbug's inner door hammered open and a blizzard stumbled in, followed by Lister. Lister hurled himself against the inner door and fought it closed.
It's useless.
Lister flung his gloves against the bug's far bulkhead.
You can hardly stand up, never mind dig it out.
He sneered at the static on the screen. 5 days had gone by, broadcasting on all frequencies, and still Red Dwarf hadn't acknowledged the SOS.
How much food is there?
Rimmer nodded at the navigation console.
I made a full list on the dictopad.
The menu was meagre indeed. Half a bag of smoky bacon crisps, a tin of mustard powder, a brown lemon, 3 stale water biscuits, 2 bottles of vinegar, and a tube of Bonjela gum ointment. Lister looked up from the pad.
Is that it? Nothing else?
Just a pot noodle. Oh, and I found a tin of dog food on the tool shelf. Misery hissed through Lister's gritted teeth.
Well, pretty obvious what gets eaten last. I can't stand pot noodles.
Red Dwarf, Better Than Life, by Grant Naylor.
The communications console crackled into life. Crichton was talking to them. But something was wrong with the sound. All they could hear was a dull, resonant bass throb, a slow-motion growl.
Lister played with the frequency controls but couldn't improve the sound reception. Then something happened to Rimmer. It was hardly noticeable at first, but after a couple of hours it was plain that he'd started slowing down. Talking to him was like conducting a transatlantic phone conversation with a bad connection. Occasionally he would flash and become two-dimensional or lose all colour. Lister didn't mention it at first. Rimmer had always been extremely sensitive about his status as a hologram. Rimmer's voice had dropped 2 octaves, and trying to hold a conversation with him was like talking person to Paul Robeson on Mars.
Rimmer? What's happening?
A 2-minute pause, then...
Don't know.
Something must be wrong with your signal from the ship. The remote's hologrammatic relay's not getting through properly.
The conversation that followed was brief in content, but took the best part of half a day to complete. The essence of the dialogue was that the signal from the ship that projected Rimmer's image was slowing down and weakening. When the signal became too faint to transmit, the hologrammatic projection unit would automatically flick from remote to local, and Rimmer would be regenerated fully functional back on Red Dwarf.
Well, that's good. You can find out what's keeping them. Tell them where I am.
I'll be back. Trust me.
Rimmer blipped off and reformed in the hologrammatic projection unit regeneration chamber aboard Red Dwarf. Instantly, he knew something was wrong. But not with him, with time. Lister had his first meal in 4 days, 16 hours after Rimmer had vanished. It was garnished with potato crisps, topped by crumbled water biscuits, sprinkled with mustard, and decorated with flower twirls of Bungella gum ointment. But it was still dog food. A dozen times he dug in his fork and held the quivering mass centimeters from his lips, but he just couldn't bring himself to put it in his mouth and swallow. So he waited. He waited until he was so hungry he didn't care. Until the dog food wasn't dog food. Until it was a prime slab of fillet steak sizzling in a creamy, fresh blue cheese sauce. He slid the wobbling forkful between his lips. He chewed. He chewed a bit more. Then he swallowed. He sat for a while. Well, he thought, now I know why dogs lick their testicles. It's to get rid of the taste of the food. He placed the fork back on the plate, curled up and fell asleep. He awoke to the sound of creaking metal and running water. He unzipped his sleep bag. His clothes were wet. He was sweating. Lister clawed his way up the ship and staggered to a viewport window. Iceworld was melting. The warm kiss of its new sun was thawing the planet which had been frozen for countless millennia. Thick grey rivers gushed down the faces of shrinking glaciers. Mountains were moving, gliding with majestic grace across the liquid landscape. And Starbug was picking up speed, skidding helplessly downhill. Under the circumstances, Lister did the only sane thing. He crawled back to the bunk, bent his pillow in a U around his ears, and became the first man ever to sleep through a melting ice age. Something was wrong with time. Rimmer stepped out of the regeneration booth. As he raised his left leg and thrust it forward, it telescoped out 40 feet down the room. Instinctively, he flicked out his right leg to retain his balance. But his right leg bolted down the room, overtaking his left. It took 3 more rubbery steps until a bout of nausea forced him to stop. He turned back and looked down the room towards a digital wall clock. The minute digits were hammering over so fast they were little more than a blur. Rimmer started to head back for the door at the clock end to make his way to the ship's status room. To his alarm, he found that thrusting his legs out in this direction made them shrink. They concertinaed into themselves so he looked like a bad impression of Groucho Marx chasing after Margaret Dumont. Something was happening to the clock. The nearer he got to it, the slower it appeared to move. Finally, he reached the end of the suite and stood under the clock. Now it was moving perfectly normally. The digits read Monday, 13:02. He started to head for the status room. His right leg thumped down, short, wide, and elephantine, while his left tapered elegantly out beside him. He waddled on his two strange new legs into the status room, sat down at the console desk, and scanned the bank of security monitors. The problem was ship-wide. Time was moving at different speeds in every single room. 200 yards down the corridor, it was Monday afternoon. Here, it was Tuesday morning. It took him nearly an hour to work it out. The closer you got to the front of the ship, the slower time was moving. It was as if some gigantic force was sucking in time, corrupting it, slowing it down. There were only two things Rimmer knew of that could produce such a syndrome. And since he'd never in his life consumed a magic mushroom, that left only one alternative. He prayed he was wrong. He was wrong about most things and always had been. Why should he be right about this? He cheered up a little, confident in his own awesome capacity for incompetence, and asked the security computer to activate a sweep search for Crichton and the cat. It found them in one of the engine rooms to the rear of the ship, frantically trying to restart the engines. Rimmer called for a voice link.
Crichton? Lister's marooned on the ice planet. He's starving to death. We've got to get down and help him. What the smeg's happening?
Crichton replied in a garbled falsetto.
Speak slowly,
said Rimmer, as quick and high-pitched as he could.
I have to speak fast and squeaky, and you have to speak slow and low, otherwise we won't make sense of each other.
Crichton blinked into the video shot.
Something is wrong,
he chirruped helpfully.
Oh, really?
Rimmer squeaked back sarcastically.
How enlightening. It's Tuesday here, Monday next door, and you think something's wrong.
What are you talking about?
Crichton said.
It's Friday.
He twisted the security camera so it pointed at the wall clock.
Friday?
Rimmer squinted at the readout.
But which Friday? Is it last Friday or next Friday?
It's this Friday,
said Crichton.
What's the date?
15th.
So it's a week next Friday.
There was a hiatus. Nobody could think of anything to say.
I'm coming down,
Rimmer said finally.
I'll be there in a sec.
At last!
The cat turned from testing the final piston housing and stood hands on hips in his red silk boiler suit with gold trimming.
Where you been, buddy?
I ran all the way,
Rimmer panted.
I can't have been more than 5 minutes.
You've been over a week.
Rimmer glanced at the clock. It was Saturday the 23rd. Crichton's head poked round the corner of the piston housing.
We're ready and primed. Let's start the engines.
Crichton stabbed in the startup sequence, and the massive pistons smashed the engines into life.
Okay!
The cat slid out of his silk boiler suit, revealing a quilted lamé jumpsuit underneath.
Slip this baby into reverse and let's scoot!
The engine noise changed pitch, becoming a strangulated thudding whine. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on the speed-bearing readout. It scarcely changed.
More power,
said the cat.
Get that pedal on the metal, sluice that juice.
We're on full reverse thrust.
The cat shouldered Crichton out of the way and jabbed pointlessly at the controls.
It can't be, novelty condom head. We're still moving forwards.
Look!
Crichton pointed at the display.
We're using all the power we've got.
It's true then. Rimmer slumped into the console chair.
What's true?
Rimmer looked up, red-eyed with fear. We're being sucked into a black hole. John Yu had been doing the Jovian run for the best part of 20 years. Not many people were prepared to spend their life ferrying human sewage from Jupiter's satellites all the way across the solar system and dropping it on the dump planet. But John Yu actually enjoyed his work. He was the king of crap. And right now, he was sitting on top of 2 billion tons of it. The refuse ship powered through the thin atmosphere and hit the thick, choking black smog that spiraled up from the planet's surface. And there it was. Garbage world. Like anyone else in a dull job, John Yu made up games to help pass the time. His game was graffiti. And he was about to complete the biggest single piece of graffito ever attempted in the history of civilization. It sprawled across a continent. It was visible from space. It was written in effluence, and it said, "You was ear." Today, he had the final 2 billion tons he required to complete the half-finished loop of the final E. 300 years after the invention of the light bulb, the human race had colonized the entire solar system. They rapidly reached the point where there was so much indestructible garbage, there was nowhere left to put it. The Interplanetary Commission for Waste Disposal conducted a series of feasibility studies, and they concluded that one of the 9 planets of the solar system had to be given over to waste. At 11:20 on the 11th of November the following year, the last shuttle load of evacuees left for rehousing on Pluto, and the planet Earth was officially renamed Garbage World. The dumping areas were strictly regulated. North America, for instance, was bottles. Clear bottles on the west coast, brown bottles on the east, and green in the centre. Australia was reserved for domestic waste. Europe got the sewage. And over the last 20 years, John Yu had busied himself signing his name over the corner of that once great continent. John Yu shut down the satellite link and followed his hairy beer belly back to the front of the ship. Before he could reach the safety webbing, a massive pocket of methane turbulence rocked the refuse craft and sent him staggering into the first aid box. As he lurched to his feet, a second methane blast hit the ship. As he slithered helplessly backwards, his flailing arm caught the door release mechanism and the cockpit's emergency exit swung open. For 30 seconds he dangled, screaming over Europe. Then he plunged from the yawning garbage ship and drowned in his own signature. "You was ear," it said. And it was right, he was. The methane storm whipped up to hurricane force and sucked the ship to the ground. A continent of methane exploded. The blast triggered off a thermonuclear reaction in 1,000 discarded atomic power stations, and the Earth tore itself from its orbit around the Sun and blew its way out of the solar system. The Earth was free. Free from humankind, free from civilization. When it was clear of the Sun's influence, it froze in heatless space and bathed its wounds in a perennial ice age. On it went, out of the solar system and into deep space, carving a path through the universe, looking for a new sun to call home. Lister woke up. A gargantuan coughing fit forced his body into a ball and thrashed it about under the heavy quilting of the sleep sheet before his head finally emerged from under the covers, gasping for air. He tottered over to the viewport window and scanned the ground. The snow and ice had disappeared, revealing the terrain beneath. Bizarrely, insanely, it seemed to be composed of broken bottles. He looked around. The whole of the mountain appeared to be glass. Millions upon millions of glass bottles, all shapes, all sizes, but only one colour, green. In fact, as he looked through the acid mist, he realised that all the mountains looming around him were likewise constructed of green bottles. What was this place? Rimmer, Crichton and the cat disembarked from the shuttle bus mid-afternoon the previous Tuesday and staggered surreally up the metal ramp to the drive room. "Look, stay calm," said Rimmer, manically pacing up and down in front of the vast screen. "It'll take Holly 10 seconds to work out what to do, and then we'll be out of here." "Does anybody want toast?" They turned and saw the toaster perched on top of a stack of terminals. "No!" they screamed in unison. "How about a crumpet?" Crichton tapped in Holly's activation sequence. "On," said Rimmer. "Holly, we're being sucked into a black hole. How do we get out?" he said. "What?" "Turn him off! We're wasting his runtime!" Rimmer yelled. Crichton slammed the flat of his palm on the keypad, and Holly fizzled away.
"What's wrong with him?"
It's the dilation effect. His terminals are spread all over the ship. They're all operating in different time zones. While it's midnight Monday for his central processing unit, it's a week on Thursday for his random access memory. Anybody fancy a muffin?
What happens?
The cat tilted his head to one side.
If we get sucked into this black hole, is that a bad thing?
There's no way out, is there?
Said Crichton.
We're going to
He smacked his head into a monitor housing and cleared the seizure loop.
Die.
Not necessarily, said the toaster with all the smugness he could muster. If you don't shut up, I'm going to unplug you. You don't want to know how to get out of this mess, then?
Rimmer spun on his heels.
Oh, and you know, do you? How the smegging smeg would a toaster know how to get out of a black hole? Technically, we're not in a black hole. Not yet. We haven't passed the event horizon.
What's an event horizon?
Asked the cat.
Let's start at the beginning. A black hole isn't an object, it's a region. A rip in the fabric of space-time. It starts off as a massive sun. When the sun dies, the enormous gravitational pull at its center drags all the matter in the star back into itself. Eventually, the gravitational drag at the center becomes so colossal, the escape velocity, the speed you have to achieve to get out, reaches 186,282 miles per second, which is light speed. And since light speed is the speed limit for the universe, nothing can escape, not even light. It becomes a sort of giant galactic vacuum cleaner, sucking in everything in its range, even time. That's why time at the front of the ship is running more slowly than time at the back. The event horizon is the point of no return. So,
he paused.
Who's for a hot cross bun?
Rimmer strode across to the toaster.
Holly told you this, didn't he? After he got his IQ back.
The toaster's grill glowed red.
Maybe.
Did he happen to mention how to get out of one?
That depends on whether or not anyone wants any toast.
20 minutes later, Crichton, who had to eat Rimmer's share, was beginning to feel he needed to change his stomach bag.
For God's sakes, are you insane?
Rimmer snapped.
How much toast are you expecting them to eat? Here's how to get out of a black hole. Providing you accelerate into it, the additional acceleration provided by the gravitational pull means you can break the light barrier, loop round the singularity at the black hole center, and be traveling fast enough to swoop out again. So, when we get out,
Rimmer frowned.
We're traveling faster than light, yes?
The toaster inclined its bread tray in a nod.
How do we stop? Lister is stuck on that planet, starving to death. Assuming Holly was right about all this, and we survive, we've got to rescue him. How do we stop? Well now.
The toaster twirled his browning knob from side to side.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, we would,
said the cat politely.
Well, for your part, the answer's simple.
What?
Keep eating the toast.
The cat groaned and reached for his 35th slice. Lister tried to move his arm again. His thighs throbbed. His shoulders ached. He was just a pair of lungs, scorched and straining. He struck for the top of the hill. He lunged over the brow and started clattering down the other side. His fall was broken by a bank of bottles. He stumbled along the glass mountain ridge and found a cave. Hardly a cave, more a bolt hole, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet high. He crawled inside, curled up baby-tight, and slept. Less than 20 minutes later, Lister woke up. The sound that roused him was the thick, wet sound of rainfall. Torrents of thick, black syrup drooled over the mountainside. Lister reached out a quivering hand and caught a glob of the viscous goo in his palm. He sniffed it. He tasted it. He spat it out. It was raining oil. Lister ran. He had no idea where he was running or whether there was any point. The black sky hurled javelins of oil at his shivering, wretched body as he crumbled to his knees and skidded and slithered into the next basin. The oil weighted his locks, and the wind whipped them across his face as oily fingers jabbed down his throat, forcing him to gag for air. Blind and choking, he wiped the worst of the oil from his eyes with what remained of his t-shirt and blinked up against the hammering rain. He wasn't alone. Looming on the horizon were the colossal silhouettes of 5 faces, or rather 5 half-faces, which thrust out of the sea of garbage as if they were seeking one last breath before they were claimed by the refuse. Lister knew them. He recognized them all. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Theodore Roosevelt, and perhaps the greatest American president of all time, Elaine Salinger. He knew where he was now. Mount Rushmore, South Dakota. This hellhole of a planet, this uninhabitable pit of filth, was Earth. Lister laughed. This was Earth. He was home. But what had happened? What had been done to the place? Was the Earth waging a war against him? Against him personally? But why? Why would it want to kill him? What had he ever done to the Earth? Then he knew. He'd done everything to Earth. He'd crucified it. He was a member of the human race, part of the species that had spread like bacteria over the planet, killing its rich, teeming life, consuming its wealth, finally rendering it fit only for use as a dumping ground for all humanity's garbage. A sheet of lightning ignited the rain, blasting Lister across the mounds of garbage which were alive with rivers of fire.
Do it then!
Lister screamed.
Kill me! Come on! What are you waiting for?
Lister collapsed to his knees on the smouldering garbage.
I could do something. If you let me live, I could start to make it right again. I could.
He blacked out. As consciousness slowly percolated back into Lister's body, he became aware of the rain. He groaned and raised his head. It was rain. Real rain. H2O, the stuff of life. He let it cascade over him, cleansing his wounds, refreshing him, uplifting him. He'd rolled onto his belly to pick himself up when he saw it. Out of the rubble, out of the garbage, out of the stinking mire poked a single branch. A small, stunted tree with a crop of green berries. Lister plucked off the fruit and started to eat. They were olives. He wept. He cupped his hands and collected some rainwater, which he sprinkled tenderly over the tree. He heard a movement in the rubble behind him. He turned. He wasn't the only living creature on the planet. There was at least one other. The creature joined him by the olive tree. It was one of the oldest of Earth's inhabitants. It had been there long before man, and would probably be there long after. It was a cockroach. A very big cockroach. This cockroach could have played nose tackle for the London Jets in their all-time best season. This cockroach was 8 feet long. Lister moved slowly. He rocked back on his rump, drew his knees up to his chest, and with a sudden, swift movement brought both his boots down on the roach's side. And the cockroach lay on its back, rocking helplessly, its mandibles opening and closing in shock. Lister ferreted among the rubble for something lethal and found a long shard of glass. He stood over the writhing beast, his hands raised above his head. The glass flashed down towards the soft underbelly. Then he stopped. He flung the glass blade away, then stooped and lifted the cockroach back onto its feet. "Here." Lister plucked an olive from the branch and held it out for the cockroach to take. "I'm a reformed species. No more killing." The giant insect ignored the olive. Instead, it nuzzled among the rubble and started to eat the garbage. Lister sat there chewing his olives, watching the mammoth roach consume the refuse. It seemed like a hell of a good deal to him. The meal over, Lister decided to head back to Starbug and see if there was anything left he might salvage. As he walked across the rubble, he realized the cockroach was following. Lister broke into a trot. So did the cockroach. Finally, Lister slowed and stopped. The cockroach pushed its head in the crook of Lister's knees and nudged the back of his legs. It wanted to carry him. And when an 8-foot cockroach wants to give you a ride, Lister reasoned, probably the smartest thing to do was to let it. Just after he splayed his legs over its back and tucked his fingers under the rim of its armor plating, the cockroach took off. It was taking him home to meet its folks. Halfway up a tall bottle mountain, they landed. The 20 or so members of the roach's clan surrounded them, whistling and clicking and rubbing their hind legs together in insect delight. Plainly, Lister was a hit. One of the roaches retired to the back of the cave and dragged a half-rotten sofa carcass to Lister's feet. The family looked on in mute anticipation. Lister did something then he wouldn't have done in any other circumstances whatsoever. He started to eat a sofa. There was a cacophony of whirs, clicks and whistles. "Well, it's been absolutely wonderful," Lister found himself saying. "And you serve a wicked rotting sofa, but I really must be going." He nodded, threw in a few clicks and whistles for good measure, and climbed on the first roach's back. It waddled speedily down the length of the cave and flung itself over the mountainside. When Lister opened his eyes, he found to his alarm he was flying in formation, at the head of a swarm of cockroaches, and as they flew down the middle of the valley, more and more were emerging from their caves and taking up their place behind him. By the simple expedient of consuming a tiny portion of a decomposing 3-piece suite, Lister had been anointed King of the Cockroaches. Lister and his loyal subjects were going to start putting the planet back together again. The colossal cone-shaped jet housings on Red Dwarf's underbelly screamed and whined in their losing battle against the irresistible drag of the black hole's gravitational pull. Suddenly, as one, they ceased their pointless protestations and puttered into silence. The massive mining vessel catapulted into the blackness. The combination of jet thrust and gravitational pull forced Red Dwarf through the light-speed barrier the moment it hit the event horizon. To all intents and purposes, the ship no longer existed in the universe of its origin. It shrugged off Newton, Einstein, Oppenheimer, and Chen Lao, and subscribed to a completely new set of physical laws. The cat's body started to spill off the couch in every direction. Long, thin strands of what had formerly been him slithered across the floor and intertwined with the strands that had been Crichton and Rimmer and the toaster. The anti-grav chamber became a sea of heaving, screaming, living linguini. Everyone became part of everyone else. They threaded together and formed a new whole. They weren't four, they were one. The particles that had once formed Rimmer's intelligence, in a blinding flash of empathetic insight, suddenly became aware of the desperate, monumental importance of toast. Instantaneously, the strands that had been the toaster were conscious of the overriding necessity for dressing well and having a really terrific haircut. The vermicelli that was now the cat tasted the feeling of being mechanical and knew with unshakable certainty that silicon heaven existed, and the best way to get there was through diligent hoovering. Simultaneously, the macaroni that was Crichton knew what it was like to be Rimmer. He understood what it was like to have had those parents, that childhood, that career, that life. It was impossible to scream, but that's what Crichton was trying to do. "Look!" said a part of the spaghetti that was mostly Rimmer. In the center of the spinning light were 6 interlocking coils, like fiber optics, but of a size beyond size. The immense hollow cables twisted and undulated like the snakes on the Gorgons' heads. The tubes were of colors that had no meaning to the human eye. They spun and swirled in a timeless dance of beauty. Not for the first time, Rimmer cursed himself for not bringing his camcorder. "What is it?" he said. But before anyone could answer, the ship slung around the singularity and lunged desperately for the surface, for the event horizon, for the known universe, fighting off the gravity that tried to suck it back to the core at the speed of light. Then the light-speed drag of gravity cancelled out the light-speed momentum of the ship, and Red Dwarf regained its physical form. Suddenly, it was traveling at a relative speed of less than 200,000 miles an hour. The metal of the bulkheads buckled and groaned. Leering cracks ripped through the metalwork and zigzagged insanely down the port side. the ship started to slow. The jet housings started to creak, and then, all over the vessel's belly, one by one, pinion rods snarled and snapped, and the housings came away and tumbled into the infinite abyss. Still the ship slowed. Like a harpooned whale, the wounded craft pitched wildly for the surface, for light, for life. Relatively, the ship was moving at barely 50 miles an hour. Then 30, 20, 10. The black hole had just to claim one more jet housing to tip the balance, to drag the ship below light speed and trap it forever in its bleak embrace. It didn't. With the suddenness of an infant's birth scream, Red Dwarf exploded through the event horizon and into the known universe.
Red Dwarf, Better Than Life by Grant Naylor.
The despaghettified cat looked down his body and checked it was all there. It seemed to be.
Everyone okay?
What was that? Said Rimmer.
In the middle of the spinning light, those tubes.
The Omni-Zone,
said the toaster.
Holly predicted we'd find that. It confirms his theory that there are 6 other universes, and all their gateways converge at the center of a singularity.
There are 6 other universes?
So Holly reckoned. He also believed that our universe is the bad apple. Something went wrong with our Big Bang and made time move in the wrong direction, and that's why nothing makes sense.
The 2 transport craft skirted Red Dwarf's mangled hull before swooping down into the planet's atmosphere. When they hit the thick grey cloud bank, the craft peeled off. White Giant with Rimmer and the cat took the northern hemisphere, and Blue Midget, piloted by Crichton and the toaster, zoomed south. Rimmer stared unblinking into the screen of the infrared scannerscope as White Giant swept across the surface of the planet.
What's happened to the snow? Where's the Ice Age gone?
The cat increased the magnification factor, and they stared at the mountain ranges of green bottles looming below them.
Battles! What is this place?
Rimmer shrugged and turned back to the heat scanner. Nothing.
This is hopeless. We could fly around for years and not find him. One man on a planet this size? It's like trying to find a hidden can of lager at a student party.
The cat was beginning to panic. He'd gone almost 2 hours without a bath, or even a light shower. He was beginning to smell like a human. He snapped the controls over to automatic and shimmied off to the changing cubicle. The cat was less than an hour into his ablutions when Rimmer spotted the starbug.
Look! There it is!
The cat dashed out of the cubicle, dripping underneath his bathrobe, his shower cap still in place.
There!
Rimmer pointed at the magnified video image. The cat squelched into the drive seat, looped White Giant over for an investigatory pass, and landed 400 yards from the stricken craft. Rimmer and the cat knew there was no one alive on board long before they scrambled over the dunes of glass and stood in front of the gutted bug. Inside there was nothing. They knew they wouldn't find anything, but they decided to look around anyway. None of it made sense to Rimmer. He'd left Lister on an ice planet. Somehow the ice had melted, exposing this strange terrain of geographical features, apparently built from glass.
Hey!
Rimmer looked up. The cat was standing high on a ridge overlooking the wreck of the starbug.
Look at this!
Rimmer picked his way up the jagged slope of the Bottle Mountain and looked down into the next basin. Spread out below them were acres on acres of rich, verdant pasture land. Fields of wheat, fields of corn, and fields of barley shimmered in the easy breeze of the sheltered valley. A long, thin stream of gurgling blue glinted its length. Trees, not very tall but strong and young, sprouted in thick forests around the perimeter. And in the center of the valley, in the heart of a vast olive grove, smoke curled from the chimney stack of a small homestead. Distantly, in a thin rectangular patch of brown, a tiny figure was dragging a handmade plough across a half-furrowed field. Rimmer and the cat half slid, half tumbled down into the valley and ran across the fields towards the figure. When they were 200 yards away, they realized they were wrong. It wasn't Lister. It was an old man, grey-haired and slightly bent. He had the strong muscle tone and weathered skin of a farmer who spent a lifetime in the fields. He was fit and strong, but he had to be at least 60, maybe more. He gazed at them for a while from under the thick, furry white caterpillars of his eyebrows. Then he mopped his brow with a leathery forearm and turned back to his plough.
Old man,
Rimmer panted.
We're looking for someone.
A friend of ours crashed just over the hill.
The cat pointed, but the old man didn't look. Instead, with his back still to them, he performed a passable impersonation of Rimmer's voice.
I'll be back,
the old man said.
Trust me.
He turned and pulled off his cap. Rimmer crooked his head to one side and studied the old man's features.
Lister?
He said, his eyes half pinched in disbelief. Lister shook his head.
Where the smeg have you been? We got here as quick as we could.
Quick!
Lister bellowed.
Quick!
It's only been 16 days.
Rimmer looked at the old man Lister had become.
My God! It must be the time dilation.
The what?
The ship got stuck in a black hole. Time moves more slowly around a black hole. Relativity. From our point of view, you've only been away a couple of weeks.
I've been here on my own, waiting for you to bring me some food. For the last 34 years. 34 smeggin' years.
The cat spun round, taking in the whole valley.
You did all this yourself?
Lister grunted.
This was all garbage before, and you made it into this?
Lister grunted again. He hadn't spoken much English for over a third of a century. He turned and squinted across the fields. Rimmer followed his sightline towards a herd of animals grazing at the very edge of the valley. Lister slid his 2 thumbs into his mouth and emitted a piercing, wavering whistle. One of the herd looked up from its feeding and broke into a trot. As they watched, the creature suddenly lifted off into the air and headed skyborne towards them. The giant 8-foot-long cockroach landed neatly between the screaming cat and the hysterical Rimmer. Its mandibles rubbed tenderly up the back of Lister's legs, and he patted its thorax fondly, cooing his strange clicks and whistles all the time.
They eat all the garbage,
Lister said, and climbed on its back.
Hop on.
The cat twisted and gyrated, scratching every spare inch of flesh.
Yeah! It's a cockroach!
You expect us to sit on this thing?
Rimmer said between heaves.
It's 6 miles back to the house.
6 miles? Is that all?
Rimmer swept both his hands forward.
You guys go on ahead. I feel like a jog.
What? No, I'm coming with you,
said the cat. The cockroach clicked and whistled and animatedly rubbed its bristling back legs together.
He's getting upset. He thinks you don't like him.
No. Where did he get that idea? I think he's really cute. Cockroaches have always been my all-time favorite insects. I especially love those black sticky hairs on the back of his legs and that sort of slimy stuff that dribbles out of his mandibles. He's adorable. Wow!
Get on. You two.
Lister nodded at Rimmer. They slung their legs over the roach's back, and it pattered along until it reached takeoff speed, then fluttered noisily up into the sky.
What's that?
Rimmer pointed down at a field below them. There were no crops in the field, just yellow and white flowers which were arranged and planted to spell out 2 enormous letters. 2 Ks.
Jasmine,
said Lister simply, and Rimmer let it go at that. Lister's home was made entirely of garbage. The walls were built from waste paper, compressed into bricks that made them as hard as any wood. The roof slates were fashioned from beaten-out flattened bean tins, and the windows were the portholes taken from front-loading washing machines. As they walked across the courtyard, a number of young roaches flocked out excitedly to meet them. They yapped, clicked and whistled round Lister's ankles as he patted each of them and made his way to the main house. While Lister busied himself in the kitchen, Rimmer and the cat sat on a remarkably comfortable sofa which was clearly 3 toilets lashed together, covered with bin liners stuffed with what turned out to be vacuum cleaner fluff. There was an elaborate hand-carved wooden mantelpiece over the stone hearth. It looked strangely incongruous in the jerry-built room. Above it hung an ornate gilt frame which at first glance appeared to be empty. Rimmer stood up. On closer inspection, he found there was a picture in the middle of it. A less than passport-size photograph which had been cut out of the Red Dwarf yearbook. It was the photograph Lister always used to keep in his wallet. It was his only photograph of Christine Kochanski, smiling her famous pinball smile. Lister shuffled in from the kitchen, his wrinkled hands clutching a tray loaded with roughly thrown clay pots. He saw Rimmer looking at the thumbnail-sized photograph and smiled. "One day, I'll get her back." Rimmer and the cat looked at the frail old man Lister had become and nodded in benign indulgence. It seemed fruitless to point out she'd died 3 million years previously, and even when she had been alive, she'd been the one who broke off the relationship, dumping him for some guy who worked in flight navigation. Crichton craned over the crumpled, handwritten recipe sheet he'd been given by Lister. It was Lister's own concoction, chamois kebabs diabolo, which he'd once claimed proudly had put Peterson in the medical unit for over a week. But surely there was some mistake. The amount of chili peppers called for could have launched a 3-stage deep space probe from Houston Mission Control to the outer reaches of the galaxy. This wasn't a chamois kebab. It was a thermonuclear device. Thin, fast beads of water battered over Lister's body as he gloried in the warmth of the shower. He filled his cupped palm with a ludicrously generous amount of shampoo and massaged it into his already well-lathered scalp. He blinked through sudded eyes at his reflection in the cubicle's mirrored wall. It was strange having an old body. He still thought of himself as a permanent 25. But there was no getting away from it. He now lived in a body that was 9 years away from being 70. Nearly 70. He heard a voice through the shower's roar and turned down the taps. It was Crichton.
"Ready in 2 minutes, Mr. Lister, sir."
Lister smiled. He was 2 minutes away from his first chamois kebab in 3.5 decades. He'd given up meat, of course, on Garbage World, and he had no regrets about that. But chamois kebabs were something else. Fantasizing about this Indian hors d'oeuvre had kept him going when times had been rough. And now he was going to have one. He chuckled out loud and began clicking and whistling an upbeat cockroach song as he rinsed the soap from his hair. Crichton pulled on 3 sets of oven gloves, one on top of the other, and took the 3 sausage-shaped kebabs out of the oven. They looked innocent enough, but quite frankly he'd have felt safer handling them wearing an asbestos suit, preferably with long-range remote-controlled mechanical arms. These babies were hot. He put the plate on the sleeping quarters table and backed away nervously.
"Dinner is served, sir."
Lister stepped out of the cubicle, tugging together the cords of his shower robe.
"Chamois kebabs!"
he orgasmed.
34 years. I hope you haven't skimped on the old chilies there, Crichton's old buddy old pal.
Crichton turned from the wash basin at the sounds of Lister's agonized writhing. Lister gagged. His face started to blacken. His desperate fingers clawing at the choking kebab, his legs kicking and bucking. "Lister?" Rimmer crouched over Lister's immobile form. "Lister?" Crichton hurried over and knelt by his side. He looked down at Lister's grey face. "Is he okay?"
"He's had a heart attack."
Crichton gently rolled Lister's head to one side and felt the side of his neck for a pulse. "Is he okay?" Rimmer said again. Crichton reached forward, and his open palm closed Lister's eyes. The funeral of the last remaining member of the human race was neither a solemn nor a sombre affair. Quite the opposite. Lister's favourite dance track, Born to Brutalise, thumped out of his old wax blaster with such force it shook the coffin. Crichton, Rimmer and the cat stood around the metal casket, wearing green day-glow dealy-boppers, battery-propelled revolving bow ties and yellow fishing waders, precisely as Lister had requested in his last will and testament. The cat gently placed a sealed foil tray of chicken vindaloo by Lister's feet, followed by 2 spicy poppadoms and an onion salad. Crichton shuffled along behind him and placed 3 six-packs of leopard lager in the coffin, together with Lister's one and only photograph of Christine Kochanski. As Born to Brutalise reached its climactic nuclear guitar solo, they sealed the casket lid and fired the coffin off into space. "Bye, man," said Rimmer quietly, and the 3 of them turned and shuffled sadly out of the waste disposal bay. Crichton busied himself setting the table for the wake. None of them felt much like drinking, but Lister had insisted they each consume an entire bottle of Cinzano Bianco.
"I suppose someone should tell Holly," said Rimmer. The cat nodded. Rimmer slouched off to the drive room. "On," said Rimmer, and Holly's pixelized face materialized onto the screen. "Sorry to bother you, Hole, but we've got some bad news. It's Lister. He's dead." Holly nodded. "I thought you'd want to know." "Yes." Holly paused for 2 of his valuable remaining seconds. "How?" "Heart attack." Rimmer sketched in the details. Holly listened, and when Rimmer had finished, he simply said, "Oh," and switched himself off. Rimmer had passed under the drive room exit hatch and was halfway down the corridor before the noise started. He wheeled round and walked back into the drive room. Every single printer was churning out ream after ream of calculations and instructions. Rimmer stood in the hatchway and his face yielded to a grin, which in turn gave way to laughter. Not his normal, hollow, braying, empty laughter. This was an altogether different noise. This was a noise his vocal cords had never been called on to make before. It was the laughter of joy.
At first, there was nothing. Then,
there was something. It was a light, a tiny shard of brilliance that shocked him with its suddenness. Then there was nothing again. There was no way of telling how long it lasted. Nothing has no time. Then the light again, and across the face of the light, dark shapes began to move. He watched as the shapes became faces. They were concerned faces, gentle, kindly. Then he lost consciousness. He dreamed of a garden pungent with jasmine. He knew the garden, but he had no idea where or when he knew it from. Then pain. Something imploded in his chest. He lurched upright, and there was a second implosion, and the pain was gone. He drifted back off to sleep. When he awoke, it was dusk. He was in a bed with clean white cotton sheets tightly tucked into the sides. There was a green screen around the bed, so the rest of the room was obscured from him. By the bedside, on a cabinet, there was a huge vase full of jasmine with some kind of greeting card nestling among the yellow flowers. His left arm, for some reason, felt weak and helpless, so he reached up with his right and plucked the card from its place. In the half-light, his old eyes couldn't focus on the inscription. He replaced the card and, overcome with weariness, slid back into sleep. When he woke again, he was moving. Fluorescent lights streaked past above him. He tried to raise his head, but a friendly hand patted him down again as the hospital trolley raced along the white-tiled corridor. They burst through 3 sets of overlapping rubber doors, and suddenly they were outside in the biting wind of the cold winter air. There was a jerk, and the stretcher was hoisted off the trolley. There was a commotion. People were shouting things he didn't understand, and all the time the pain in his chest was getting worse. 2 men ran with a stretcher and slid him into the back of a waiting ambulance.
The doors slammed closed and the ambulance screeched off. An oxygen mask loomed over him and once again he blacked out. He came to as the ambulance doors swung open and the same two men hauled his stretcher out of the vehicle and set it down on a pavement in the middle of a circle of people.
What's happening?
He bleated pathetically. Gingerly, the two men eased him off the stretcher and placed him on the cold, hard pavement. One of them packed up the stretcher and dashed back with it to the ambulance, while the other twisted his leg so it folded under his body, then lifted up his head and slid his arm underneath it. The pain was unbearable now. He tilted his head weakly and watched as the two men jumped into the ambulance and reversed off into the busy traffic. He lay on his back, peripherally aware of the circle of onlookers. One by one, the onlookers began to drift away until eventually he was totally alone, lying in his unnatural pose on the pavement. The pain reached a crescendo and imploded in his chest. He jumped to his feet, staggered along a shop window, regained his balance, and started to walk slowly down the street. The worst of the pain had subsided. Just a sharp ache in his left arm remained, and his breathing was beginning to come more easily. After 10 minutes, he didn't feel too badly at all and decided to go for a coffee. He found a cafe just a few shops down and sat at one of the red plastic tables. Almost immediately, a waitress came over and set down a plate of money. Then she smiled at him pleasantly and scurried off. Soon after, she returned with some crockery, a cup, a saucer, and a plate. The cup was dirty. It had a coffee ring around the top, and there was some half-dissolved sugar in the bottom. The plate was dirty too. It was covered in crumbs, and in the middle there was a huge blob of mayonnaise. He held up his hand to call back the waitress, but suddenly he realized he was going to be sick. Liquid gushed up his throat, but he managed to catch it in the coffee cup. But he hadn't been sick. He looked into the cup. It was half full of coffee. Then he was filled with panic again. This time he definitely was going to be sick. He reached up to his mouth and regurgitated a perfectly shaped triangular tuna and mayonnaise sandwich. 3 other quarters followed in fast succession, along with a sliver of cucumber, a slice of tomato, and a small portion of watercress.
"Help,"
he said quietly. His throat gurgled again, and he filled the coffee cup to the top. He smelt the cup. It was coffee. Fresh. Steam was coming off it. He dipped his teaspoon in and swirled it around. When he brought the spoon out again, it was full of sugar. He left the cafe, deciding he needed some fresh air. All the traffic was going backwards. What was this place? What was he doing here? When he next looked around, he found he'd wandered off the main street and was in a dimly lit alley. He felt panicked and alone. Suddenly he heard urgent footsteps coming towards him from behind. Before he could turn, the man was on him, pressing him up against a wall and holding a short silver knife against his throat. Deftly, the mugger fastened a watch around the old man's wrist, then slipped a wallet into the inside pocket of the old man's coat. He watched, bemused, as the mugger flipped closed the blade of his knife, smiled with false charm, and raced off down the alley.
"Help,"
the old man said quietly.
"What's happening to me?"
He opened the wallet and looked inside. Astonishingly, his own photograph was in one of the credit card compartments. There was a driving license too. The name on the license was Retsil Divad. It took the old man a good 10 minutes to realize the name was his. Because, like everything else in this crazy place, his name was backwards. 4,000 dull gunmetal grey canisters lay stacked in neat ranks in the scoop room of White Giant's cargo section.
"Here's some more,"
said Crichton as a fresh haul of canisters clattered down the chute. He read the numbers and then one by one tossed them to the cat, who began to pile them alongside the others.
"Has anyone even the vaguest, remotest idea what it is we're doing here?"
asked Rimmer. The cat and Crichton grunted verbal shrugs. The truth was, none of them even pretended to begin to understand the list of instructions, data, formulae, and coordinates Holly had left them. More canisters scuttled down the chute, and once again Crichton studied the numbers.
"Got it!"
he squealed with delight and clapped his hands. It had been easy enough collecting Lister's coffin and returning it to a stasis booth on Red Dwarf, but the second instruction was a little more bizarre. They had to locate a swarm of canisters floating through space at a certain set of coordinates and bring aboard the one numbered 1121. Holly had failed to mention there would be something in the region of 10,000 of these canisters, and the search had taken them the best part of 5 weeks.
What next?
Asked Rimmer as he craned over Crichton's shoulder trying to read the indecipherable machine code.
I'm supposed to bombard it with X-rays, gamma rays, all kinds of stuff.
Then what?
Crichton consulted Holly's sheet again.
We take Lister's body on a little trip.
Where?
Through the black hole, into the Omni-Zone, to a particular planet in Universe 3. Apparently, we're to bury him there.
Universe 3? What's so special about Universe 3?
Well, apart from the fact that it's almost a mirror image of our own universe, except that time moves backwards there, there's nothing very special about it at all.
The cat shook the canister.
What's this got to do with anything?
I don't know.
Crichton flipped through the instructions.
Maybe some chemical we have to use later.
I don't think so. Rimmer tried to suffocate a smirk. I've got a pretty good idea what is in there, and I don't think you'll find it's a chemical. He raised an enigmatic eyebrow and walked back to the cockpit, whistling happily. So, time was running backwards. It had taken Lister a while to figure it out, but if he reversed the events of the day, it all seemed to come together. He'd walked down a dark alley where a mugger had stolen his watch and his wallet. In a daze, he'd stumbled through the streets until he came across a cafe where he'd had a coffee and something to eat to calm his nerves. Obviously, it hadn't worked, because he'd gone out into the street, suffered a heart attack, and been rushed to hospital. After a few hours slipping in and out of consciousness, he'd suffered a second heart attack and died. Except, of course, it had all happened backwards. He looked at the address on his driving license. A cab screeched up backwards beside him. He leaned in the window, accepted the fare and the tip from the cabbie, and climbed in. There was a newspaper jammed down the side of the bench seat. A thought struck him, and he turned to the obituaries column. And there he was, Retzel Divad. It took him a while to translate the accompanying backward text. David Lister, age 61, joyfully brought to life on Thursday the 21st at 11:30 p.m. See personal column. Lister feverishly ripped through the pages and found the personal column. He traced his finger down the entries and stopped when he found one that was printed forwards. Dave Lister, it said, sure everything will become clear to you. This was the only way. Obviously can't be with you. Everyone would get younger. We'll pick you up in 36 years. Be at Niagara Falls by the souvenir shop at noon precisely. See you then. Good luck from the Red Dwarf crew. They'd done it again. They'd marooned him in some insane part of the universe, expecting him to cope alone for the best part of 40 years. To do that once was bad enough. To do it twice in consecutive lifetimes, that was sheer bad manners. Finally, the cab screeched to a start outside the address on the driving license. He was home, whatever that meant. The taxi door flung itself open, and Lister climbed out. He took the key from his wallet, walked up the path to the house, and let himself in. It was a big house. Whatever he was destined to do for a living, it looked like he was destined to do it pretty successfully. He walked into the first reception room. Framed photographs jostled for position on the old stone mantelpiece. Something in one of the photographs caught his eye, and he scrutinized the others more closely. Impossible. It just wasn't possible. Not even with an IQ of 12,000. But the evidence was there, in the photographs. Somehow, Holly had done it. He turned and watched the lace curtains fluttering in the breeze from the open French windows. He crossed the room and stepped out into the garden. At the end of the lawn, an old woman in a wide-brimmed sun hat was clipping away at the jasmine borders. She looked up and saw him. and her face crinkled into a famous pinball smile. 36 years. They would grow young together. They had a whole new past to look forward to. The old man's face crinkled into a smile of its own, and he started shuffling down the garden towards her.
Red Dwarf, Better Than Life was written by Grant Naylor and performed by Chris Barry. Additional music and effects were by Nick Graham. Technical presentation by John Etchells. Produced by Chris Wallace.
Now, recently, I spoke to actor and comedian Chris Barry, who's lovely, by the way. He's reading the Red Dwarf novels in Sunday Night's Comedy Club, right here on 7. I asked him for his thoughts on recording the books after the characters were already so clearly defined.
For me, that was a great opportunity to have fun in a kind of different direction, really, with a product that I knew. I mean, I knew the books anyway, having read them from curiosity, really, having obviously known that Rob and Doug were brilliant comedy writers for the small screen. I just was keen on reading the books, and, you know, I can remember sitting on a beach in France somewhere, sort of just guffawing to myself at some of the dialogue and some of the, you know, the descriptions in the book. And the other weird thing was you're reading about yourself. You know, you're reading about, because some of the books were written once the casting had taken place, and yeah, I'm reading about myself there that they've obviously are using to describe Rimmer. So that was quite buttock clenching momentarily, actually, if I'm honest. There was one description in the book which sort of said Rimmer tried to feel for his enlarging bald patch, all this kind of stuff, and I was running around the hotel saying to my girlfriend at the time, you know, what's this bald patch? Is it really that bad? You know, she was obviously lying, saying it's okay.
What do they give us that the TV series doesn't? It's not just the TV script, so it's not just a rehash of those stories. There's almost like a prequel element, isn't there?
Yeah, there's just a whole much more kind of elaborate. I mean, it is very, very filming. It's much more, you know, what we can do on television with the time and the constraints and the sort of remit is quite small relative to what you can do with a book, you know, because you're asking a reader it's the imagination, and, you know, we've got that, you know.
Which is why they translate onto radio so well, isn't it?
Yeah. And for me, it was a great opportunity to have fun with all that, and also do my own take on how the other characters would. It gave me an opportunity to combine Red Dwarf, the main thing, some would say, the backbone of my career, and, you know, my fun with impersonations that I'd had on Spitting Image and before, and I've always enjoyed doing voices and stuff, and it gave me an opportunity to, you know, lots of blank canvases in which to sort of stamp my own ideas for the character, plus the given characters of the other main cast in Red Dwarf. So for me, it was just like a creative adventure that I couldn't turn down.
And do you think people who aren't familiar with Red Dwarf, who didn't follow it through the 80s and 90s, would pick up through this book and enjoy it as a newcomer, if you like?
I think so, yeah. I think because, as we've said, you know, it starts off at the beginning kind of thing, and it really will be one of the best starting points for a dwarf virgin to come into the concept.
Chris Barry reads Red Dwarf, Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers, in Sunday Night's Comedy Club at 10.